2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back. Another edition of Gridiron Gameday, Week 11 in the NFL. And we've got a huge day of action jumping off for you. 7 1 o'clock games, 4 gigantic 4 o'clock games, and we've got all that to break down right here on Infinity Sportsnet. I am Anthony Gallo, and we will take you through all the action, all the picks, interceptions and picks, same thing, fumbles, injury reports, everything. We'll get tune in from every game, everything right here. The great Jody Mack joins me at 6 p.m., and we got a lot to get to in this window of action. Right now, we do have Dolphins in Madrid versus the Commanders. As that game is coming down to the wire, we'll update you in that one as well. That is 13-13. Commanders on the 1-yard line, and that will jump off the day. And a full slate of action as always with our marquee matchup of the day coming straight at you in the 1 o'clock window. Bucks at Bills. Chargers at Jags, Bengals at Steelers, Panthers, Falcons, Packers, Giants, Texans, Titans, and in the 4 o'clock window, we've got 2 gigantic matchups. The first being our marquee matchup of the 4 o'clock window, Seahawks, Rams, and then we have Niners, Cardinals, Ravens, Browns, and the other big matchup, maybe the biggest game in the history, in the last 10 years, not the history, the last 10 years of the Broncos, Chiefs, Broncos, as the Broncos try to solidify themselves as a legitimate contender and also build some room in that AFC West between them and the Chiefs, hoping, a positive result on their end from the Chargers. But we start off Bucks, Bills, both teams trying to get back in, the right side of things. The Bucks losing to the Pats a week ago. The Bills getting smoked by the Dolphins, who are currently trying to hold up in Madrid right now. And if you saw it, not to get sidetracked real quick, if you saw the way they're playing in Real Madrid Stadium, if you saw the way that stadium transformed it into a football field from a soccer pitch, you would understand that we are far behind you as you watch the Jets and the Giants play on terrible turf every week. But a big slate of action. The Bills and the Bucks, both each team vying to go to 7-3. The Bucks with a little bit of heat on them now in what we thought would be a runaway in the NFC South. A loss today and a win by the Panthers at the Falcons completely flips that division on its head. And we are looking at the Panthers being only a half game behind the Bucks in that situation. And we also have Chargers, Jags. The Jags trying to stay alive. The Chargers trying to go to 8-3, keep pace with the Broncos, keep pace ahead of the Chiefs, as everyone's trying to run away from the Chiefs in the AFC, specifically in that AFC West division. And a lot of injuries across the board in all of these ones, but a few, notables. Obviously, the Chargers and Niners feel like they've been the most injured all year. The Chargers going into this one, they have their guys on IR. That offensive line obviously still banged up, but nothing new on the injury report this week, so a huge win for them. And for the Niners as well, which we'll get to a little later in this preview segment. Bengals, Steelers. The Bengals, you got a little bit of news, a little bit of good news. If you're a Bengals fan, Joe Burrow practicing limited, but practiced this week. He's obviously not suiting up this week. And we will get another update as the week goes along. But that's big looking at that one. And the Commanders do not convert on 4th and goal. So the Dolphins will take over with 6 minutes left from their own one. A little tricky, but from their own one, they will take over as the Commanders get no points out of that one, getting stuffed at the goal line. They extended the drive with a little bit of trickery with Deebo Samuel lining up in the quarterback position. So we'll monitor that as well. But Bengals, Steelers, good news for the Bengals. You get your quarterback back in practice, and the Steelers just trying to hang tight, trying to stay ahead in that division. They are 5-4. The Bengals are 3-6. The Ravens are 4-5. So that division is far from over. A Bengals win puts them a game behind the Steelers. A Ravens win and a Steelers loss, that is a tie for the Ravens in a division where most people, even including myself, were burying the Ravens 4 weeks ago. So a big matchup there. Panthers-Falcons. The Panthers, like we said, we gave you the rundown in the South. The Falcons just trying to keep their season interesting. The Panthers trying to keep what has been a very surprising, one of the most surprising teams in the NFL this year. They've played a lot of teams tight. They've got a defense that, hasn't been consistent, but has been very good for, multiple times during the year. And we look at the Falcons, like I said, just trying to stay interesting. And there is still hope with the way that division is. Like I said, if the Bucs lose, everything is wide open in that division. Saints obviously on a bye this week. Packers, Giants. Giants, no Jackson Dart. Jameis Winston will start. They are home. The Packers looking to, after what was an abysmal Monday night performance against the Eagles, the Packers look to get back in the winning column in one of, if not the most tough divisions in all of football. They're 5-3-1. The Giants going to 2-8, trying to get to 3-8. Mike Kafka taking over for Brian Daboll. There are, people, Kafka's trying to impress and maybe keep that job. Shane Bowen, the defensive coordinator, trying to put a good performance out there so he can coach another week. But all in all, the Packers try, and a coach on the other side in LaFleur that is now getting questioned, and we will see if he can, stave off the doubters, you shove them off for one more week. So that's a big matchup. Texans-Titans. The Texans playing some of their best football. Davis Mills with the heroic comeback against the Jags last week. C.J. Stroud still out, so get Davis Mills again. But what has been statistically the best defense in all of football will continue on playing well, especially against a Titans team, which I give them no shot in this game. The under, I think, was at like 38.5. I think there was only one. It was close. It might have been 40.5. And then that Ravens game was at 37.5 when I last checked. I'll get an update, going forward after the break on all of that. but a lot of action in this window. In the 4 o'clock window, Seahawks-Rams, which our marquee matchup of the 4 o'clock window, probably our marquee matchup of the day. As both teams vying for first place, both teams vying for a chance at that number 1 seed. And they look to get to 8-2 respectively, both of them. And Devon Achane with a big run right there. That gets them to, it's 2nd and 13. There was a play I missed, but it's 2nd and 13. They're on the 19-yard line, their own 19-yard line, about 4:35 left. 13-13 Dolphins Commanders as Tua drops back and a drop pass by Jalen Waddle there, and that's going to set up a 3rd and long in that one. So the Seahawks, who have been very exciting, very balanced, very complimentary in their football. Sam Darnold's been great. The wide receiver group has been great and only gotten strengthened with Rashid Shaheed. And that Rams, again, the Rams and the Seahawks, 2 teams that you could be arguing are the 2 best teams in football, and I don't think you'd be crazy to say so. Both teams vying to create some space between both of them as they look to build on what has been not a, I would say, surprising season, but a hot start for both teams in the NFC and in the NFL in general. The Niners and Cardinals, the Niners trying to keep pat with those 2 teams as they look to continue what has been an up and down season and put that in the right foot, forward. Their injury report looking clean for the first time in a while. And then the Cardinals, who are dealing with their own quarterback controversy, Jacoby Brissett and Kyler Murray. We know that Brissett had a little bit of a hot run. And Kyler Murray seems to be on the outs in Arizona as that team tries to, again, also another one of these teams trying to stay relatively in the hunt, but even just interesting as the season gets long. We have a punt by the Commanders, and I think it is fumbled on the return, so the Dolphins may retain the ball. Honestly, better than their own offense there if they do retain it. So we'll get an update on that in just a second. And we go out, like I said, our marquee matchup of the 1 o'clock window, Bucks, Bills, and Pat Malacaro's got us covered.
Yeah, it's a matchup of 2 6-3 teams today here in Orchard Park as the Bills come off that loss last week to the Dolphins, 30-13. Josh Allen over 300 yards passing, but 2 touchdowns, an interception, and a fumble in that loss last week. And when you look at the Bucks, 6-3 as well, 4-1 on the road. Baker Mayfield, 273 and 3 touchdowns last week, but really, the weather here today could be a factor. Temperatures in the low 40s, upper 30s. Winds currently at about 20 miles per hour, but gusting up over 30 to potentially 40 miles per hour. Swirling winds throughout the course of the game today could make things interesting for the passing game, and teams may need to rely on the running games for the Bills. James Cook, one of the top running backs in the league, over 900 rushing yards this year, 2nd in the NFL, 7 touchdowns. For the Buccaneers last week, 4 different rushers, including Sean Tucker with 53 yards, helping for the team as well. And for the Bills, 30-plus points scored here at home, 3 of their 4 matchups. The last time out, though, 28 against the Kansas City Chiefs. And some news breaking this morning for the Bills that Keon Coleman is inactive. When the inactives came out just a little bit ago, Coleman, the former first-round pick just a couple of years ago, inactive, and Mecole Hardman will be active after being signed by the Bills and signed to the active roster today. So 2 6-3 teams matching up. We'll see if the weather plays any factor on the matchup between the Bills and the Buccaneers here in Orchard Park.
Thank you so much, Pat. And that is big news, obviously, that broke this morning. Keon Coleman not traveling with the team, missed his meeting. Mecole Hardman active. They're already without one of their tight ends as Kincaid is hurt. Dawson Knox will get the start there. And the young, I have to get his name, I forget it. It's off the, I forgot their young tight end as well. So that is a big one. And the Bucs, who have consistently dealt with injuries on the offensive side of the ball, that will be a big one. Chris Godwin and Bucky Irving both out, as that is one to note. Saints and Colts, as I didn't mention prior, both on bye in this one. Chargers, Jags. Going into this game, the Chargers are 3-point favorites on the road. A lot of road favorites this week. The majority, only 4 or 5 of these games in this 11-game slate are home favorites. So a lot to watch there. But the Chargers favored it on the road going into a matchup with the Jaguars. The Jags have been one of the hardest teams to really quantify and define as are they a legitimate, division contender, depending on what happens with the Colts. Obviously, they can gain some ground today. Are they a competent football team at times, I think is the question. Battling injuries, obviously. No Travis Hunter, Brian Thomas Jr. hurt. And this Chargers team has guys on the IR, a million running backs hurt. A lot of their offensive line is banged up, but they have their cleanest IR of the year coming into this one. Herbert, 2,600 yards, 19 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. And Travis Etienne Jr. has 656 yards on the ground. So those two will be, I think, the two key components. Obviously, Herbert every week is a key component. But we've seen that he's been under a lot of pressure. He has, struggled with that pressure at times. But when he has a clean pocket, he's as dangerous as any other quarterback in the league. And for the Jags, Trevor Lawrence having a down year, in my opinion. Their skill position players probably outperformed last week with both the injuries to the top guys at wide receiver. No Brenton Strange either. So they are missing, a lot of skill position players. But in that offense, Travis Etienne Jr. has been very good, very consistent. You could say that he has carried this team at times. Another big run there for Devin Achane as they are now into let's get you to the exact update, about Washington's 29-yard line, I would say, after the 12-yard run. So we'll see what happens there. 3 minutes to go. Dolphins trying to get the 4-7. Washington is 3-7. They're also trying to get the 4-7. Marcus Mariota, if you obviously weren't paying attention, he is starting in this one. Still no Jaden Daniels. We probably won't see Jaden Daniels. If we see him again this year, probably till after Christmas. And we have under center Tua lining up, and he hands it off to Achane, who busts a nice little 5-yard run. So we'll monitor that one as that continues to go, as it's almost final. But like I said, Chargers 7-3, Jags 5-4, and we go out to Jacksonville as Brian Scheibel's got more for us.
Yeah, a pretty mild day here in Jacksonville, 75 degrees. Some nice weather for November. As you mentioned, Chargers 7-3, looking for their fourth straight win. Jags losers of 3 out of 4, including that gigantic meltdown last weekend in Houston, looking to bounce back. Trevor Lawrence coming into this game, 10 touchdowns to 7 interceptions on the year. 191 yards away today is Trevor from passing David Garrard for third place in franchise history. Travis Etienne leading the way on the ground, rushing yards, 656 for a Chargers team. Justin Herbert looks like a Pro Bowl year for him, possibly 2,600 yards passing, 19 touchdowns to just 8 picks in this one. Inactives today are kind of interesting, especially for the Jaguars. Some bigger names for them are being sidelined. Inactives, Jordan Lewis and cornerback Brian Thomas Jr. will miss today's game as well, as he still is recovering. And, of course, the Jags earlier in the week announced Travis Hunter out for the year. But also lineman Anton Harrison, he's inactive today. And tight end Hunter Long, which could be big because Brenton Strange is still not back. So a couple tight ends out for the Jags. For the Chargers, not too much on that list. Safety Tony Jefferson's out. Linebacker Kyle Kennard. A couple tackles, though, are sidelined today, Bobby Hart and Foster Sorrell. So that's where we're at right now, about 45 minutes away, Jags and Chargers here in Jacksonville.
Thank you so much, Brian, and we will monitor that one. That has a lot of these games, even if the matchups are not sexy, so many of these games have implications across the league and in their divisions. Chargers obviously would put a lot of pressure on the Broncos with a W, and the Broncos and Chiefs battling, but a loss by the Chargers not only takes pressure off the Broncos, but gives that Chiefs team, not that they're not motivated, but gives them a little bit more motivation, because now you're looking at that division being a lot closer than it could be if the Broncos and Chargers win today. going into Pittsburgh, Bengals, Steelers. Like I said, a little bit of optimism if you're a Bengals fan. We've reports that Joe Burrow practiced this week. He is not, necessarily close, but with a win here, maybe it gives you a little bit of hope because how close that division is and how, winnable that division is with the Steelers at 5-4, Bengals at 3-6, and Ravens at 4-5. And if you care, the Browns at 2-7. But Bengals travel to Pittsburgh, and more on that. Brian Bacco's got us covered.
Hey, what's up, guys? A little bit windy today on the North Shore of Pittsburgh, but it's crisp, clear, sunny. Bengals, Steelers, round 2 before the Steelers and Bengals even faced the Ravens one time. So it's about to heat up here in the AFC North. I mean, last time these two teams met, Joe Flacco threw for 342 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a 33-31 win. Jamar Chase had 16 catches in that game on 23 targets in a score. But the Steelers have kind of overhauled their secondary on the fly since then, moving Jalen Ramsey from corner to free safety, trading for Kyle Duggar from the Patriots. They're not going to have Darius Slay today. He's out with a concussion. So it's still going to be tough to stop that passing attack. But Mike Tomlin and defensive coordinator Terrell Austin spoke all week about how they feel like they've stabilized things a little bit in the back end. They better hope going against Flacco, Chase, and T. Higgins again.
Thank you so much, Brian, and we will jump around to that and all the games right here on Gridiron Game Day. We got a lot to get to, a lot of action right here. This is the place to be. We will bring you every score, every turnover, every report, injury, any news will be right here. Infinity Sportsnet, Gridiron Game Day. I'm Anthony Gallo, and we'll be right back.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
We were watching this game in the break, obviously. It's 13-13 Dolphins, Commanders. Dolphins have the ball. I'm pretty sure they just ran. It was definitely 2. I'm going to get you the exact breakdown, but they get stuffed on 4th and goal from the 1-yard line. They lose 2 yards, and the Commanders now take over with 1:40 left from their own 2-yard line. They're going to get a first down as Deebo Samuels is going to get to the 30-yard line, and it was an absolute disaster. So from the Washington 5, they go a Devin Achane run for 1 yard, then another run for 4 yards. They get to the goal line. Achane run stopped. He's hurt, taken out, and then they give it to Gordon, and he loses 2 yards on 4th down, and they take over. And after a 28-yard pass, they're now on their own 31-yard lines. Dolphins calling a timeout to make it, 1:10 left. Dolphins have 1 timeout. Washington has no timeouts, and they get the stop. So it's now 2nd and 9 from Washington's 32, and the Dolphins call a timeout. I guess the thought process here is they have to pass it. If it's an incompletion, or even if they don't, they're going to still have to pass it. So I would just have rather play for OT at this point, because you already tried to score early, and now you're not really doing much. 13 TDs in 13 goal-to-goal drives entering today. 0 for 2 today for the Dolphins. So that's the number right there. Packers 5-3-1, visiting MetLife to play the Giants 2-8. Giants fired their coach. Rookie quarterback is out. The backup benched for Jameis Winston. So Russell Wilson benched for Jameis Winston. And more on the Packers versus Giants. Our guy, Mike Mancuso's got more for us.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a fun game. I don't know why, but I just am intrigued by this game somehow. You mentioned Jameis Winston. I'm sure he's going to go in and throw the ball all over the place and be exciting at least. That'll be fun to watch. Mike Kaffer begins his 7-game audition to try to become a head coach. We'll see. Abdul Carter will get to start in place of Kayvon Thibodeau at defensive line because of the shoulder injury to Thibodeau. And, Carter has been good. He's progressing as a rookie. I think he expected more of himself. We'll see how he goes, but he's been progressing. Tons of Packer fans here at MetLife Stadium today, and it's a windy day, and I think the kicking game will have something to do with this game because both starting kickers are not playing for their teams. Graham Gano is out with the Giants. He's been hurt. Young Wei Koo is the kicker. Lucas Havrasuk is in, as I destroy his name. Sorry about that, Lucas. Brandon McManus is out, so backup kickers going for both teams today in what will be a windy afternoon. Packers only 20 points in their last two games. LaFleur will still continue to call the plays. He wants to lean on Jordan Love a little more. The Giants' defense has struggled, especially against the run. So, we'll see what happens. A couple of things to take a look at. Xavier McKinney playing against the Giants for the first time. The Packers safety who played here for a while. And Micah Parsons against the Giants. 8 wins in 8 games, all with Dallas. But he's always somebody that the Giants have to look out for. So, big game for the Packers, 5-3-1. They're still trailing Chicago and Detroit in that NFC North. So, this should be a very interesting game for lots of reasons, Anthony.
Thank you so much, Mike, and we will jump back and forth there. If any of these games in the Northeast, expect a lot of wind, very windy across the forecast, and MetLife no different. But I'm sure Jameis Winston has never met a wind speed that he wouldn't throw into. So that'll be a lot of fun, and I'm sure we'll get some huge quotes afterwards. It is now 3rd and 8 after an incompletion by the Commanders. About 22 seconds left. They're on Miami's 38-yard line. They're in field goal range, but it would be a long one from Spain. But let's first go out to ATL, Panthers, Falcons. Jeff Zell has more for us.
Well, the Falcons are on a 4-game losing streak and haven't won in over a month since beating the Bills to go 3-2. They had a 4-game losing streak last year as well under Raheem Morris after starting out 6-3. Meanwhile, the Panthers, since starting out 0-2, they beat the Falcons 30-0 and are 5-3 since then. Now, Drake London is playing today, though cornerbacks Dee Alford and Mike Hughes are out, as is guard Matthew Bergeron. Atlanta's defense is not the same without Devon Diablo, who should be back next week. Panthers are without linebacker Trevin Wallace. Now, let me tell you this. Most teams play offense with 3 downs. More aggressive teams go to 4 downs when they're in good situations. Atlanta has become a 2-down offense. Why do I say that? Well, last week against the Colts, Atlanta was 0 for 8 on 3rd downs. The week before against the Patriots, 1 for 10 on 3rd downs. The week before against the Dolphins, 2 for 11. So they're 3 for 29, mind-bogglingly, on 3rd downs over the last 3 weeks. Michael Penix has the highest missed target rate in the NFL at 15%. And on 3rd downs, it's up to 25%. One last thing. Last week, with a 4th and 6 at the Atlanta 26, and the Colts with no timeout, Atlanta decided to call a timeout with 29 seconds left, allowing the Colts to set up for a 44-yard field goal. Raheem Morris said, well, he thought it was a given. He'd make the kick. This is the same kicker who missed an extra point earlier in the game. So not a lot going right for the Falcons these days.
Thank you so much, Jess. And as we're watching Commanders line up for a 56-yard field goal, Matt Gay misses it. So there will be about 10 seconds left. We're going to get overtime in this one, barring an absolute shocker here. Before we get to the update, I'll give you my picks. Week 11 obviously has not been a great go of it just yet. Still seeking the first parlay hit, and we are 20-25 on the season. Dawson Knox, over 2.5 receptions. No Keon Coleman, no Dalton Kincaid. So a lot of targets, I think, that are up for grabs in this one. Ted McMillan, over 4.5 receptions. I think the Panthers' offense has at times looked really good and at times been very poor. But the one thing that has developed is the McMillan and Bryce Young relationship, and I really like that. He's really their only big receiving target. Rico Dowd, strictly a runner most of the time. Travis Etienne Jr., anytime touchdown. I like the Rams to cover at 3, and Denver, KC, under 45. A lot of defense. Broncos offense, not very good. Kansas City, we've seen at times they've been effective, but only put up a few points, so I like the under in that one. So hopefully we hit one this week. I'll get you the milestones that we can look out for this week, the injury report, all of that right here. But first, our guy, Tony Pierno, with an update.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, and it does look like we will have overtime in Spain. 13-13 is the score. The Commanders just missing a 56-yard field goal attempt. Prior to that, Miami recovered a muffed punt at Washington's 42-yard line with 4:20 remaining in the fourth quarter. However, Miami was not able to capitalize. The Dolphins went for it on fourth down at the Commanders' 1-yard line, but the Commanders' defense came up with the stop. With Dan Quinn calling plays today, Washington's defense has made plays when it has mattered the most. The Commanders have actually recorded 2 goal line stands in this one. So once again, in Spain, the Dolphins and Commanders are headed to overtime, tied at 13. Still to come in the late afternoon window, Brock Purdy returns to the starting lineup as the 49ers visit the Cardinals. Purdy has not played since week 4 when he aggravated a toe injury that he initially hurt in week 1. Purdy says these have been trying times.
Yeah, it's been frustrating. Obviously, like going into year 4, I wanted to come in and play my best ball so far in my career, and was really excited about it. We come in, play Seattle, and win on the road, and just feeling really good about the year. And then all of a sudden, like I'm just dealing with the toe thing, and it has been frustrating.
Kickoff is at 4:05 Eastern. The Sunday night matchup features the Eagles hosting the Lions. A.J. Brown was once again in the news this week after he criticized the Eagles' offense on a Twitch stream. Despite continuing to voice his discontentment, head coach Nick Sirianni doesn't believe Brown is a distraction.
No, I don't think so. Again, you can only go from your interactions with everybody and the way they go about their work on a daily basis that you guys aren't able to see. But no, it's business as usual.
Kickoff is at 8:20 Eastern. NBA today, the Suns will look to stay hot at home against the Hawks. Phoenix has won 5 games in a row. In other news, Knicks forward OG Anunoby will miss at least 2 weeks with a hamstring strain. Men's college hoops, top-ranked Houston battles number 22 Auburn, while second-ranked Purdue takes on Akron. Women's college basketball right now, number 1 UConn leads Ohio State 39-28 in the second quarter. I'm Tony Pierno.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
That's right. We are back, and it feels like every time we go to break, something crazy happens in this Dolphins-Commanders game. And the Commanders' first play of overtime, they get the ball back and immediately throw a pick, and it is now 2nd and 6 at Washington's 19. The Dolphins trying to put this one away. About 8:20 left in overtime. They will probably, run a few plays. I'm sure they're going to try and score, not leave it up to the kicker, as Mike McDaniel's got a little bit of a doofy stare going on right now. But a big game right now in the mix. Both of these teams not necessarily dead yet, but a loss 3-8, you could count your season over. I'm sorry. You could count it over, especially if you're the Commanders without your star young quarterback in Jaden Daniels, and you're not sure when he's going to be back. This Dolphins team, they're fighting. It's not pretty, but they are fighting to get to 4-7. So a score ends this one. 2nd and 6, like we said, from Washington's 19. The Dolphins have the ball. Achane has 112 yards. Mariota, before that pick, was having an okay day. 20 of 30, 213, a touchdown and a pick. And Deebo Samuels has 7 catches for 75 yards and a touchdown, as that has been, the main scoring of the day. Ollie Gordon with a touchdown for the Dolphins. So the only touchdown on that side of the ball for them, as this has been a heavy, kicking matchup for some to say. And it feels like a lot of these games in Europe have been like this. Outside of last week where we had a high-scoring Colts-Falcons game, a lot of these games have felt like this. So we'll see what they can do. Achane with a run. He gets that to about the 13 to 12. That'll be 1st and 10 after the 7-yard run from him. And at this point, you're just running to see if you get in the end zone. But they're going to run the clock down to be safe. But you can kick a field goal here and the game ends. But and it looks like they're lining up for the field goal. My opinion, I would have probably ran one more play because, you don't want to leave too much time on the clock, but they're going to run it here. And they line up, and the kick is good. And that one is over. Dolphins 16, Commanders 13, and that's how this ends for these two in Spain. And the European fans, they got two Commanders fans here. Oh, all right, I thought they were celebrating. They might have not known who won the game. But a big win for the Dolphins as they fight to stay alive. Mike McDaniel, who we all thought was done, survives another week and may continue to survive if the team keeps playing this way. A lot to get to. Some milestones to note, and we'll get to the injury report in a second. Mark Andrews is 4 yards away from breaking the Ravens' all-time record for receiving yards, held by Derek Mason at 5,777. Mason also holds the receptions record, which Mark Andrews is 7 behind, for 471. So Mark Andrews looking for a big day, a historic day, not just for him, but for the Ravens. Keenan Allen last week became the Chargers' all-time franchise receiving leader, so a big one there. Some other milestones to watch. Aaron Rodgers is 195 yards away from 65,000. Pat Mahomes is 299 away from 35,000. Derrick Henry is 117 yards away from 14th all-time on the NFL rushing list. Devontae Adams is 1 catch, and Hopkins is 4 catches away from 1,000 receptions all-time. Hines Ward is 6. These guys are both behind Hines Ward at 17 and 18. Hines Ward has 1,000 on the dot in that one. Hopkins also needs 26 yards to move in the 18th all-time and a touchdown to have sole possession of 19th all-time in receiving touchdowns. Keenan Allen, 6 receptions away to move into 13th all-time. Travis Kelce, probably not going to get it this week or maybe not even next week, but 18 receptions away from moving into his 11th all-time. He also needs 31 yards to move into 24th all-time on the receiving yards list. And Von Miller is a half sack away from 13th all-time. Cam Jordan is a sack away from 19th all-time. Khalil Mack, TJ Watt, and Myles Garrett all right on the precipice of getting into the top 25 in that one. Bears, Vikings. Bears trying to go to 7-3. Vikings trying to get back to 500. And our guy, Wally Langfellow's got us covered.
Hey, guys, it is what I would say for the Minnesota Vikings, and thanks for having me. It is a must-win today. They are a 4-5 football team. They have playoff inspirations, but they're going against the Chicago Bears team that is playing some pretty good football. I don't know if anybody thought that the Bears would be 6-3 at this point, but they are. The Vikings got the Bears on opening night, if you recall. It was a Monday night game. Vikings winning 27-24, and a remarkable fourth quarter comeback by J.J. McCarthy. He has been easily an up-and-down quarterback since then, and you're going to get that with a rookie quarterback. I don't think there's any question about that. But that having been said, Caleb Williams has been very good. He's passed for over 2,000 yards coming into this Week 11, 13 touchdowns, just 4 interceptions. J.J. McCarthy, again, up and down. He's just thrown for just under 700 yards, and he's only played 4 games so far and thrown 6 interceptions, including 2 last week in a game where the Vikings inexplicably had 8 false starts in their own building. A remarkable stat that really kind of put their offense in a bad situation. And you wonder, why aren't they running the ball more? Well, you can't run the ball on first down if it's 1st and 15 every time, which they ran into a lot of last week in their loss to the Ravens. So the Bears are looking for some revenge, and the Vikings certainly are going to need this to get back to 500 and remain relevant in this division, which I still say, despite the fact that they find themselves in last, is pretty much up for grabs.
Thank you so much, Wally. We'll continue to monitor that one. He is right, though. Week 1 was almost a smokescreen on what we thought these teams were going to be. J.J. McCarthy started off terribly, ended red hot, and this Bears team ended up choking away a home game, going into the House of Noise. We'll jump in with Wally all day from there as the Bears try to continue. It hasn't felt like the Bears have been that great, but they are on the precipice of getting to 7-3, putting themselves comfortably in the playoff picture, still giving them an outside chance, as crazy as it seems, at that number 1 seed at the division. And that is one of the tough divisions of football. They're obviously 7-3 or 6-3. Vikings are 4-5. I'm lost my place right here. Vikings are 4-5. And the Packers 5-3-1, and the Lions are 6-3. So that division completely up for grabs. On anybody today can put themselves in first place outside of the Vikings in that division. So we'll monitor that. And with the Rams and Seahawks playing each other today, there is still a chance at that 1 or 2 seed for anyone in this division. You know, outside shot for the Vikings, but the Bears, they get the 7-3. If the Packers get the 6-3-1, or the Lions get the 7-3, everyone has a shot at the division. Everyone still has a shot at a top seed in the NFC. So a big game there. Texans, Titans wrapping up this 1 o'clock window. Texans playing some of their best football as of late. Their defense statistically the best in the NFL in multiple categories, if not most of the categories. No C.J. Stroud last week, able to come back down big against the Jaguars. They're fighting for their division and playoff lives. Colts off this week, looking to gain a half game on them, but also trying to stay in the mix for that final wild card spot, which 5-5 puts them probably a game back, depending on how things shake out today, if they get there. And the Titans just trying to figure it out. They fired their coach earlier in the season. Cam Ward has struggled at times. They will have Calvin Ridley today, but a lot to figure out with this Titans team, as they are clearly still in the early stages of the rebuild. But let's go out on more on that. Brant Douglas has got us covered from Tennessee.
All right, so basically you covered a lot of the highlights there. The Titans and Texans did play back on September 28th in Houston, and Houston dominated that one, winning 26-0. It was definitely a very low point in the series. This has been filled with low points thus far for the Tennessee Titans. You mentioned the Titans do get a couple of players back. Calvin Ridley's back. Jeffrey Simmons is not on the scratch list. In fact, it's about the cleanest scratch list for the Titans inactives I've seen all season. As for the Texans, you mentioned C.J. Stroud out with a concussion. A couple of other prominent players out as well. Starting guard Ed Ingram is out with a knee injury, and normally reliable kicker Kaimi Fairbairn is out with a right quad injury. And so Matthew Wright will be doing the kicking duties today for the Houston Texans. 3 years ago, when the Tennessee Titans hosted the Texans, it was on Christmas Eve here, and it was 2 degrees. Today, much warmer, sunny skies, not a cloud in the sky, in fact, and it will have highs in the mid-60s. It should be a beautiful day for football, and hopefully have a somewhat beautiful game here as well.
Thank you so much, Brant. We'll monitor that. As always, just like the rest of the slate, Bucks, Bills, Chargers, Jags, Bengals, Steelers, Packers, Giants, Panthers, Falcons, Bears, Vikings, Texans, Titans, all in the 1 o'clock window. Quick on the spreads. Bills, 6-point favorites over the Bucks. Chargers, 3-point favorites on the road over the Jags. Bengals visit the Steelers. Steelers, 5.5-point favorites. Giants are hosting the Packers, who are 7.5-point favorites on the road at MetLife. Falcons, 3.5-point favorite over the Panthers. Vikings are 2.5-point favorites over the Bears. And the Texans on the road, 5.5-point favorites over the Titans. In the 4 o'clock window, Rams are 3-point favorites over the Seahawks. Niners, Ravens, and Chiefs, all road favorites. Niners, 3.5-point favorites over the Cardinals. Ravens, 7.5-point favorites over the Browns. And in the big Chiefs-Broncos matchup, Chiefs, 4.5-point favorite over the Broncos. These were all right before we went on air. I got these from BetMGM, as all my odds are from there. Week 11 injury report. In the Tampa-Buffalo game, no Chris Godwin, no Bucky Irving, no Hassan Reddick, to name a few. Dalton Kincaid out. Keon Coleman inactive, did not travel with the team after missing a meeting. The Chargers with maybe their cleanest injury report of the season, even with the guys on the IR, strictly speaking about guys who came into the week on this report. Nobody of note for Jacksonville: Anton Harrison, Jordan Lewis, Hunter Long, Brenton Strange, Brian Thomas Jr., and as we know, Travis Hunter is on the IR this week. Cincinnati will be without Darius Slay, Corey Trice Jr. Pittsburgh will be without Darius Slay, Corey Trice Jr., Cole Holcomb, and Alex Highsmith. Joe Burrow, Trey Hendrickson, Samaje Perine, Shamar Stewart, all also out for Cincinnati. Only reason why I listed Burrow, he did practice this week. So a little bit of, good news there for Cincinnati. Nate Hobbs, Brandon McManus, and Malik Heath all out for the Packers. Matthew Golden active. For the Giants, no Jackson Dart, no Evan Neal, no Darius Slayton, no Kayvon Thibodeau. Tyler Nubin was doubtful, and I'll get the exact status on him in a second. But that's for the Giants. For the Panthers, short list, Lathan Ransom and Trevin Wallace. For the Falcons, D. Alford, Josh Woods, Matthew Bergeron, Sam Roberts, all out. Drake London, active. For the Bears, T.J. Edwards, Jalen Johnson, and Jade Walker out. Minnesota, Jonathan Greenard and Ryan Kelly are out. Texans, Titans. Texans, as we heard, no Arnett, no Harrison Bryant, no Fairbairn, no Petrie, no C.J. Stroud. Titans, Mullins out, Bryce Oliver out, Xavier Woods out, Calvin Ridley and Jeffrey Simmons active. Seattle will be without Torrey Horton. We'll get an updated status about Devontae Adams a little later. For the Cardinals, no Baron Browning, Marvin Harrison Jr., Will Johnson, Jonah Williams, Mac Williams, or Hayden Connor. For the Ravens, no Higgins, no Hill, no Humphrey. Cleveland without Alex Wright. J.K. Dobbins out for the year for the Broncos. Alex Singleton, Jonah Ellis, Pat Surtain, and Nate Aikens out for them as well. No Isaiah Pacheco for the Chiefs. When we come back, we will have the 1 o'clock kickoffs, all the action right here, all the scoring, all the turnovers, all the injury news, fantasy, gambling right here. Stay tuned. I'm Anthony Gallo. This is Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Welcome in Gridiron Gameday, NFL Week 11. I'm Anthony Gallo. If you're watching on the BetMGM network or either YouTube channel, what is going on, guys? We have a lot of action a little bit away, about a minute or two away from these kickoffs. Like I said, I know I've read it 100 times. We got Bucks Bills as our marquee matchup. Chargers Jaguars, Bengals Steelers, Packers Giants, Panthers Falcons, Bears Vikings, Texans Titans, all in this 1 o'clock window, and a lot to kick off in a bit. The Dolphins knock off the Commanders 16-13 in Spain at the Bernabeu. If you're not a soccer fan, that is where Real Madrid plays. One of the nicest sporting complexes probably in the entire universe, and very futuristic. If you haven't seen, they put the sod underneath the field so they are able to interchange different surfaces, which they did today for this NFL game. Kind of putting us a little shabby. Look at those Americans with their, only one playing surface that's turf and just eating rubbers. So a big matchup there, but we have a lot to get to today. If you didn't miss my picks earlier, we have struggled. I feel good about today, though. We are 20-25 on the season, 0-9 on the parlays. But that just means we are due. Dawson Knox over 2.5 catches. Ted McMillan over 4.5 catches. Travis Etienne Jr., anytime touchdown. Rams -3. That line moved a bit, but then came back to 3, so I like them to cover. And under in the Denver KC game, 45 points. I will say this also, that Broncos-Chiefs game, it's probably the most meaningful regular season game the Broncos have played in over 10 years, since 2015. I would say probably going back to that, I'm pulling one out of a hat here. Obviously, I'm a Broncos fan. Patriots, Broncos, Brock Osweiler, C.J. Anderson leading those Broncos to a victory, which ended up helping them clinch that 1 seed. And for the Chiefs, it feels like the first time in a long time, since maybe the first time ever in the Patrick Mahomes era, their backs are against the wall. They are not currently in the playoff picture. They're the next team out in that wild card picture. But also, a loss today kind of kills their chances at a division, with the Broncos would be going to 9-2, and a win by the Chargers would put them at 8-3. It would be very tough to see this Chiefs team at 5-5 going into it. But a win, everyone's on notice. A win today for the Chiefs. Division's on notice. The conference is still on notice. Earlier in the week, the Patriots, speaking of the conference, Patriots beat the Jets 27-14. 9-2 the Patriots are. Best team currently in the AFC. And we are kicked off in Buffalo. We are kicking off around the league as we speak. Panthers, Falcons, and Chargers, Jags, Bears, Vikings also kicked off. So let's get started. Baker Mayfield taking the field for the Buccaneers as they're going to start at their own 25 or 35. My apologies. Texans, Titans have kicked off. The Bears and Vikings are kicked off. Everyone is kicked off outside of that Panthers-Falcons game in this window. Baker Mayfield lining up under center from the 35. We'll see how they get it jumped off in this one. The Bills trying to bounce back from an embarrassing loss last week, and the Bucs trying to bounce back after a tough loss to the Panthers. A run up the middle for the Bucs, and now we are really underway. All the action is right here on Gridiron Game Day. So stay with us. We got you with 7 jam-packed hours of football. Jody Mack joins us at 6 to join in on the fun after these 1 o'clock games, and we will get you the exciting finishes, and we will speak to some of the players live from the stadiums around the league. And the Falcons will start with the ball as well in that Panthers-Falcons game. The Texans are starting with the ball in the Texans-Titans game, and we've got everything in action right now. Steelers with a little bit of an out pass to Metcalf. That's about a 5-yard catch, and it's already getting testy in the Bengals-Steelers game as Metcalf and the Bengals players are getting into it. A little shove to the face there with the hand, but a lot to get to. Let's go back out to the stadiums. Bears, Vikings, our guy, Wally Langfellow's got us covered.
Well, Anthony, the Minnesota Vikings actually won the toss and decided to take the opening kickoff, and they have the ball right now on their own 25-yard line. Oddly, as you know, a lot of teams defer because they feel they might get an extra possession should they defer in the first half. In any case, a stat that I think your listeners, and particularly fantasy football people, should be aware of, Justin Jefferson, and I'm sure that if you have Justin Jefferson on your fantasy team, you already know this. 2 touchdowns on the year. I looked at that stats this morning, and I said, oh, my goodness, I did not realize that we were at that point with Justin Jefferson. So we'll see if J.J. McCarthy can find him today. The Bears have been known. They've been giving up points and yards in big chunks. How they've been winning with defense, of course, is with turnovers, and their plus-minus is very good right now at plus 15.
Thank you so much, Wally, and we will monitor that one. I am one of those. I have quite a few fantasy teams, and I do have Justin Jefferson on that one, but the hope is they've been a good offense at times. It's their defense has been phenomenal. So if the offense has been lackluster a lot this year, Rachaad White with a few carries for the Bucs in this one as they are now 1st and 10 in Buffalo's territory from Buffalo's 40-yard line. The Texans have the ball at midfield, 1st and 10 for them after a short pass to Higgins. Davis Mills going, another completion, Rodgers to Metcalf as they get the first down, and they are now in to Cincinnati territory. The Giants, the first snap for Jameis Winston, or actually, I'm sorry, 3rd and 5, so it's a first completion for Jameis Winston as he gets that to the 40-yard line. They're in the Green Bay territory. The Giants wearing those sexy white throwback unis as well. Texans dropping back with Davis Mills as he completes the pass, like I said, to Higgins to get the first down. Everything's underway. All the action's coming at us right now as the Bucs are lining up again here. Buffalo, looks like they're stacking the box right now, and it was clearly a fake. And Baker standing tall in the pocket with a short completion there to Shepard. So they'll have 3rd down and, a decent chunk. 4th and 2 for the Chargers as they just punted it. Jacksonville will take over at their own 12. Excellent punt from Scott of the Chargers. Jaguars will take over. Justin Herbert went 2 of 3 for 18 yards before punting on that one. 3rd and 8 for the Bucs. For the Steelers, it's now 2nd and 7 at Cincinnati's 47-yard line. Jalen Warren with a run for 3 yards on their last possession. It'll be 1st and 10 after the Tyrone Tracy run for the Giants. They're in Green Bay's territory, that 28-yard line. Vikings, Bears. Vikings have the ball, 1st and 10 from Minnesota's 41-yard line. And the Texans are now in the Tennessee territory, 1st and 10 for them. Nico Collins getting in on the action. 2:04 to start from Davis Mills. 4th and 14 for the Falcons as they get ready to punt after an incompletion. And Atlanta's kicking from the 27. So that punt will set up a nice little field position for the Panthers after an unsuccessful drive there. We may have a conversion here. I think it was dropped. I don't even know. He bobbled that so much. I think it was. Are they go? So it's 4th and 8 for the Bucs on Buffalo's 39-yard line. They're going for it after the drop pass there. So he had it, then he bobbled it. It almost looked like he was going to bobble it into a catch. He didn't. Let's go out to Jacksonville and get an update on that Chargers drive that just ended from our guy, Brian Scheibel.
The Jags looking to go surprisingly 3-0 against the AFC West, if they can get a win today and go to 4-1 at home. Chargers coming in with 3 straight wins. Going into this at 7-3 overall, just 1 game behind the Broncos out west. Chargers did start out with the ball in this one, first play of the game under some heavy pressure from Trayvon Walker. Justin Herbert just had to dump it into the ground, got called for an intentional grounding. Couple plays later, a 3rd down pass to Lad McConkey came up just a couple of yards short of the 6, so a 3-and-out for the Chargers. And then Trevor Lawrence, first play of the game, scrambled a little bit, took a big shot from Denzel Perryman as he was sliding. No penalty called on that one, but maybe has him fired up a little bit because right now he completes a 1st down pass out to the 40-yard line. So that's where the Jags have it, 1st and 10. 12 minutes to go in the first quarter, no score in this one.
Thank you so much, Brian. And let's go out to MetLife as the Giants are in the red zone. Mike Mancuso's got an update for us.
Well, the Giants now have a 7-0 lead, 9 plays, 65 yards. The Giants won the opening toss. They elected to receive the football, something you don't see that often. Usually teams defer, but the wind is expected to pick up big time in the second half of this game, so I guess the Giants wanted to control that. Anyway, Jameis Winston, outstanding in that first drive for the Giants. 3 of 4 for 44 yards. Tyrone Tracy on the ground for 13 yards, and Devin Singletary goes in from 5 yards out. So the Giants, with 10:35 remaining in the first quarter, lead the Packers 7-0.
A fast start for the Giants, and we may have a fast start here in the Steelers-Bengals game. We'll get an update on that one in a second. Davis Mills dropping back on 3rd and 11, throws well short of the sticks, and they're going to probably be about 3 yards short from the Tennessee 13. It'll be 4th and 2. They may go for it. Let's see if they settle for the points or not. That Bucks drop pass that I had talked about prior to the last updates from the guys is being challenged, and it doesn't look like, in my opinion, I don't think it was a catch. And the Matthew Wright's lining up for the Texans, about to kick the field goal. He was 2-2 last week after being signed after the Fairbairn injury, who had a big week the week prior to that against the Broncos, and he hit the upright, and it is no good. So the Titans are going to take over from their own 13, tie game still. So that was a big one. They're calling a penalty now on the Titans, I feel like. I think it might be on Jeffrey Simmons. This may be a leverage call. Sean Hockley with the call, personal foul. I think it's a leverage one, and that's a killer for the Titans. I don't know if they call for a challenge. I don't think you can challenge that, buddy. It's on Jeffrey Simmons, and he is livid, and that is a big one, and it looks like the Texans get some extra life. It was an unnecessary roughness, which I think is what the leverage call is under. They're saying he ran into the center. I never know what those calls. I grew up being taught you don't touch the center, and that's that. In the Bucks Bills game, it looks like I'm trying to see if they could counted that as a completion on the challenge. I'm going to get an update for you right now. The ruling on the field stands. So then the Bucs are going to punt here, and that one is going to be down at Buffalo's 5-yard line. A short punt, but a good punt for Riley Dixon. So they'll take over at their own 5 as Josh Allen's lining up in the shotgun. And we got another flag in that Texans-Titans game, this time on the Texans. J.J. McCarthy dropping back on 3rd and 3 from midfield, and he overthrows, I believe that was Justin Jefferson, an overthrow there, throwing behind him, and not a great job by him. And he's hit kind of late on that one with the helmet straight to the arm. And that was going to be a turnover. That'll be a punt as the Bears have taken over now on their 11-yard line. A big catch here for Ted McMillan or Xavier Legette, my apologies, 21 yards from Bryce Young. A lot going on here. Now the Texans lining up at 1st and goal from the 15. We'll see if they can get some points out of this. 2nd and 10 now for the Bills. Completion for Davis Mills. That's going to get them within the 7-yard line. And it looks like we may have a big one here in Buffalo. Whoa! And we'll get a tune in on that one in a second. 2nd down now for the Panthers and Falcons as well. I'm waiting for the replay to give you the exact call on that one. What a play. All-around play right there. And it looks like, Josh Allen trying to get out of the sack, like chest passes it like he's playing basketball straight into this middle linebacker's arms, trying to avoid the safety. So I understand the thought process there. Shakir was coming across the middle, was behind him, ends up being a pick. So we'll see what happens there. The way he was getting tackled, there was no way he was actually going to get a throw off. So a big turnover right there for the Bucs. Under center now from the 7-yard line. Baker's looking, and he hands it off to Tucker, and that'll get them within the 5. So a huge play. Another turnover for Josh Allen. He went the first 5 weeks with only 1 turnover, and it's been a few multi-turnover games, but another turnover this week as that Bills offense continues to struggle in that one. 2nd and goal for the Bucs. 1st and 10 for the Bengals after the kickoff for the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers to Kenneth Gainwell on an 11-yard touchdown, puts them up 7-0. Only scores we got right now, Steelers 7-0, Giants 7-0. Everything else is scoreless. We'll go to break. The Texans are in the red zone. The Panthers are in the red zone. The Bucs are in the red zone. A lot going on. We'll get all the updates right here, Gridiron Game Day. I'll be right back.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. A big Sunday NFL Week 11 right here on Gridiron Game Day. We got a lot to get to. As I said, we're going to break. The Bucs were in the red zone after the Josh Allen turnover. And let's get out to Buffalo for an update from our guy, Pat Malacaro.
Yeah, Anthony, it was a 23-yard field goal by Chase McLaughlin to give the Buccaneers a 3-0 lead. That turnover coming on the second offensive play for the Bills of the game. 2 hurries on Josh Allen. The second one kind of pushed the ball forward in inside his own 20, giving the Buccaneers a chance in the red zone. And then they kicked the field goal. The Bills actually getting the ball down the field on the ensuing kickoff. Mecole Hardman just signed to the active roster this week, and he get the Bills down to the 35-yard line of the Buccaneers. And now the Bills driving inside the 30 with the ball, down 3-0, and just about 7.5 to go in the opening quarter.
Thank you so much, Pat. Let's go out to Pittsburgh, as the Bengals and the Steelers battle it out from Pittsburgh. They're trading scores. Brian Batko's got us covered.
Yeah, guys, looks like we might be in for a high-scoring affair, some fireworks, much like the first matchup, because not even 10 minutes into this game, Aaron Rodgers hits Kenny Gainwell out of the backfield for a Steelers touchdown on the first drive. Bengals go right down and score on their opening possession as well. Joe Flacco, 28 yards. T. Higgins somehow gets matched up with outside linebacker rookie Jack Sawyer. And then, interestingly enough here, though, the rarely seen roughing the snapper penalty on the extra point. So the Bengals decide they'll take the extra yard, go for two, but the Steelers stand them up. So it's 7-6 with 5:10 left in the first.
A bold strategy there, going with the direct snap on the extra point there on the 2-point conversion. Josh Allen almost throwing another interception after a tip ball there. So a tough day for the Bills to start. Let's go out to Atlanta as the Panthers and Falcons are battling it out. Jeff Zell has more for us.
So the Panthers on top 7-0 with 3:43 to go, but Atlanta on a big completion, 10x to Drake London are at the 4-yard line after a 41-yard completion. And the Falcons have actually gotten into the end zone, but there is a flag on the play. Now, earlier, the Panthers went on a 12-play, 73-yard drive, took 7.5 minutes. McMillan, a 7-yard touchdown catch from Bryce Young for the touchdown. And we just found out the penalty is on the Panthers. So the Falcons have actually answered back. It is Carolina 7, Atlanta 6, pending the extra point.
Thank you very much, Jeff. All the scoring coming at us real fast. No scoring yet in this one. Vikings, Bears, we go out to Minnesota as Wiley Langfellow's got more for us.
Well, I'll tell you what, Anthony, this has been the case of the Vikings defense looking very good here in the early going, and the Viking offense not performing very well at all. And by that, what I mean is J.J. McCarthy on their first possession had an easy toss to Justin Jefferson on an out route for a first down, about 8 or 9 yards downfield, and he whistled it about 10 feet over his head. I mean, that wasn't even close. And then on the next possession, after the Vikings forced the 3-and-out by the Bears, which, by the way, they just had another 3-and-out, McCarthy put a pinpoint pass to Jordan Addison downfield. It would have been good for at least 40 yards, if not a touchdown, and Addison had it go right through his hands. So nothing to report as far as the score goes, but some, as I said, some bad defense or bad offense by the Vikings and really good defense by the Vikings at this juncture. No score here, and we are midway through the first quarter.
Thank you so much, Wally. And this has been the MO for that. And a fumble here on the run. Who was it? That was not James Cook. I missed who that was on the run, but fumbled it for the Bills, got the ball back, and they retained. So now 3rd and 2 for them. Josh Allen's going to get the first down on the rush. And it looks like an incompletion here on 3rd and 3 for the Chargers. They're lining up for the kick. Cameron Dicker, 4th and 3, and he will nail it. That'll be a 3-0 game after the 41-yard field goal. Jaguars take over in that one. The Bills now in the red zone after those 2 runs. So 1st and 10 for them from the about the 10-yard line, as they're looking to take the lead or at least tie this up as they're down 3-0. Let's go out to Tennessee as the Texans and the Titans are battling it out. Brant Douglas has got us covered.
Absolutely. So the Houston Texans had the opening kickoff. They drove 15 plays, 6 minutes, 40 seconds, and have nothing to show for it. They had a field goal attempt that doinked off the right upright. Matthew Wright, in fact, hitting the right upright. It's kind of hard to say there. But then they had the ball again, and on a 4th down and goal at the 2, they went for it, and the quarterback, Davis Mills, was sacked. And so the Titans have taken over. They've gotten 2 first downs, including a completion to Calvin Ridley, who in his first game back, his first catch back since an injury, was injured again. His ankle is injured, and they've taken him off on the cart. So we'll keep you updated on his status. Meantime, the Titans have a couple of first downs on their drive. 6:40 left to go in Nashville. No score.
Thank you so much. And someone not shy of being involved in plays that hurt people, Al Shire, with a big hit on Ridley in that one. He's got a little bit of a reputation around the league. 3rd and 1 now as Josh Allen gets shoved into the end zone. He ran himself in there, but shoved into the end zone by his running back, and he passing it off to Deion Dawkins for the spike. Very fitting celebration for Josh Allen. After the chest pass interception, he gives you the Euro step celebration. So, that's what we call full circle. Not if they didn't put up any resistance, the Bucs, on that one. That'll be 7-3 pending the extra point from the Bills. Let's go out to Jacksonville. The Chargers and the Jaguars are battling it out.
Jags were moving the ball effectively on their first drive, but ultimately faced a 4th and 3 at the Chargers' 40-yard line. Trevor Lawrence tries to connect with Jacoby Myers downfield, just sailed it a little too high for him, and a turnover on downs. Chargers get it back. A couple big receptions by Aranda Gadsden, moving the sticks. Also, Kamani Vidal with 2 big first downs that ultimately set up a 41-yard field goal from Cameron Dicker. So Jacksonville has it back now, 1st and 10 on their 26-yard line. 3:26 to go here in the first quarter with the Chargers on top of Jacksonville, 3-0.
Thank you so much, Brian, as we continue to monitor all of these. And a near interception for Jameis Winston. He's 4 of 6, 48 yards in that one. They have the ball they just punted, my apologies. Gillian punts 46 yards to the 38. The Packers will take over, 1st and 10. 2nd and 5 for the Vikings. Aaron Jones runs it up the middle, and they'll have it at their own 45. The Titans, 3rd and 8 from their own 38 after the false start pushed them back. The Bucs are about to take the kick return after the Bills kick it off. 7-3 Bills over the Bucs. 7-7 Panthers, Falcons. Panthers have the ball at the 50-yard line. 1st and 10 in that one. Steelers 7, Bengals 6. 2nd and 5 for the Steelers as they are on their own 34-yard line. And like we just heard, Jacksonville in their own territory. It's now 2nd and 1. They're down 3-0. Let's go out to Buffalo as the Bucs and Bills continue to trade scores. Pat Malacaro's got us covered.
Yeah, last time we chatted, the Bills had a big 61-yard kickoff return by McCole Hardman after the Chase McLaughlin 23-yard field goal that gave the Buccaneers a 3-0 lead. The Bills converting on a 4th down, one of 10 plays on their 36-yard drive that was capped off by a Josh Allen 2-yard touchdown run. The 4th and 4 completed to Gabe Davis, another one of the players added this week by the Bills. Hardman, a free agent signing. Gabe Davis, a standard elevation off the practice squad. But again, Josh Allen, a 2-yard touchdown run. The extra point was good, and the Bills have a 7-3 lead over the Buccaneers with 4:09 to go in the opening quarter.
Thank you so much, Pat. And it looks like the Steelers are going to get stuffed on 3rd down. So in 3rd and 2, they don't get it. It's 4th and 1. We'll see if they go for it. On 1st and 10 from the 50, the Vikings complete a pass across the middle. J.J. McCarthy to Justin Jefferson. That's going to get them to about the Chicago 31-yard line. So like I said, the Vikings have been inconsistent offensively all year round. Their defense has been stout, and more of that today as J.J. McCarthy takes the snap from under center. We'll see where they go with that one as they look to get something going. 4th and 1 for the Steelers. I do not think they're going to get it as the Bengals hang tough. From my view, it looks like they didn't get it. The refs are lining up behind the 1st down marker. We'll see what happens there. Jones Jr. with the carry for the Vikings in that one. Jordan Love on the field now as the Packers took over after what was almost a near interception, but then a punt by the Giants. They're on their own 38-yard line with a toss to Josh Jacobs for 5 yards to the left. We'll get a lot more to that. The Vikings are now in the red zone. It's 2nd and 9 for them from Chicago 16. No one else in the red zone right now. The Panthers are getting ready to punt it. We got a lot more to get to, a lot of action. We'll come back. We'll give you an update on that Vikings drive and all the other games right here on Gridiron Game Day. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, Panthers quarterback Bryce Young just took a hard hit on a Falcons sack. Young is being attended to on the field. Another injury, Titans receiver Calvin Ridley left their game against the Texans. Ridley is questionable to return. He was holding his ankle after making a reception on the Titans' first play from scrimmage. Earlier, the Dolphins edged the Commanders in Madrid 16-13 in overtime. That's 3 wins in 4 games for the Dolphins. Meanwhile, the Commanders have dropped 6 in a row. Jets special teams player Chris Boyd is in critical but stable condition after sustaining a gunshot wound to the abdomen in Midtown Manhattan early this morning. The 29-year-old Boyd is on injured reserve for the Jets after suffering a season-ending shoulder injury in the preseason. No arrests have been made, according to the NYPD. An investigation is ongoing. Bills receiver Keon Coleman is a healthy scratch for the Bills after missing a team meeting on Friday morning. The Bills still leading the Buccaneers 7-3 late in the first quarter. 4 games coming in the later window. The 8-2 Broncos can take firm control of the AFC West as they host the 5-4 Chiefs. A terrific NFC West battle as the 7-2 Rams host the 7-2 Seahawks at SoFi Stadium. Brock Purdy is back at quarterback for the 49ers as they visit Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals. Lamar Jackson and the Ravens are looking to win a 4th straight as they face the 2-7 Browns in Cleveland. And a real good Sunday night game as the defending champion Eagles host the 6-3 Lions. NBA news, LeBron James will be a full participant in practice with the Lakers tomorrow, according to Shams Charania. The 40-year-old James has been out for the season so far due to sciatica. A couple of underachieving teams meeting up in Boston this afternoon. It's the 6-7 Celtics host the 4-8 Clippers. Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs are hosting the Kings at 4 Eastern. Top matchups tonight include Magic Rockets, Hawks Suns, and Bulls Jazz. And NHL, Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin found the net in the Penguins' 4-0 win over the Predators in Stockholm as part of the NHL's Global Series. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes. And we've got a little bit of injury news. Bryce Young to the locker room after we heard on that last update. And Jordan Love now jogging to the locker room. They've rushed him to the tent and then rushed him to the locker room. So we'll see what that means. Maybe it's a good sign for Packers fans and Jordan Love. More on that and the Giants-Packers matchup. Mike Mancuso's got us from MetLife.
Okay, Anthony. Right now, the Packers have the ball on the Giants' 4-yard line. Giants lead 7-0, and as you were just discussing, Jordan Love apparently took a shot on the left shoulder. And again, I don't want to, be specific. It looked that it was the left shoulder. He went into the tent, went into the locker room. Malik Willis is now in at quarterback, and actually he just got a first down on a real nice play, a well-designed run. It was a 16-yard run, put the Packers on the Giants' 16, and a couple of plays later, they are now knocking on the door on the 4-yard line. Josh Jacobs running well as he usually does for the Packers. He has 5 carries for 36 yards. Jameis Winston, 4 of 6 for 48 yards for the Giants, leading them on a drive to score on their first possession. It was a 65-yard play. Devin Singletary going in from 5 yards out. So right now the first quarter has come to an end. Teams are moving to the other side of the field and now waiting on an announcement on Love. He has a left shoulder injury, and his return is questionable. You might be hearing that in the background as I say it. So after one period, 7-0 Giants.
Thank you so much, Mike. So, again, to reiterate what Mike said, left shoulder injury for Jordan Love, return questionable. Now 3rd and 8 for the Bucs as they are in Buffalo's red zone. It is now, they're on the 11-yard line from Buffalo's territory, and Baker, after the scramble, drops back, and they'll look to get a score as he throws that to the running back. And it looks like he'll get the first down, not a touchdown, but he'll get the first down. Minnesota and the Bears are continuing to battle it out. The Bears got the ball at midfield, and let's see what Wally Langfellow's got for us.
Well, Anthony, it's 3rd and 3 for the Bears, as you said, near midfield at the 43-yard line. They just picked up their first down of the game. Viking defense has been strong against this Bears offense thus far, really forcing Caleb Williams to do things that he doesn't want to. Statistically, in this 3-0 game, which, by the way, Will Reichert hit a 31-yard field goal just moments ago with 2:10 to go in the quarter on an 8-play, 47-yard drive. Statistically, Williams so far 2 of 6, 21 yards. J.J. McCarthy, 6 of 10 for 37 yards. The Vikings have leaned on Aaron Jones here early, 8 carries, 35 yards, and he really kind of carried the mail for them to set them up for that field goal. So 3-0, Minnesota leading here as we begin play in the second quarter.
Thank you very much, Wally. As we 4th and inches now for the Bucs, and they look to, and it's going to be a touchdown for Baker as he leaps over the line of scrimmage and gets him in there. It almost does a full somersault, lands on like his shoulder, neck area, and he launches the ball into the crowd. He might have hit the sweets in that one. 9-7, first rushing touchdown in the last 17 games for Baker Mayfield. So those Baker Mayfield anytime tutties, pickers are very happy, as that's going to be 10-7 after the extra point. So 10-7 Bucks over Bills. A little extracurricular activity on that one after the kick. Baker pump faking. It was a beautiful, decision by Baker. He's been, he's got a little sneaky speed out there, and he is able to get them in the end zone. It's going to be first down for the Falcons, depending on who this penalty is on, as they've just entered Carolina's 18, so they're in the red zone. No one else right now very close. Jags have the ball, 1st and 10 after the punt from their own 33. It's 3rd and 8 for the Bengals from their own 26. It's also 2nd and goal. I'm sorry, the Packers are in the red zone still, so we'll see what they get out of that one, as it's 2nd and goal from the 1. They're lining up with Malik Willis on their snap, and they're not going to get it. Josh Jacobs just going to get back to the line of scrimmage, as Bobby Okereke with a big hit there. Malik Willis trying to do anything right now to get this ball in the end zone. 7-7 in that Panthers-Falcons game. 10-7 Bucks over the Bills after the Baker touchdown. 3-0 Titans over Texans. Texans have the ball 2nd and 20 from their own 36-yard line. The Bears 3rd and 4 from the 43. Now it's 4th and 4 from their 43. 3-0 Vikings. As we said, if the Packers get in here from 3rd and goal as Willis scrambles, we'll get an update on that one in a second. But first, let's go out to Jacksonville. Chargers, Jags, and we've just had a big play in that one. Brian Scheibel's got more for us.
Yeah, the Jags looked good on their last drive. Bashir Tootin leading the way, 3 tough runs on the drive, including a big 4-yard touchdown. There was a huge 31-yard pass interference penalty on Tarheeb Still that certainly helped the Jags, on that possession. Now, Jags defense did great. Big sack on Justin Herbert by Danny Strigo and Trayvon Walker. Forced the 3 and out. Looked like the Jags were going to take over on their 38-yard line, but first play, Trevor Lawrence gets picked off by Dante Jackson of the Chargers, and they turn it right back over. So right now, we're at 2nd and 13 for the Chargers, 12 minutes to go here in the second quarter. They're on the Jags' 40-yard line, and they trail Jacksonville 7-3.
Thank you so much, Brian. At MetLife, Malik Willis able to take a big hit, complete the pass, and score the touchdown. They did miss the extra point, so it is 7-6. Brian Burns absolutely leveled him as he hits Christian Watkins in the back of the end zone on Deontay Banks. All over him, still able to make the catch. Buffalo Bills, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they're battling it out. Our marquee matchup of the 1 o'clock window, and it has not disappointed yet. More on that. Pat Malakari's got us covered.
That's right. The Bills and Buccaneers trading touchdown drives recently, capped off by a Baker Mayfield 4-yard touchdown run just moments ago. And 4th and inches, actually, faked the handoff, kept it himself, and gets in the end zone, capping off an 11-play, 69-yard drive for Mayfield and the Buccaneers. For Baker Mayfield, he has 3 carries, 23 yards, and a rushing touchdown. Also through the air, 5 for 7 for 33 yards as well. The Buccaneers got on the scoreboard first on a Chase McLaughlin field goal after Josh Allen turned it over inside his own 10-yard line. The Bills answered back with a touchdown of their own, but then again, Baker Mayfield moments ago with the 4-yard touchdown run. Tampa Bay just kicking off to the Bills now. Buffalo has the ball at their own 32-yard line with about 12 minutes to go in the second quarter. Tampa Bay up 10-7.
Thank you so much, Pat, the great Pat Malacaro. Let's go out to Tennessee. Texans, Titans, they're battling out. Brant Douglas has more for us. Oops, sorry. Brant, are you there? My apologies.
I'm here now. Here we go. That's all good. 13:35. Let's go in the second quarter. And we are just getting ready to start the second Titans drive of the game. The Titans' first drive going 13 plays, matching 50 yards before the Titans settling for a Joey Sly 56-yard field goal. Just in the Texans offense not able to get something started. A key holding penalty right around midfield kept them from advancing any further. So far in this game, Cam Ward passing is 6 of 8 for 57 yards. And on the other side, Davis Mills passing has 89 yards passing on 9 of 14. His favorite target thus far, Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins, both with a couple of catches each. Tennessee Titans are about to have the ball first down and 10 on their own 14-yard line. They get the ball back, 13:35 left in the second, and the Titans lead the Texans 3-0.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to MetLife. Mike Mancuso's got more on the Packers and the Giants.
Anthony, second quarter, 13 minutes remaining. Giants lead 7-6. The Packers just go 62 yards, 12 plays. It took them 7 minutes to score a touchdown. They did miss the extra point. Now, Lucas Harisic is the backup kicker today, and the winds are really gusty, and they're going to pick up, and it's already influencing the kicking game as the missed extra point. It was a 1-yard touchdown pass from Malik Willis to Christian Watson. Now, Willis is in the game because Jordan Love left the game with a left shoulder injury, and his return is questionable. We will update as we get more information. Right now, the Packers are kicking off the Giants. Giants lead 7-6.
Thank you so much, Mike. A big play downfield. Flacco drops back, tosses it up, and it's batted away. Could not complete the pass to Jamar Chase. Like we said, Christian Watson with the touchdown. Jordan Love already out with a shoulder injury, left shoulder injury, questionable to return. And now Josh Jacobs seen walking to the locker room. So we'll see what's taken from that one. Also, another Packers player down on the field, 53. I'm not sure who that is, but he's down holding his shoulder after delivering a huge hit on Deonte Banks. That's a tough one right there. He's definitely bang that shoulder up. Hopefully it's just a stinger and nothing more in that one. 2nd and 10 for the Chargers. They're on the Jacksonville 14. They're in the red zone as we speak. Let's see, anyone else in the red zone right now? No, we do have a big play in the Falcons-Panthers game. We'll get an update on that one in just a second. 10-7, Bucks over the Bills. Bills have the ball now in Buffalo territory. It's 3rd and 3 from the Tampa Bay 43-yard line. Titans, Texans. Titans got the ball back. They're up 3-0. They'll start their drive from their own 25-yard line. Bears have the ball after a Vikings punt. 1st and 10. Chicago has the ball at their own 26-yard line. The Giants will kick after that kickoff. Will start from their 23-yard line. After the punt by the Bengals, the Steelers are taking over from their own 20, and the Chargers, after a 2nd and 10 incompletion, take a big sack of Justin Herbert on that one. 3 guys rushing the passer, and I think it's Josh Allen, what is his hyphenated name now? Josh Hines Allen, sorry. He gets the big sack on Herbert, and that's going to put them back to the 28, 4th and 24. They'll kick the field goal, so we'll get an update as soon as that goes final. In the Falcons game, I told you there was a big update. Falcons now up 13-7, could be 14, pending the extra point. Bijan Robinson with his 2nd touchdown of the day. It's now 14-7, and let's get more from Jeff Zell on the Panthers and the Falcons.
Well, the Falcons have taken the lead 14-7. Bijan Robinson, a 1-yard touchdown run. Atlanta now up by 7. Michael Penix is 9 of 10 for 131 yards on the day. Bijan, 10 carries, 50 yards, 5 a carry, and 2 touchdowns for him. The big news, though, on the Panthers last possession, Bryce Young took a vicious sack from Billy Bowman. He went down and was down for several minutes. He did run off the field, but his ankle is very hurt. He is questionable. So Andy Dalton will be coming in. Young had been 8 of 9 for 82 yards and a touchdown. So far, Drake London on the catches, 77 yards. He did the open. And
we're going to have to let Jeff go as his line is a little choppy there. You know, the thing is with Jeff, and we've learned this, is when the roof must be closed, because when the roof is closed, that is a complete hindrance to the phone lines out there. But we will get Jeff in a second in that one. As he said, Bryce Young out right now, Andy Dalton coming in. So we'll get an update on that as soon as possible. Our marquee matchup of the 1 o'clock window, like we said, is Bucks-Bills, and the Bills were in the red zone we last spoke. Pat Malacaro's got more for us.
And the Bills get in the end zone, matching score for score with Tampa Bay as Josh Allen scrambling around, finding Tyrell Shavers for a 43-yard touchdown pass. Just the fifth completion of the day for Allen, who's 5 of 10 for 78, and that touchdown also has a rushing touchdown of his own. That was the first TD of the day, giving the Bills a 7-3 lead in the opening quarter at the time. Baker Mayfield answering back last time we chatted, giving the Buccaneers a 3-point advantage again after an 11-play drive, and the Bills, again, 6 plays, 67 yards, quickly going down the field, and Allen connecting with Tyrell Shavers, who has 2 catches for 49 yards, that 43-yard touchdown reception, giving Buffalo a 14-10 lead, 8:52 to go in the second quarter. We talked about a pregame, and looks like the wind is not having as much of a factor early on as we maybe expected as the Bills get in the end zone there.
Thank you so much, Pat, and we'll watch that one. Bryce Young now back in the game. So Andy Dalton only did about 1 play. So we'll get more on that. We'll get more updates on Jordan Love. Like I said, injured left shoulder, questionable to return. Josh Jacobs also back in the locker room. We'll get an update there. Caleb Williams scrambling around, avoiding the sack. He'll get 7 yards out of that one. We'll monitor all of this. The Giants are threatening as well. They're at midfield. The Bears trying to get into the red zone. Titans about to punt back to the Texans. 14-7 Falcons over Panthers as Bryce Young comes back in. We'll give you all the updates on the scoring, turnovers, everything going on. 1 hour down, 6 more to go of NFL action. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jordan Love back in the game. So good news for Packers fans. No update yet on Josh Jacobs. So Bryce Young, who was out, he's now back in. And Jordan Love, who was out, he's also back in. We have the Jaguars getting to the 2-yard line, and that'll be first and goal for them. The Bucs are in the Bills' territory, and we've got a big play, as I speak, a big play in that one, as they are without Bucky Irving. So Rashad White and Steven Tucker dealing with the running back duo there, and a big 40-yard gash down the right sideline. Sean Tucker, my apologies. Sean Tucker down the right sideline, and that's going to make it 17-14. The game of the 1 o'clock window is not disappointing. Bears also in the red zone as just out of reach of Roma Dunze, a touchdown overthrown there. 3rd and 1 now for the Bears. First and goal, like I said, from the Jaguars, and a direct snap to Travis Etienne Jr., and he gets in. So that is going to make it 14-6 in that one. Again, both running backs scoring, and that'll be the first check off of our picks for the day. Let's get rolling in that. So a score there, score in the Bucs game. 1st and 10 for Minnesota's 13. We'll get an update as soon as that drive goes to completion. Steelers up 7-6 after the missed. So the Bengals scored, made it 7-6. Kicked the field goal, but then a penalty on the extra point by the Steelers moved them a yard or so closer, and the Bengals decided to go for it. They ended up direct snapping to Chase Brown and not getting it. So that's why it's 7-6, and the Steelers have the ball 1st and 10 from their own 23-yard line. All these games are in the second quarter now. About 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go in the half at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Falcons 14, Panthers 7. 3rd and 3 for the Panthers from the 41-yard line as the Bears now get into the 8-yard line as they get closer to the goal line. 3rd and 8 for the Packers. They'll convert there. That'll be 1st and 10 for them from the Giants' 32-yard line. Let's go out to Buffalo as I calculate that one, but let's go out to Buffalo. Bucks, Bills in a real dogfight as our premier matchup of the 1 o'clock window has not disappointed. Pat Malacaro's got more for us.
You're right about that. 3 touchdowns in the last 6.5 minutes of gameplay here in Orchard Park. Tampa Bay has 2 of those touchdowns. Baker Mayfield, the first of the 2. And just recently, Sean Tucker, a 43-yard touchdown run off the right side, giving the Buccaneers a 17-10 lead over the Bills. 5:37 to go in the second quarter. Just a 6-play, 66-yard drive for Tucker on the day. 6 carries, 57 total yards with that touchdown. And for the Bills, Josh Allen doing a little bit of everything today for the Bills. Actually, now 17-14 the score. Allen, a rushing touchdown to get Buffalo on the board, and then a passing touchdown to Tyrell Shavers of the 43-yard variety as well. Bills about to receive the kickoff and are coming out of their own end right now, trailing 17-14 with just about 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go, getting the ball at the 50-yard line after the kickoff return by the Bills.
Ooh, great kickoff return right there. Like he said, gets them to the 50. That's a huge return. Bills' rushing defense has been a problem all year. They're averaging 147 given up. They've given up 111. One thing to say, though, about this Bills team is they've had the best record. I got to get the exact time frame, but I think they were 25-3 at home in their last 28 games. It's the best record in all regular season in all of the NFL. 5.5 yards per carry the Bills give up. So that's the second most in the league. As you know, they're doing a little. I think it's CBS that we have on right now. A little funny graphic there after the Sean Tucker touchdown. So the Bills looking to stop the run. 111 yards on the ground for the Bucs. Like I said, no Bucky Irving, so a lot of Rashad Wright, a lot of Sean Tucker. Deep ball down the sideline, missing the open receiver, which could have been a touchdown there. So Josh Allen struggling a bit today. He's not playing bad. He's just, for his standard, he has struggled a bit. The Steelers are going to get a first down, and they're going to get to the 40-yard line in that one as they convert to third down. That puts them at their own 41-yard line. Packers threatening on the Giants' red zone as they're at New York's 35-yard line. It's 1st and 10 for them. 4th and 15 for the Texans at Tennessee's 38. We'll see what happens in that one, if they're going to kick it or not. But first, let's go out to Atlanta. Jeff Zell has more from Panthers-Falcons.
Okay, Falcons continue to lead 14-7, 2:04 to go. Atlanta on Carolina's 37-yard line. But some really good news. Bryce Young was able to go in the game, so he did not miss play. Andy Dalton did not get.
We'll put Jeff on hold again. We know battling that roof. The roof in Atlanta, a real struggle there as he, has a little bit of, but he, was breaking. Andy Dalton had come in. Bryce Young shortly after came back into the game. So good news there for the Panthers in that one. Texans drop back on 3rd and 5, and Davis Mills will take the sack as that's what led to that punt in that one. Let's go out to Jacksonville and get an update from Brian Scheibel in Chargers-Jaguars.
Yep. And Justin Herbert, right as we're speaking, just converts a big third down pass. Looks like for 25 yards to move the sticks to the Jags' 45-yard line. It's 2 minutes and 23 seconds to go here in the first half. And with Jacksonville on top 14-6, after Trevor Lawrence interception, Jags defense did their part on the last Chargers drive. A big Josh Hines-Allen third down sack forced a field goal attempt, which Cameron Dicker did knock through from 46 yards. But then Jacksonville did put together a 9-play, 60-yard drive, capped by a direct snap, 2-yard Travis Etienne touchdown. So Bayshell Tootin on the ground leading the way right now with 42 yards. Travis Etienne, 6 carries for 32 yards. Trevor Lawrence, 6 of 11 passing for 67. So just reached the 2-minute warning when we come back. Chargers have this 1st and 10 on the Jags' 45-yard line. 2 minutes to go, and Jacksonville on top of the Chargers, 14-6.
Thank you so much, Brian. A big play here in Buffalo. Before we get an update there, let's go out to Minnesota. Bears, Vikings battling it out, and Wally Langfellow's got more for us.
Yeah, the Bears are on the board, Anthony. A methodical, and I emphasize the word methodical, 15-play, 74-yard drive. You don't hear that much anymore. That's like the Bears of, like, I don't know, the 70s or something. It was it was efficient, I'll say that. With 4:55 to go in the second quarter, Kyle Monanga gets in from 1 yard out, and it was an 8-minute and 25-yard 8 minutes and 25 seconds, I should say, that took up on that drive. So they eat up most of the second quarter. They get into the end zone, and they now have the 7-3 lead with 4:20 now to go here in the first half. Minnesota has the ball on their own 23-yard line.
Thank you so much, Wally. Let's go out to MetLife. Packers, Giants battling it out. Jordan Love's back in. Mike Mancuso's got an update from MetLife.
And Jordan Love did come back in the nick of time for the Packers. They now lead 13-7. We have 7.5 remaining in the second quarter. It's been a long game, but the Packers just scoring on a 10-play, 84-yard drive. Emmanuel Wilson going in from 11 yards out. Wilson getting many of the carries on these last few drives as Jacobs is out with the knee. Questionable on his return, Josh Jacobs. On this 84-yard drive, Jordan Love, a couple of key scrambles and some good passes on the run. 24 yards to rookie Matthew Golden. A couple of grabs by Romeo Dobbs got them deep into Giants territory, and then Emmanuel Wilson goes in from 11 yards out. The reason the score is 13-7 because the Packers did miss an extra point after their first touchdown. Backup kicker Louis Heversick missing his first try. Malik Willis does have a touchdown pass in this game to Kristen Watson. He was playing for a little bit when Love was being evaluated for a shoulder injury. Jameis Winston quarterbacking for the Giants, who are now receiving the kickoff. They trail the Packers 13-7.
Thank you so much, Mike. And in that Bills game, Josh Allen with a ball throwing to Dawson Knox gets tipped up into the air by the defender of the Bucs and picked off. So another interception for Josh Allen. This time, not a chest pass, just a regular pass. Some more scores around the league. 14-7, Falcons over the Panthers. Falcons are at the Carolinas 25. Second and third for them. Giants coming back on the field. As we heard, down 13-7. Jameis Winston leading their offense. Bucks up 17-14. They take over at the 32 after the Josh Allen interception. 3-7. Bears over the Vikings. Vikings have the ball at their own 31. There is a player down in that one. Bengals 6, Steelers 7. Jaguars 14, Chargers 6. And let's get a complete update of Titans-Texans from our guy, Brant Douglas.
Not a lot to report here. I will tell you, we made it a 2-minute warning. It is 3-0 in favor of the Titans. The Titans with the only points thus far in the game. As we just mentioned, Joey Sly, a 56-yard field goal late in the first quarter. Since the teams have just been more or less trading punts. Cam Ward right now passing is 9 of 13 for 79 yards passing. Davis Mills 14 of 20 for 130 yards. Mills has been sacked twice, and neither team has a turnover thus yet. Again, we are at the 2-minute warning here in a gorgeous day in Nashville. It is the Titans 3, Texans nothing.
Thank you so much, Brant. In the Falcons game, a 22-yard Penix to London pass gets them to Carolina's 2. They're on first and goal. Penix drops back and scrambles to his right, and he just tosses the ball away out of the end zone to avoid the sack. So it'll be second and goal from them. 3rd and 7 for the Giants from their own 35-yard line as they look to get anything going offensively after a great first drive. J.J. McCarthy with a big pass downfield, and they got away, so we'll get an update on that in a second. And I think it's an interception to Bayard the third, and that's going to be a big play there. 7-3 Bears. Vikings losing 7-3. The Bears now have the ball at Minnesota's 25-yard line trying to get in the red zone. J.J. McCarthy struggling. When we first saw J.J. McCarthy this year, and it was week 1, Monday night, Bears-Vikings. Might have been the Sunday night game. I can't remember. Sunday or Monday night. But Bears-Vikings, terrible first 3 quarters for J.J. McCarthy. And then comes back with the comeback in the fourth quarter for a big touchdown and ends up, everyone's hyped up. He gets hurt a few weeks later, and since he's come back from injury, he struggled. They beat the Lions, but he struggled his 2 other starts. So that will be something to monitor as they go forward. Caleb Williams scrambling out to his left, tossing the ball downfield. That looks like it'll be a short completion to Colston Loveland. We'll get an update from this Falcons-Panthers game as we've got a completion of that drive. They were in the red zone threatening to score. Giants get a first down as it's 13-7 for them. That'll get them to about midfield after a big pass to actually a pass down to the left. I didn't see it. It was actually short to Singletary, and he took that past the line of scrimmage and over, or Tracy Jr. I'm sorry, I'm getting it all wrong right now. Tyrone Tracy gets the first down there after the little check down. 3rd and 5 now for the Bears as they drop back, and Caleb Williams avoiding a sack. And it tosses it downfield, almost a completion to Kyle Monungai, but that'll be 4th and 5 for them. They'll settle for a field goal most likely. I thought he was done, and he was able to scramble away and get something there. 4th and 7 for the Chargers, and another sack, a huge hit on Justin Herbert, but there is a flag, so we'll see what the call is there. We'll get an update in that just a second. There was a big play in the Falcons-Panthers game. Jeff Zell has more for us.
The Falcons are now up 21-7. We are inside 2 minutes. Tyler Algier, a 1-yard touchdown run, his first carry of the day. Earlier in the day, Bijan Robinson had carried 14 straight times for 75 yards and 2 touchdowns. Atlanta down 7-0 has scored 21 straight points. Michael Penix 11 of 12. Dre London 5 catches, 108 yards. By the way, when I get this in, Bryce Young, who took a base hit, a very bad ankle. We thought Andy Dalton was coming in. He got waved off. Bryce Young, tough, came in and played. He is now 9 of 84 yards, so he didn't miss any time. Falcons up 21-7. We have 41 left in the half.
Thank you so much, Jeff, and we will get back to that in a second. So Chargers drop back. They were in an illegal formation, and Herbert took a huge hit. It looked like a clean hit to me, I guess because he drove him into the ground. They called that a penalty, but he's been taking hits all day, again, under duress all day. But I understand. I'm not losing my mind over that call. Offsetting penalties, so it'll be 4th and 7 again, and I think they're going to kick it. But that was, to me, a little he hit him, and he didn't drive him into the ground, but I understand the call. I'm not losing my mind over it. Trey Lance on the screen. I don't know if that means if Trey Lance is coming in. It was a hard hit. So if Justin Herbert, he's tough, but if he came out, I would have been shocked. I don't think he's injured, so I'll get you a confirmation on that in just a second. Jameis Winston with a completion to Theo Johnson on the right side of the field. They're going to punt. They are pretty far. I didn't realize where they were in the field. So no field goal. Chargers punting after that one. And we'll get an update there in a second. I want to just see what the call was on Herbert as far as if he was hurt or not. They just showed Trey Lance, so maybe I'm just overreacting to what the broadcast showed. 3rd and 1 for the Giants as they line up under center. Winston at the line of scrimmage trying to get the first here, and he's going to push it forward. QB sneak. He got like 9 yards on that QB sneak. A huge run for him. Let's go out to Minnesota. Bears, Vikings. A tough go of it so far for the Vikings offense, but the Bears haven't been able to muster much together. Wally Langfield's got more for us.
Yeah, J.J. McCarthy and the interception bug has bitten again. His 7th of the year, first of this afternoon's game. It leads to a Chicago Bears field goal right at the 2-minute warning. Caro Santos hits a 38-yard field goal. They only moved the ball 5 yards after the interception return, but nonetheless, it is now 10-3 in favor of the Chicago Bears. McCarthy on the day, 8 of 14, 1 interception, 45 yards. So, as you just said, the Vikings offense has struggled. For the most part, the Bears offense struggled too, with the exception of that long 15-play, 74-yard drive. Nonetheless, 10-3 in favor of the Bears. Vikings just received the kickoff after the field goal by the Bears.
Thank you so much. Wally Langfellow, sorry about that. Called him Langfield before. I'm all over the place today. A lot coming at us, a lot more to come, and a lot more excitement going out. Tate McMillan with a 39-yard reception there as they're down 21-7 against the Falcons. We'll see what happens in that one. 2nd and 8 for the Jags after the punt. They're up 14-6. A lot of football to come. The Falcons are trying to hold off that Panthers drive. We'll get all the updates. Steelers have the ball after a punt by the Bengals. That one's been a defensive struggle after an early battle in that one. The sneak on the goal line here by Trevor Lawrence is going to make that one about 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6. We'll get back to this. We'll get all the updates. We'll get you the injury report from the guys that have been out. We'll get you an update on the fantasy leaderboards. More right here. Stay tuned. Infinity Sportsnet, Gridiron Game Day. I'm Anthony Gallo.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Darnell Washington is a train out there, the tight end, number 80 for the Steelers. He looks like an offensive lineman. He just stiff-armed and then trucked the guy on the pass right there. Big penalty in the Bucs-Bills game. It looked like an incompletion for Josh Allen. They called defensive holding and then a roughing the passer after he was driven into the ground. And then we've got a big one here as they take another one of the house. Ty Johnson there with a big run to the house in that one. That's going to be 20-17 prior to the field goal. That just happened as we came back from break. 25 seconds left. Falcons, Panthers in the half. Panthers have the ball. The Panthers about to kick off. My apologies. They just kicked the field goal, so 21-10. A drop pass, or it felt like it was more on Ted McMillan than it was Bryce Young. So we'll get an update in that one as soon as possible. Roughing the passer on the Bengals as Rodgers took a big hit there. It was a little late, I would say. Let's see on the replay how it looked. Yeah, very late as he was throwing down the check down in that one. 3rd and 5 for the Bills. They throw the screen. That's what led to the touchdown in that one. We've got a scoring update at MetLife. Mike Mancuso's got more on the Packers and the Giants.
Well, we are now tied at 13 with 105 remaining in the first half. The Giants just had a nice drive resulting in a 2-yard touchdown run by Devin Singletary, his second touchdown of the day. However, the extra point was taken off the board because of a chop block, so the Giants had to redo the kick, and that was now a 48-yard try for the extra point, and Wei Young Koo missed it. So that's why we are tied at 13. The Packers missed an extra point on their first touchdown. Jordan Love in this game, 5 of 10 for 65 yards. Jameis Winston, 8 of 11 for 86 yards. It's been a reasonably exciting first half. The wind is picking up, and we'll have a influence in this game in the second half. 56 seconds remaining in the first half. Packers in a hurry-up offense. They have the ball on their own 35-yard line. We are tied 13-13 here at the end of the first half.
Thank you so much, Mike. A big turnover in the Vikings-Bears game. Wiley Longfellow's got more for us.
Yeah, Anthony, J.J. McCarthy's at it again. Picked off for the second time in the first half. Actually, the second time in 2 possessions. And they were in field goal range. Minnesota was at the 30-yard line of the Bears, and Potter got picked off by Nashawn Wright, thus ending that drive. The Bears went 3 and out, however. Vikings got it back, fumbled right as the first half ends, so kind of like the bell ringing in a boxing match. They're saved by the bell. Nonetheless, first half is in the books, and it is still 10-3 in favor of the Chicago Bears. Caleb Williams, 7 of 16, 72 yards in the first half. J.J. McCarthy, 9 of 18, 2 interceptions, 73 yards. Aaron Jones, 42 yards on 10 carries for Minnesota. DeAndre Swift has 34 yards on 9 carries. Otherwise, everything else pretty even. Total yards, 126 Minnesota at the half. Chicago, 128. Time of possession's almost dead even, 14-36 Minnesota, 15-14 for the Bears. But the score on the board is 10-3 Chicago here at the half from the House of Noise in downtown Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Wally Langfellow. I am sorry again. I'm butchering everybody's name today, so we will get it right. I promise. By the end of the day, we'll get everything right. Bills, Bucks. It has been a slugfest back and forth. About 20 seconds or so left in the half in that one. The Bucks have the ball at midfield. Let's go out to Buffalo as Pat Malacaro's got more for us.
Yeah, the Bills just getting in the end zone, taking just 32 seconds after the Buccaneers punted just on the other side, on the Bills side of the 50-yard line. Ty Johnson, a 52-yard catch and run. Josh Allen's second touchdown pass of the game. He's 8 of 17 with those 2 touchdowns and a rushing touchdown as well. Giving the Bills the lead. The Buccaneers with the ball and about 15 seconds to go in the half, have the ball at the Bills' 35-yard line. Tampa Bay just taking a timeout. The Bills won the coin toss to start the game and deferred. So Tampa Bay trying to get points here on the board heading into the halftime because the Bills will receive coming out of the second half timeout. And the Bills, again, with a 21-17 lead, but Tampa Bay driving late stages of the second quarter, falling about the 35-yard line with Tampa Bay driving.
Thank you very much, Pat. Let's go out. It's in halftime. Falcons, Panthers. Let's go out to our guy, Jeff Zell, for a halftime recap.
Okay, we're at the halftime. Atlanta up 21-10. Ryan Fitzgerald, a 29-yard field goal. So Carolina answers after the Falcons' touchdown. They go 59 yards on 7 plays, and that's a way to get the points. Tetora McMillan, a great play, a 39-yard catch. He has 4 catches for 72 yards on the day, including a 7-yard touchdown catch. Bryce Young stayed in the game, didn't miss any time, 11 of 15 for 130 yards. For Atlanta, 3 rushing touchdowns. Bijan Robinson, 16 carries, 93 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, and Tyler Algier, rushing touchdown. Once again, Falcons on top at the half, 21-10.
Thank you so much, Jeff. The Steelers and the Bengals. There's about 10 seconds left. Steelers just kicked a field goal to make it 10-6. A couple plays prior to the field goal, Aaron Rodgers took a big hit. It was a little bit of a late hit in that one and came up holding his left wrist. He stayed in and played the next 2 plays, but he was holding his left wrist, so that's something to monitor there. Not his throwing hand, but definitely something to monitor in that one. Some of the other scores from around the league: Jaguars 14, Chargers 6, 13-13 Packers Giants, as that one still got 40 seconds left in the half. 10-6 Steelers over the Bengals, about 10 seconds left in the half in that one. Bears 10, Vikings 3 at halftime. Bucks have the ball from Buffalo's 21, 1st and 10 for them. They are out of timeouts now. There's about 6 seconds left in this one. We'll see if they end up going for it or just kicking the field goal. I guess they have enough time to run a quick play, but it looks like the kicker's on the sideline right now, and they are running it or are running the play here. And then another halftime, Falcons 21, Panthers 10. Baker in the shotgun. It's definitely I don't know what they're doing here. The Bills are calling a timeout now, and we will get the complete breakdown in that in just a second. But first, let's go out to Brant Douglas in Tennessee as he's got a halftime update in Titans-Texans.
Hey, thanks a lot. We are 3-0 at the half. The Titans are ahead of the Texans on the Joey Sly field goal being the only difference. One of the key plays that took place actually was in the first quarter on the opening drive. The Texans had driven for 12 plays. They had a short field goal, which was hit off the upright by Matthew Wright, but then Jeffrey Simmons, the Titans veteran, was called for running into the long snapper. That gave the Texans a chance to score again. The Texans got it down to the 2-yard line. They went for it on 4th and goal, and the Titans were not able. The Titans were able to stop them. Titans went the other way and got the field goal, and since then it's been all back and forth with a lot of punting going on in between the 30-yard lines. Not a lot of distance going either way. As the first half statistics, looking at Davis Mills passing, 14 of 22 for 130 yards. Those 14 passes going to 8 different receivers. Woody Marks, 10 carries, 21 yards for the Texans. As for the Titans, Cam Ward started out 6 of 7 passing, and he was actually 8 of 10. but he's not been able to complete 5 of his last 6. He is 9 of 16 for 79 yards. And for the Titans, nothing much on the ground as well. Tony Pollard, 1 carry, 11 yards. We're about 6 minutes left of the second half kickoff as the Titans lead 3-0.
Thank you so much, Brent. After a timeout by the Bills, they added 4 seconds to the clock, or 3 seconds to the clock, so it was really 9 seconds. They run a quick out pattern. They get to about the 10, and now the Bucs are lining up for a 29-yard field goal. 5 seconds left in the half, so this will get us to 21-20 if he could hit this. So the 29-yard attempt for the Bucs is blocked. It is blocked by the Bills, and there'll be a second left. I'm sure. What did they say? Are they saying a timeout? I don't know what the call is. All the Bills are now standing around. They're calling a flag on the play, so this could be big. It could move the Bucs into a situation where they're close enough to go for it. We'll stick with this right now until we get an update in that one. Giants, Winston's going to kneel out the ball for the half. They are saying, I don't know what the call was there. They say holding. How do you get a hold as a defense? Oh, maybe because okay, never mind. I'm an idiot. On the Bills on the block, they get a hold. He pulled down the guy. I don't know what the call was there. I really don't know what the call was there. They called a hold. It looked like he barely touched him, I guess because he pulled him forward. And they're just going to retake the kick now. 21-17, a second left. I would have went for it. Hey, you get a chance like that, the universe is telling you go for it, in my opinion. This is the last game before the half, and the kick is good. Almost blocked again there. So 21-20, Bills over the Bucs going into halftime. One final time before we go to the update. 21-10, Falcons over the Panthers at home. 21-20, Bills over the Bucs. Titans 3, Texans 0. Bears 10, Vikings 3 on the road. 13-13, Packers Giants. Each team missing an extra point in that one. Jaguars 14, Chargers 6. They just kicked off the second half. So we'll take a break. We'll come back, and we'll get you the rest of the NFL action in the 1 o'clock window, then the 4 o'clock window. We'll take a break. We'll get an update from our guy, and we'll have the second half for you in a second. Pete McCarthy's got us with an update.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Early injuries. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert went into the medical tent late in the first half in their game against the Jaguars. Herbert was injured after being sacked on a 4th down. Trey Lance is the backup quarterback for the Chargers. The second half is underway. The Jaguars with the ball first, and the Jaguars leading that game over the Chargers 14-6 a couple of minutes into that third quarter. Packers running back Josh Jacobs is questionable to return from a knee injury. Green Bay already saw quarterback Jordan Love leave temporarily after taking a shot to his left shoulder. Malik Willis, the backup quarterback, finished off a scoring drive before Love returned. Packers and Giants tied at 13 at the Meadowlands. Panthers quarterback Bryce Young momentarily went to the locker room after being sacked by the Falcons. He actually didn't miss a play and is back for the Panthers, who were down 11 in Atlanta at the half. Titans receiver Calvin Ridley was injured on their first play from scrimmage. Ridley needed to be carted to the X-ray room to have his ankle checked out. Ridley is officially questionable to return. Earlier in the first ever NFL game in Spain, the Dolphins topped the Commanders in overtime 16-13. The game-winning field goal was set up by a Jack Jones interception of Marcus Mariota. The Dolphins have won 3 of 4. A busy late window with some real solid matchups. The leaders in the NFC West, the 7-2 Seahawks and 7-2 Rams, are squaring off at SoFi Stadium. The Broncos could do some major damage to the Chiefs' run of 9 straight AFC West titles. The Broncos are hosting the Chiefs, already 3 games up in the division. The Ravens still in the hunt in the AFC North despite a 1-5 start. They'll look for a 4th straight win as they take on the Browns in Cleveland. Brock Purdy returns for the 49ers as they visit the Cardinals. Tonight, it's the defending champion Eagles hosting the Lions at Lincoln Financial Field. Jets special teamer Chris Boyd is in critical but stable condition after sustaining a gunshot wound to the abdomen in Midtown Manhattan early this morning. NBA Victor Wembanyama is out for the Spurs as they are taking on the Kings at 4 Eastern. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. And we are back, and the second half of the 1 o'clock windows is underway. And let's not even waste any time. We already had a big play, a scoring play in the break, and let's get the complete breakdown. Chargers, Jaguars, Brian Scheibel's got more for us.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a surprise to some, but the Jags are looking really impressive today. Right out of the break, 11 plays, 65 yards. Trevor Lawrence leading the Jags down the field. A couple notable plays, a 21-yard reception to Jacoby Myers. Also hit Parker Washington on a big 11-yard pass. And then probably the biggest play of the drive. He's facing a 3rd and goal from the 6-yard line. Pass interference called as they're trying to connect with Parker Washington in the back of the end zone. So that set up the Jags at the 1, and then Trevor just kept it himself and ran it right in. So a time-consuming drive. Like I said, 11 plays, 65 yards. Jags extend the lead. 7:50 to go here in the third quarter. They're now on top of the Chargers, 21-6.
Thank you so much. As well, Justin Herbert was briefly hurt in that game. Not hurt, but they were checking him out. He is fine, I believe. So we'll get an update when they finally get to take the field. Not shocking, but not what I expected. I expected a Chargers win today, and I certainly did not expect it to be a kind of decent deficit. 3 rushing touchdowns. Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne Jr., and Tootin all scoring in that one. So very impressive, I would say. More impressive because I don't think that the Chargers defense has been playing awful in this one. Still the same protection problems for Justin Herbert as he keeps getting banged up in that one. The Vikings get the first, or the Bears get the first down. My apologies, after a Monangai 7-yard run. So it's now 1st and 10 for the Vikings from Minnesota's 39. The Texans just punted to the Titans as they will take over at about the 35 in that one. As that one's underway, still at halftime, Bengals, Steelers, Packers, Giants, but those are shortly about to be underway in a second as the Texans are going to take over at their own 24-yard line after the kick. Like we said, Jaguars 21, Chargers 6, Bucks and Bills still at halftime, Bills 21, Buccaneers 20, and we've got a big play in Carolina. First, let's go out to Minnesota. Bears, Vikings. Wally Langfellow's got us covered.
Yeah, Anthony, as I'm watching this thing progress, it looks more and more like the Chicago Bears have kind of found themselves on offense here in the second half as they begin. They've driven the ball now all the way down inside the Vikings 30, although the last completion is now being challenged by the Vikings. We'll see what the officials say. And I'm watching the replay. Oh, yeah, the ball hit the ground. So that'll come back, and the Bears will be moved back here. It will be 2nd down and 10 as opposed to the 2nd down and short. On the day, Caleb Williams, 10 of 19, 102 yards. DeAndre Swift, 34 yards on the ground. J.J. McCarthy, we talked about this earlier, 10 of 19, but 2 interceptions. And as you're watching him throw, you can see him going through his progressions. He holds the ball an awfully long time, and it has been costing him both in the interception routine and when he does release it, he's throwing the ball about 100 miles an hour, and his receivers can't handle it. So it's 10-3, Bears leading the Vikings. Bears have the ball deep in Vikings territory, but they will be facing, as they said, they just overturned that, so they'll bring the sticks back, and it'll be 2nd down and long.
Thank you so much, Wally. And McCarthy's held the ball long. He's made some poor decisions, so we'll see if frustration ever sets in for that Vikings offense. I don't think we're at the point where we even question him being benched, but he has not been good. And it's been it's more bad than good this year, in my opinion, with J.J. McCarthy. A big run for Chase Brown. Got them the first down, and then a few plays later, it's now 2nd and 6 for the Bengals at the Steelers' 38-yard line as they're trying to put some more points on the board as they're down 10-6. And another big run for Chase Brown as he's going to get about 7 yards to get the first down in that one. Giants Packers. That one is kicked off in the second half. The Packers have the ball from their own 35 as Jordan Love lines up under center. Still no Josh Jacobs. I'll get you the update on that in a second. But first, let's go out to Tennessee Titans versus Texans. Brant Douglas has got us.
And the Titans drove the opening drive, 8 plays, 37 yards, and settled for a 47-yard Joey Sly field goal, his second of the game, as the Titans double their lead. A couple of injury updates for the Titans. Told you about Calvin Ridley early in the first half, got injured on his first catch of the game. He is out with an ankle injury. And in the meantime, Chimere Dike, who has been a favorite target of Cam Ward thus far, as both of them have their rookie season, he is out on concussion protocol after taking a hard hit on a fumbled punt return. Texans on their first play after a touchback go about 20 yards, and they're already into Titans territory. We'll see if they can put some points on the board. 10 left to go in the third. It's the Titans 6, the Texans nothing.
Thank you so much, Brant. Josh Jacobs, questionable to return. He went, when he went into the locker room earlier, it was to get an x-ray on his left knee, so he's questionable to return, and Emmanuel Wilson is obviously in for him at backup. As Brant told us, 6-0 Titans over the Texans, and the Texans will take over after the kick. 3rd and 10 now from the for the Bengals. They're at the, I'll get you the exact yardage in a second. They're at the Steelers' 41-yard line in that one. A nice pass for Davis Mills is going to get the Texans to the 50-yard line. Actually, it looks like they're going to get into Titans territory. Let's go out to Atlanta. Panthers, Falcons. The Panthers trying to keep pace with the Falcons, and more on that. Jeff Zell has got us with the breakdown.
Well, on their opening drive, they scored a touchdown, 5 plays, 68 yards, 256. It is now 21-16 Atlanta. Bryce Young, a 36-yard touchdown pass to Xavier Legette. Now get a hold of this. On the ensuing kickoff, Atlanta fumbled, and the Panthers now have the ball inside the around the Atlanta 30-yard line. So after taking a 21-7 lead, Atlanta has now surrendered 9 straight points and given up the ball. On the day, Bryce Young, 15 of 19, 196 yards, and 2 touchdowns. So the Panthers, after being down by 14, now have a chance to go in and take the lead. They're just down 5, 21-16, 11:54 to go in the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Jeff. So the quick turn of events. I'm talking about keeping pace, and the Panthers are outpacing them right now as they have the ball. They are right outside that red zone, so it'll be 1st and 10 from Atlanta's 32. 3rd and 5 for the Bears. Looks like a face mask. I think they missed it. That was a pretty bad one, too, to miss. I'm trying to see if they threw the flag or not. They missed it, and they're going to line up for the field goal in that one, and it is good. A 54-yard field goal for Cairo Santos. That makes it 13-3 in that one. And the Panthers, they kicked it off, and we're going to get a replay here of the fumble. And it was just a low kick, and the Panthers, the ball came down, he picked it up, which he almost fumbled it on the kick, and then on the ensuing scramble, he gets hit, ball locked loose, and Brooks fumbles, and that's how the Panthers took over in that one. 1st and goal for Tennessee, for the Titans from Tennessee's 1-yard line after a big pass by Davis Mill. It's going to be 2nd and goal now after a 2-yard loss for Woody Marks. Davis Mill, 17 of 25, 185 yards. So they're still down 6-0, and they blew up the line quick on that one. So it's going to be 2nd and goal for them. As well, Panthers now 2nd and 5 from Atlanta's 27 after a short pass to Xavier Legette. And we'll see, and Higgins was the one with the big pass that got them into the red zone on that one. Davis Mills really playing well the last 2 weeks. I know they're down right now. They haven't scored, but we'll see what happens after the official timeout. 13-3, Giants, Packers. 2nd and goal for the Packers. Golden on the sideline now. They're showing him. It looks like he's banged up. A rough day. Jordan Love injured earlier. Left shoulder. Came back into the game. He's back in the game right now. Josh Jacobs hurt. He's questionable to return in this one as Emmanuel Wilson is taking over the backup running back duties in this one. Jags got the ball back after a 3-and-out for the Chargers, and they're going to take over at their own 24. So a 2-yard run, a 0-yard pass, and an incompletion leads to the punt for the Chargers. So the Jags take it over. They're trying to put this one away. And this is a Jags team that probably needed a comfortable win, and they need to close right now. You're up 21-6. There's 6 minutes left. The Chargers can't get anything going, and at some point you have to close this game out after a few chokes, and last week being the most notable and the most recent. And we've got a big play here, Packers, Giants. We'll get an update in that one in just a second. Let's see. It was Wiley. I'm going to get you the exact name for who just scored that touchdown for them. It was Josh Weil. He scored a 2-yard reception. It's now 19-13 after the extra point. We will get the update there. A lot to get to. A lot of updates to come. We've got the end and the second half of these 1 o'clock windows. We'll get some player interviews live from the stadium. We'll get the 4 o'clock window. The great Jody Mack joins me at 6 o'clock, and we'll break down everything and preview tonight's action. Stay tuned. We got an exciting second half of these 1 o'clock windows coming up. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. If you're watching the games right now, Giants on 4th and 1 convert direct snap to Devin Singletary, and they definitely get that ball past the line of scrimmage. He's having a day. Little update from Tennessee. Calvin Ridley has been downgraded to out with an ankle injury, and Shamir DK is in concussion protocol. He's also been ruled out, so not very good news there in that one. And also, Io Mainer's also down after that last play, so the Titans are losing a lot of wide receivers quick in that one. So we'll update that as soon as possible as well. In our marquee matchup of the day, the Bucks and the Bills. The Bucks just punted to the Bills, and then I think there was a penalty, so they got the ball back, and now they have the ball. Oh, it was a fumble recovery. Okay, so after the punt, a fumble recovery. So they are now in the red zone of the Bills. Let's go out to Minnesota. Vikings, Bears, they're battling it out, and Wally Longfellow's got us covered.
You almost got it right that time, Anthony. You're close. You doubled back.
I'm trying. My fault, dude.
No worries. I've heard it my whole life. Hey, the Bears up 13-3 in this one. A Carlos Santos 54-yard field goal came off of the first drive of the second half. The Bears drove it 9 plays, 33 yards in 4:29, and they take the 10-point lead. So then the Vikings get the kickoff after the field goal. They go 3 and out, and for the first time this year, I got to tell you, the Boobers are out on J.J. McCarthy as he just whistled one over the head of Justin Jefferson on a third down play. He does not look good at all, and Viking fans are starting to get frustrated. I'm thinking they're thinking back to 2011 when they took Christian Ponder with a high draft pick in the first round, and it didn't work out very well.
I think we lost Wally there, so we will come back to him when we have a chance. He was saying the Boo Birds were out. I thought my headphones broke there for a second. He said the Boo Birds were out in Minnesota in that one. So we'll see what happens with J.J. McCarthy. I don't think they bench him, especially without Carson Wentz healthy. Max, I have to double-check his name. I think it was Boomser? Brosner, okay. And, I'll get names right today at some point, between Wally and everybody else. I'll get it right now. 3rd and 3 for the Bucks inside the 15 of the Bills' territory. Some update. I spoke to you about the left injury. I thought it was his wrist. It might be his hand. That's what they're reporting now. Tom Pelissero, Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers, questionable to return with a left hand injury. So Mason Rudolph is in the game for them right now in that one. Jags are in the red zone trying to put another score on the board as they're up 21-6. Let's go out to New York. Mike Mancuso's got an update on Giants-Packers.
All right, Anthony. 19-13, the Packers are on top of the Giants. They have missed 2 extra points today. Lucas Havrisek has missed twice, but in all fairness, the wind is wicked today here at MetLife Stadium on the Packers' scoring drive, and they're playing without Josh Johnson, who left with a knee injury. It was a 2-yard touchdown pass from Jordan Love to Josh Wiley, his tight end, for that 19-13 lead. On that 66-yard drive, they were aided on a pass interference penalty committed against Matthew Golden that set the Packers up on the 3-yard line. Right now, the Giants, under Jameis Winston's leadership, have the ball 3rd and 6. They're on their own 42-yard line, but they trail the Packers 19-13 here at MetLife Stadium.
Thank you so much, Mike. The Bucs are in the red zone right now, threatening. So let's go out to Buffalo. Bucs, Bills battling it out in our marquee matchup of the 1 o'clock window. Pat Malacaro's got more for us.
Yeah, that's right, Anthony. And the Buccaneers actually just getting in the end zone with a Sean Tucker touchdown run for about 6 yards out. That'll be a second rushing touchdown of the game. Had a 43-yard touchdown run in the second quarter, and now adds his second of the day. He's the leading rusher for the Buccaneers, now 13 carries for 92 yards on the day, and those 2 touchdowns. Baker Mayfield has the other touchdown on the ground today for Tampa Bay. Through the air, he's 12 of 18 passing with 111, and for Mayfield, actually had a big third down conversion on this drive, which was started by a McCole Hardman fumble on a punt. That was the 3rd turnover of the day on the Bills. Josh Allen had the first 2 on interceptions. The Bills actually received the second half kickoff, had an opportunity on a long 3rd down conversion, but it was called back on a forward pass, an illegal forward pass, and allowed the Buccaneers after that punt to get the ball back. And now pending the 2-point conversion attempt by Baker Mayfield will actually be stopped. So the Buccaneers failed to convert on the 2-point conversion and will have a 26-21 lead over the Bills. 7:26 to go in the 3rd quarter here in Orchard Park.
Thank you so much, Pat. A little update in the Falcons game. Michael Penix Jr. to the medical tent. So we'll get an update there. A lot of injuries today so far. Once we get a confirmation on that, we will continue to give you more. 4th and 3 for the Giants at midfield. Winston drops back looking for the first down, and that looks like it's going to be a completion, and they are going to continue this drive. A big, toss and catch for Winston there. And the 2-point conversion, no good for the Bucs, as it's going to be 26-21. Baker Mayfield asking for the face mask. Jags, 2nd and 4 from the Chargers 6-yard line as they try to extend that lead. The Steelers settled for a field goal. As we said, no Aaron Rodgers, Mason Rudolph in the game there. Rodgers' return is questionable. The Bears have the ball at the Minnesota 22. 1st and 10 from them after a pass to Cole Kmet for 11 yards. Caleb Williams, 13 of 24, 147 yards in this one. A lot of action today, so we haven't gotten to get to it, so let's get to it right now. In that first half, obviously a little bit into the second half, here are your leaders of the day in the 1 o'clock window. Obviously, Devon Achane and Travion Henderson had big days in fantasy in the early window today, and then Henderson in the Thursday night game. But Bijan Robinson leads all of the 1 o'clock window, 25.1 points. He's got 94 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns, and he also added 2 catches. Sean Tucker, 21.1, 13 carries, 91 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Josh Allen has 18.6. Xavier Legette, 18.3. Nico Collins, 17.5. Drake London, 17.3. Tet McMillan, 17.2. And Bryce Young, 16.96. Also, Tyrell Shavers has 15.9. As far as defenses go, currently the Bears have 11 points. The only one notable and kickers. If this loads for me, I'll give you the kickers in a second. Riley Patterson from earlier, but Cairo Santos has 9, along with Joey Sly as well. So a big fantasy window early. There's still a lot of football left, as most of these games are only halfway through. Bears, let's see, the Bears and the Vikings, about 2 minutes left in the third quarter, as it's 4th and 3 now for the Bears after an incompletion well over the head of Colston Loveland. So we'll see if they are able to complete the first down there, and I think they were able to convert. It is actually not. They were showing a replay of a different play there. So we'll get you the update there in just a second. In that one, a lot of big plays to start that drive. So we'll see if they go for it, if they kick it in that one. The Bucs will kick it off now, as the Bills will start with the ball at their own 35-yard line. The Bears are kicking the ball for a 33-yard attempt, and that's going to make it 16-3 as they continue to extend their lead over J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings. First and goal here from the 1 for the Jaguars, as it's 21 Jaguars, Chargers 6, and Travis Etienne Jr. short again. It feels like this Chargers defense is not letting up in this one. 4th and 3 from the Giants, like we said before, and they converted it, and now they are in the, I'll give you the exact down and distance. It is 2nd and 3 from Green Bay's 21-yard line, and it looks like they are in the red zone after that last play. 2nd and 6 for the Titans. Nico Collins scored earlier to make it 7-6, and now they have the ball back. It's 2nd and 6 from Tennessee's 42. Let's go out to, like I told you, the Jags were on the goal line trying to, what you would feel like, put the Chargers away. And let's get more from our guy, Brian Scheibel from Jacksonville.
Yeah, you said it. I mean, Jaguars just continue to dominate today. Chargers right now in the fourth quarter only have 102 total yards. Justin Herbert is 10 of 17 for 81. For the Jags, Jacoby Myers has been a critical pickup today. Some big catches, 5 catches, 64 yards. Bashal Tootin, 15 carries for 75 yards. Going to check on him, though. He did come off the field slow following his last carry that was down near the goal line area, which he alluded to. Travis Etienne, 52 yards rushing as well. But the play that put the Jags up further now, Trevor Lawrence to Tim Patrick, a little 1-yard pass just moments ago. And right now, with 11:38 to go here in the fourth quarter, Jacksonville jumped out to a 28-6 lead on the Chargers.
Thank you so much, Brian. A big one there, and we'll see if the Chargers have some magic in that fourth quarter. And can Jacksonville hold the lead this week? 1st and 10 for the Bills. A little handoff to James Cook, as that's going to get him into the Tampa Bay territory of 19. That's in the red zone for them. Giants, it's 3rd down in this one, and they're at the Green Bay 14, I want to say, maybe 13, after a short run by Singletary. Let's go out to Tennessee, as the Texans are threatening to trying to extend their lead, as they're up 7-6 over the Titans, and more on that from our guy, Brant Douglas.
Hey, thanks a lot. And for the Titans, they allowed their first touchdown of the game, as the Texans scoring on a 3-yard touchdown pass from David Mills to Nico Collins. And you're right, the Texans did have the ball inside the Titans' 30, but a 3rd down pass to the left side was tipped away incomplete. And so it will be another field goal attempt for Matthew Wright, looking to extend the 7-6 lead. Davis Mills right now passing is 20 of 31 for 216 yards. The 1 touchdown. He's been sacked twice. For the Titans, Cam Ward had some yardage in their first drive of this, where they ended in a field goal. He's now 13 of 22 for 117 yards thus far in this game. And so Houston attempting the field goal. Matthew Wright is down the middle. And so the Texans now increase their lead 10-6 over the Titans. 1:32 left in the third.
Thank you so much, Brant. A few more updates in this one. Giants 4th and 3 from Green Bay's 10, and it looks like they are not going to convert. I think it was a sack on Jameis Winston, so the Giants turn it over on downs. The Vikings have the ball, 2nd and 2 from Minnesota's 29. In that one, the Texans obviously made the field goal, 10-6 there. Bills taking over. They have the ball now, 4th and 6 from Tampa Bay's 21-yard line. As I said, they were in the red zone previously after taking over after the touchdown by the Bucs. They are going to kick the field goal. That'll make it 26-24. Panthers in the Falcons' territory. They're in the red zone, 3rd and 6 from Atlanta's 16. They're trying to at least get, some points here, whether it's to make it 21-19 or to take the lead with a touchdown. Bryce Young having a good day, even with the injury. 21 of 27, 273 yards and 2 touchdowns there. Bengals have the ball at Pittsburgh's 36 after a 13-yard pass to T. Higgins. They're down 13-9, and the Jags are blowing the Chargers out right now, 28-6. Let's get an update from Minnesota. Bears, Vikings. The Vikings trying to stay alive, and we've got more from our guy, Wally Langfellow. Nailed it.
You did, Anthony. I'm proud of you. Oh, boy. Well, you've nailed more than J.J. McCarthy has today. I can tell you that. He nearly just threw his 3rd interception of the game. A couple of defenders ran into each other trying to get the football as he tried to squeeze one in again. I'll tell you this, and I don't think the folks watching on television could see this, but prior to this Vikings possession, J.J. McCarthy was throwing some warm-up tosses on the sideline. That tells me that he is not 100% healthy. There must be something going on down there that we don't know about. I mean, he has not looked good at all. I don't know that he has thrown more than 2 or 3 passes that have been really right on tonight. But nonetheless, the Bears have taken that 16-3 lead. Santos with his 3rd field goal of the day. That capped off a 10-play, 65-yard drive. They're still cleaning up on after the injury, so the Vikings will have the football. It is 3rd down, about 2.5 yards to go. They have the ball around the 8-yard line, and they trail 16-3. They are hanging by a thread here with 1:18 to go in the 3rd quarter.
Wally, let me ask you a question. Is there any chance they go to the backup here with the way J.J. McCarthy's playing, and maybe he's banged up?
Yeah, I'd say he just overthrew Jefferson again. I would say that that's a possibility, particularly if there's an injury. His backup is Max Brosmer. Interestingly, played for the University of Minnesota last season. It was very good. Just transferred in from New Hampshire and then played at the U of M last year. Was very good senior quarterback and was an undrafted rookie making the squad as the first-string quarterback, of course, until Carson Wentz got hurt. So, yeah, I would not be surprised to see him if, in fact, he is hurt. As I said, they just completed this series, and he just overthrew Jefferson. So the Vikings punting it away here with less than a minute 10 to go in the 3rd.
Thank you so much, Wally. We'll get more of an update on that one, see if that can improve. And it looks like we've got a turnover in the Steelers-Browns game, and this might have some points attached to it, as this one's going a long way, and we'll get an update on all of that. I think it is. It looks like a pick 6 for the Steelers. That might put that one out of it. Kyle Duggar, picked up midseason from the Patriots, so a big steal there for the Steelers. Right now, 19-9, pending the extra point, and it looks like another Travis Etienne Jr. touchdown as well in that one. It's going to be 3rd down here for the Packers in MetLife. Let's go out to Pittsburgh. Let's get a confirmation on what just happened. Steelers, Bengals. Brian Backo's got more for us.
Steelers get the defensive touchdown to really shift the momentum in this one, guys. Kyle Duggar, former Patriots second-round pick and safety, wasn't in this Steelers secondary last time they faced the Bengals when Joe Flacco and company shredded them in Cincinnati. Well, in this one, Flacco just throws it right to Duggar, serves up a pick, and it becomes a pick 6, a weaving 74-yard touchdown return by Kyle Duggar, and the Steelers defense makes it 20-9 with 37 seconds left in a game that Aaron Rodgers left at halftime. So Mason Rudolph is in at quarterback for Pittsburgh, but if it keeps going this way, he's not going to have to do much.
Thank you so much, Brian. Let's go out to Atlanta. Panthers, Falcons. Jeff Zell's got an update for us.
All kinds of things going on. It's now 21-19. The Falcons hold on to a 2-point lead, but Michael Penix took a tough sack. His knee was injured, and they're bringing in Kirk Cousins right now So a quarterback for Atlanta. Atlanta 1-7 after scoring a touchdown towards the end of the first half. Carolina went down, kicked a field goal with 25 seconds to go to make it 21-10. Then on their first drive of the second half, Bryce Young, a 36-yard touchdown pass, and Xavier Legette, 21-16, because they went 2 and didn't get it. Now they've just gone down to kick the field goal. So the Panthers have scored 12 points. Don't even include in that, they had a 4th and 1 at the 8, where Caden Ellis made a great stop on him. Bryce Young is 21-28 for 273 yards and 2 touchdowns. Let me just tell you this. The last time a Falcons coach was fired midseason was Dan Quinn, 2020, after a 0-5 start. He lost to the Panthers. This would be Atlanta's 5th straight loss. 2 of the last 3 Falcons coaches fired, which goes back to Mike Smith on the final game of the season, was fired after he lost to the Panthers. Only Arthur Smith got fired after losing to the Saints. So I'm not saying, but 2 of the last 3 Falcons coaches fired after Panthers losses. This could be the 5th consecutive loss if the Falcons don't hold on. It is 21-19. They have given up 12 straight points as we're heading to the fourth quarter with Kirk Cousins at quarterback.
Thank you so much, Jeff. So we'll get an update there. Penix out, Cousins in, and we'll see what happens with the Falcons. So not looking great there. We got a lot more to get to. All the exciting finishes in this 1 o'clock window as Baker Mayfield just threw an interception. So we'll get an update on all of that. We'll monitor all the big games, all the action. We'll get post-game interview live from the stadium from the players. We'll get to talk to them live on air. The great Jody Mack joins us at 6 o'clock to, live check-in with the 4 o'clock games with me and recap the day's action, as well as preview the primetime window. We'll be back. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're back, and these games are kicking off. The Vikings might have some life here. A 42-yard punt return gets them into nice field position. The Texans lining up for a field goal here. That'll make it 13-6 as that field goal is good. Panthers down 2 points, 21-19. They have the ball at their own 16 after a Falcons punt. Kirk Cousins is in. The Panthers got the stop on 31. Kirk Cousins is in. Michael Penix is hurt, so we'll get an injury update as soon as possible on that one. Jameis Winston has the Giants at Green Bay's 44. They're down 6. It's 3rd and 7 for them. The Bengals just entering the fourth quarter, down 20-9, 2nd and 2 at Pittsburgh's 45-yard line. They're trying to get anything going in that one. Chase Brown having a nice day. I know the Bengals haven't had a nice day, but he's got 5 catches, 25 yards, 13 carries for 82 yards as well. And it looks like we may have a big play here in Minnesota. We'll get a confirmation on that in a second. First, let's go out. Last I spoke to you, the Bucks were still up over the Bills, and let's get a complete breakdown as this game has flipped on its head. Pat Malacaro's got more for us.
Hey, you're right about Anthony. Last time we talked, it was a 26-21 Buccaneers lead, but points have come in bunches once again. The Bills getting a 39-yard field goal from Matt Prater, and then on the next drive, Baker Mayfield committing the first turnover of the day by Tampa Bay. A Cole Bishop interception, got up and ran to the 25-yard line of the Buccaneers, and the next play, Josh Allen connecting with James Cook for a 25-yard touchdown pass. The Bills retake the lead. They're now up 31-26 for Cook on the ground today. He's 8 for 16, but that big touchdown catch moments ago. Tampa Bay has the ball now for the Buccaneers. Baker Mayfield on the day, 12 of 20, 112 passing with an interception. Passes to 5 different receivers, including Sterling Shepard and Emeka Egbuka, each 4 receptions each. Tampa Bay with the ball at midfield now. Sean Tucker, who's led the team in rushing today, just over the 100-yard mark as they're getting to the 50-yard line. And again, the Buccaneers trailing the Bills 31-26, but have the ball and a 3rd and 1 at their own 47.
Thank you so much for that update, and we'll see what happens. Big hit there on Emeka Egbuka as he caught the ball and was just stood up. Sean Tucker with the first down on the 3rd and 1. It's 3rd and 2 for the Giants as they try to look alive in this one. They're down 19-6 or 19-13. Sorry, 19-13. My apologies. They're on the Green Bay 22. A handoff to Singletary, who's having a big day. He's going to get it. Spins around after looks like he was going to get hit short. There is a flag on the play, so we'll see if that pulls him back. That'll be another devastating penalty as the Giants' missed field goal got pushed back after a penalty in that one. Let's see what the call is. Holding on the Giants, so that's going to push them back after the conversion. You can't do that if you're trying to win ball games, but bad football teams do bad things, and that is one of them. Sean Tucker now has a 100-yard game on the day, his second of his career, and he's got another carry for 3 or 4 yards to get that to third and manageable as well. A lot of injuries. One more time, Michael Penix is out. Kirk Cousins is in that one. Earlier, we saw Jordan Love miss a little bit of time. He's been back in. Same thing with Bryce Young. He missed a little bit of time. He's back in as well. 2nd and 7 for the Panthers at Carolina's 48-yard line in that one. Vikings trying to get back in this, and let's get more from Minnesota. Bears, Vikings. Wally Langfellow's got more for us.
Yeah, Anthony, when all else fails, when your quarterback is missing and he's just not doing what he needs to do, hand the ball off. That's what the Vikings did after a big punt return from Miles Price. A 42-yard punt return set them up. And then a couple of plays later, 24-yard drive capped off by a 16-yard touchdown run by Jordan Mason. That brings the score now to 16-10 in favor of the Chicago Bears with 12:15 to go. So they get a special teams play, and then they hand the ball off a couple of times to Jordan Mason, and he gets in, and the Vikings get on the board for the first time with a touchdown. 16-10 now with 12:02 to go here in the fourth quarter.
Thank you so much, Wally. As we said before, Herbert throws an interception. Travis Etienne Jr. scores. It's 35-6, and we'll see if the Chargers did anything on their last drive, trying to grasp to a last, any last hopes that they had. Brian Scheibel's got more for us.
Yeah, you said it. Chargers, you have a bye coming up next week, and it certainly seems kind of like they maybe checked out at this point in this game. Herbert, Justin Herbert, you mentioned big interception. Antonio Johnson picked him off on his last possession, so they shut him down at that point, brought in Trey Lance. But the Jags, coming off of that Herbert interception, just 2 plays, Travis Etienne does finish out the drive with his second touchdown on the day. So Jags over 150 yards rushing on the game. Chargers just barely 100 yards total offense in this one. They do have to get the ball back now after the Jags went on a 4th down, but 8 minutes to go in this one. Jags all over the Chargers, 35-6.
Thank you so much for that update, Brian. And we'll go out to Tennessee. The Titans trying to hang on. They were, up for most of this game, and in the second half, the Texans have scored 13 unanswered points. They have the ball, and let's see what they're doing with it. Brant Douglas has more on the Titans and the Texans.
And the Texans increased their lead on a 43-yard field goal from Matthew Wright, his second in about 5 minutes of gameplay. It happened because Cam Ward, who had managed to avoid a sack the entire game, Ward was sacked. He fumbled, and it was recovered, and the same man did all 3 against Ward, and that was Will Anderson. But Houston unable to capitalize on having the ball deep in Titans territory, and they had to settle for a field goal. We have 10:24 left in the fourth quarter. The Texans have the ball, leading 13-6.
Thank you so much, Brant. As we continue to monitor that one, the Bengals previously had a penalty called on them, and that set them back a little bit. It's now 4th and 1 from Pittsburgh's 44-yard line after a timeout by Cincy, their first of the half. So we'll see where that leads them. They had offsetting penalties, so I apologize. That was offsetting penalties, so it did not matter. But now 4th and 1 for them, and it looks like famous Jameis might have had a big play in this one. Another week of upsets. This could be a upset at MetLife. We'll see what happens in a second. It's now 19-19 as Winston gets the QB sneak And the defense has played well. He's done enough to get them within a point of taking the lead. 2 mixed extra points by the Packers and a missed extra point by the Giants is why we are at 19-19 right now in that one. Some other scores from around the league: 35-6 Jags over the Chargers. Trey Lance in. Herbert not benched, but just they took him out. The game's over. They don't want him to get hurt, respectfully. Steelers, Bengals, we're still waiting for them to come out of the timeout in that one. Steelers 20, Bengals 9. Giants take the 1-point lead. It's now 20-19. Giants over the Packers. Bears 16, Vikings 10. 3rd and 3 for the Bears inside Minnesota's 27-yard line. 4th and 4 for Houston from their own 44. They're up 13-6. It's now 31-26, like we said. Bills over the Bucks. 3rd and 2 for the Buccaneers in Buffalo territory. They're at Buffalo's 29-yard line. And in Atlanta, the Falcons 21, the Panthers 19, 1st and 10 at Atlanta 17. We'll see what happens in that one. And the conversion here for the Bills, and we may have another score in that one. First, let's go out to Mike Mancuso in New Jersey for an update on Giants and Packers.
And the Giants have grabbed a 20-19 lead. Extra point was good. They drove 85 yards in 15 plays. Couple of plays by Jameis Winston that were pretty good, hitting Isaiah Hodgins, wide receiver, just signed off the Steelers practice squad. Hodgins has 5 grabs for 57 yards. On a 4th and 2 at the 22, Winston hit him to get down inside the 10-yard line, so paying immediate dividends, getting Hodgins back on the team. He had played with the Giants 2 years ago. Tyrone Tracy has ran well. Devin Singletary has 2 touchdown runs. Winston on the day, Anthony, 16 of 22 for 177 yards. And this game has featured a couple of missed extra points. Lucas Havasek has missed 2 for the Packers, and that's why they only have 19. 7:22 remaining in the 4th quarter. This is still a huge game for the Packers. They're trailing in that NFC North. They're trailing Chicago and Detroit in the standings, so this is a big one for them. 7:22 remaining 4th quarter. Giants with that Jameis Winston 1-yard touchdown run. They lead the Packers 20-19.
Thank you so much, Mike. And a touchdown for Sean Tucker in that Bucks Bills game. So it's now 32-31. They went for 2. It does not look like it was completed. Sterling Shepard only got 1 foot in bounds. So we'll see what happens there. So some close scores. 21-19, Falcons over the Panthers. Falcons are getting ready to punt from their own 20. 32-31, Bucks are getting ready to kick off to the Bills as they lead that one. 13-6, Titans are down 13-6 to the Texans. They have the ball at their own 12, 1st and 10. Bears 16-10. Vikings have the ball from their own 35, 1st and 10. Giants just scored. The Packers are taking over down 1 from their own 35 after the kickoff. Bengals 2nd and 5 at Pittsburgh's 24. They're down 20-9. The only game that is absolutely over, Jags-Chargers 35-9. Let's go out to Buffalo, though, and get an update from our guy, Pat Malacaro, on the Bills and the Bucks.
Yeah, a lot of scoring going on in the second half now as Sean Tucker just gets in the end zone with a 28-yard touchdown catch on what was a 3rd down and 1 play. Baker Mayfield going to the air. Tucker able to get in the end zone for his 3rd touchdown of the game. 2 on the ground to go along with his 104 yards rushing on the day and his 3rd touchdown. The 2-point conversion, no good. Second time today that Tampa Bay has failed to convert the 2-point conversion. So they'll retain just a 1-point lead, 32-31 over the Bills with 13:38 to go in regulation. For Mayfield, he's 14 of 22. That was his first touchdown pass of the day. Emeka Egbuka leads the way with 5 receptions overall. And on the other side for the Bills, Josh Allen, 3 touchdowns, does have a couple of turnovers as well. 11 of 21 for 198. And his last touchdown pass going to James Cook. So the running back's getting in on the receiving end of touchdowns today as well. Bills about to receive the kickoff. They're in the timeout right now. Again, 32-31, Tampa Bay up, 13:38 to go in the 4th quarter.
Thank you so much, Pat. A lot more to get to. We've got a jam-packed 1 o'clock window. All of these games are close. We'll get all the exciting finishes. But first, our guy, Pete McCarthy, has an update.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers has a left hand injury. Mason Rudolph is in at quarterback for Pittsburgh. Also, Steelers running back Jalen Warren is questionable to return with an ankle injury. And hasn't stopped the Steelers from opening up a 20-9 lead on the Bengals. The Bengals do have the ball at Pittsburgh's 24-yard line, more than 12 minutes to play in the fourth quarter in Pittsburgh. Packers running back Josh Jacobs has been ruled out of their game against the Giants with a knee injury, and the Packers now trailing Jameis Winston and the Giants 20-19 midway through the fourth quarter. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. is sidelined with a left knee injury. Kirk Cousins is in at quarterback for Atlanta. The Falcons clinging to a 21-19 lead on the Panthers, 9:01 to play in the fourth. Titans receiver Calvin Ridley has been ruled out with an ankle injury suffered on the Titans' first play from scrimmage. The 1-8 Titans are down 7 to the Texans, 9.5 to play in the fourth there. Trey Lance is in at quarterback for Justin Herbert with the Chargers down to the Jaguars 35-6. Herbert had been shaken up when he was sacked at the end of the first half. Not sure if that's why he is out of the game. The Dolphins edged the Commanders in Madrid 16-13 in overtime. That's 3 wins in 4 games for the Dolphins. Meanwhile, the Commanders have dropped 6 in a row. Jets special teams player Chris Boyd is in critical but stable condition after sustaining a gunshot wound to the abdomen in Midtown Manhattan early this morning. 4 games coming in the later window. The 8-2 Broncos could take firm control of the AFC West as they host the 5-4 Chiefs. A terrific NFC West battle as the 7-2 Rams host the 7-2 Seahawks at SoFi. Brock Purdy is back at quarterback for the Niners as they visit the Cardinals. Lamar Jackson and the Ravens looking to win a 4th straight as they face the 2-7 Browns at Cleveland. Good Sunday night game. The defending champion Eagles hosting the 6-3 Lions. Victor Wembanyama is out for the Spurs, dealing with a calf issue. They're taking on the Kings at the top of the hour. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, my goodness. We've got so much going on right now. Everyone buckle up. Put the straps on. Get the wings ready, the drinks, everything. Do not move. Don't move from the couch. You get stretch later. You can use the bathroom later because we have got basically every game in this window coming down to the wire right now, as we've got one possession games all across the board. Panthers, Falcons, 21-19. Panthers have the ball in their own territory. Bills have the ball in the red zone. Texans, Titans. Texans 13, Titans 6. Bears 16, Vikings 10. We will get an update from the Packers-Giants, as I think the Packers just got into the end zone. We'll get confirmation there in a second. Steelers 20, Bengals 12, and then the Chargers are getting smoked by the Jaguars. Let's go out first, as the Bills are threatening from Buffalo. Pat Malacaro's got more for us.
And the Bills actually do get in the end zone, Anthony, with a 5-yard touchdown run by Josh Allen, his second rushing touchdown of the day. He's combined on all 5 touchdowns for the Bills, 3 through the air, 2 on the ground of the zone. Just going for the 2-point conversion, it was unsuccessful. So the Bills will have a 5-point lead, 37-32, with 9:06 to go in the fourth quarter. This one has been back and forth all game long. The second quarter actually saw 28 total points scored. And now as the teams enter the fourth quarter with about 9 minutes to go, they've traded touchdowns, including Sean Tucker, the previous touchdown for the Buccaneers, his first through the air. He has 3 overall on the day again. 37-32, Bills lead the Buccaneers, 9:06 to go in the fourth quarter.
Thank you so much, Pat. And the missed extra point, the 2-point conversion, I think that's the third one of the day in this game that the teams have missed the 2-point conversion. So 37-32, it's lived up to expectations. Bills, Bucks, that one's coming down to the wire. Also coming down to the wire, Bears, Vikings, Bears trying to put this one out of reach or kill some clock, and more on that from Minnesota. Our guy, Wally Langfellow's got more for us.
Well, Anthony, the Bears have a 4th down and 5 at the Vikings 43. They came out after a Vikings timeout looking like they were going to go for it. Of course, they were trying to draw the Vikings offside, which is not unusual. As you know, the Vikings jumped offside several times last week. Actually, 8 of them were on offense. They had false starts. But they tried to get the first down that way. Didn't work. Punting unit is now on for the Bears. So the Vikings will get the ball back. Bears punting with 3 minutes and 21 seconds to go. The big question is, are the Vikings going to be able to move the ball downfield as a fair catch is called for at the 15-yard line? Because J.J. McCarthy has done absolutely nothing today. 10 of 24, 2 interceptions into 74 yards. His counterpart, Caleb Williams, 16 of 32, 192 yards. Vikings ball, 2 timeouts, 3:14 to go, down 16-10. We'll see how she goes.
Thank you so much, Wally. Let's go out to New Jersey. Packers, Giants at MetLife, and this one is close. Mike Mancuso's got more.
Okay, Anthony, 4 minutes remaining. The Packers have just scored a touchdown. They lead 27-20. They did get a 2-point conversion. It was a 65-yard drive, a 17-yard touchdown pass from Jordan Love to Kristen Watson, his second touchdown catch of the day. And that set up the Packers now to kick off to the Giants, who had looked good most of this game. They made a couple of 4th down drives. Devin Singletary has a couple of touchdowns. Jameis Winston has done well in Mike Kafka's first game as Giants interim coach. So they're going to have to come from behind. Right now they trail the Packers 27-20. They have the ball here in the 4th quarter with 4 minutes remaining.
Thank you so much, Mike. In Tennessee, down by 7 points. The Titans are in Texans territory, and Brant Douglas has more for us.
And the Texans have not helped themselves on this drive as they were called for a pass interference on what would have been a 4th down, forcing the Titans to punt. And then there was an illegal use of the hands where Cam Ward had just scrambled for a 22-yard drive. And as a result, the Titans have a chance to knock on the door here. And the Titans have another penalty. They're going to be called for a false start with 2:02 left to go, 2 seconds left until the 2-minute warning would have hit. So right now, here's the situation. The Titans have the ball on the Texans' 37-yard line. They're going to have the ball 2nd down and 12, and they need this touchdown and the extra point to make this interesting. But Cam Ward has been very, very decent today, but nothing special. 22 of 35, 151 yards passing, and he has been sacked a couple of times thus far in this game. But does he have enough to get the Titans into the end zone for the first time? We're going to find out as we get close to the 2-minute warning. But the Texans lead the Titans 13-6.
Thank you so much, Brant. And we go out to the one game that's not close and almost over. Jags, Chargers, Brian Scheibel's got more for us.
Yeah, final seconds kickoff here. And big 4th down stop, Eric Armstead with a stop on the sack on Trey Lance. Earlier defensive effort by the Jaguars has been great throughout. Josh Hines-Allen with the sack, Trayvon Walker as well. Just a well-executed game, both sides of the ball. Trevor Lawrence, 153 passing with a touchdown. Travis Etienne, 73 yards rushing. Bashal Tutin, 74. Jacoby Myers contributed well to wide receiver unit, 5 catches for 64 yards. So Jags improve to 6-4. This goes final 35-6 is the number. And next week Jags will travel to Arizona.
Thank you so much, Brian. A big 3rd down for the Steelers. It was 3rd and 11, and Rodgers completes it 20 yards to Kenneth Gainwell in that one. Panthers 2nd and 10 from their own 35-yard line. In that, Giants have a 1st down in their game. They're at Green Bay's 49-yard line as they look to tie this one up. They're down 27-20. The Panthers, like I said, they're at it's 2nd and 10 from their own 35. They're down 2. Down 5, the Bucs and the Bills. The Bucs down 5 to the Bills. 3rd and 2. From their own 39-yard line as Baker and Co. is trying to mount another, late game heroic drive. There's 7 minutes left, so it's not like it's all going to end right here, but a big incompletion there on 3rd and 2. So we'll see if they punt or if they're going to go for it here. Their defense has had a hard time getting stops in the second half. First half, it was all that Bucs defense, but they have struggled here. 1st and 10 for the Steelers. They're now knocking on the doorsteps of the red zone. Rodgers under center. There's about 5:30 left in that one. They run the ball, and it looks like they're going to get a first down. They almost got, it was almost a loss, and then a big carry there for Warren. There's a flag on the play, so we'll see what the call is there. Might be illegal hands to the face. The Bucs do punt, and the Bills will take over inside their own 20-yard line, as this looks like it's going to roll back to the 15. It does look like illegal hands to the face by the Steelers running back there, so that'll get called back. That's a big break for the Bengals. In the fourth quarter, going into the 2-minute warning, Giants 3rd and 3 from Green Bay's 25-yard line. Vikings 4th and 4 from their own 45-yard line. There's a lot to get to. The only final of the day, 35-6, Jags over the Chargers, and we've got a lot to come. Stay tuned. After the break, we're going to get all the exciting finishes. We'll hear from some players in the locker room, all right here on Gridiron Game Day. I'm Anthony Gallo.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
It's bonkers right now. Week 11 is delivering like every week does, but this is crazy. And let's jump right into it. Vikings, Bears. Bears were up 16-10 we last spoke. Let's get a complete breakdown from our guy, Wally Langfellow, out in Minnesota.
Well, back and forth we go. The Vikings did nothing on offense all day until this last possession. They drive it 85 yards in 10 plays, a 15-yard TD pass, J.J. McCarthy to Jordan Addison. Extra point, good. Minnesota takes the lead 17-16 with just 47 seconds to go. But the Bears get a kickoff return by Devin Duvernay all the way into Vikings territory. They are now sitting right now on the 36-yard line with 33 seconds to go. Vikings have just used their last time out, figuring that if they do kick a field goal, they want another shot. Not sure they're going to get that because this is third down, so they'll run one more play, and they will march out Santos for one last try. He already has 3 field goals so far. 33 seconds to go. Bears football, Vikings 37-yard line. Vikings up 17-16.
Thank you so much, Wally. Before we get to the next update, Cam Ward in break hits a big deep pass downfield. They tied that one up. It's now 13-13, 3rd and 16 for the Texans from their own 42-yard line. So we'll get an update there. In break, a lot happened in the Giants-Packers game. Mike Mancuso's got the complete breakdown.
Well, it looks like Cinderella has struck for the Giants. They're just going to fall short, it looks like. Packers lead 27-20. They have the ball 4th down and 9 deep in their own territory. Giants were driving. They had the ball on the 14-yard line, but Jameis Williams was intercepted in the end zone on a 4th down try. Evan Williams, the safety, coming up with the pick. So the Packers are on their way to their win. It would be their 6th of the season. Jameis Winston did have a real good game for the Giants prior to the interception. He threw for 200 yards. Tyrone Tracy ran for 88 yards, but Jordan Love and the Packers making plays when they had to. He had 2 touchdown passes. Kristen Watson caught both of them, but the defense stepped up when they had to, and the Packers are on their way to a victory with it. Barring something crazy happening, 16 seconds remaining, Packers punting to the Giants. They lead 27-20.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to Atlanta, Panthers, Falcons. They're battling it out. Jeff Zell has more for us.
Okay, Falcons lead this one 24-19. We're at the 2-minute warning. Carolina with the ball 3rd and 4 on their own 41-yard line. They have 1 timeout left. Carolina had it 4th and 1 on their own 44 after completing 2 third down conversions and then a 4th down conversion. They go for it again on 4th and 1 on their 44. They do not get it. Bryce Young trips, falls. Atlanta recovers. They go 4 plays, 5 yards, and Zane Gonzalez kicks a 52-yard field goal to give them the 5-point lead. Carolina has the ball back. They're at the 41. It's been pointed out, Bryce Young, 9 career game-winning drives and 11 career wins. Once again, Atlanta 24, Carolina 19, 2-minute warning, 1 timeout left for Carolina, 3rd and 4 on their own 41.
Thank you so much. And the Bears line up for the 48-yard attempt, and it is good. The Bears knock off the Vikings. Vikings come all the way back just to lose in depressing fashion, 19-7. Bears go to 7-3. Vikings go to 4-6. A rough start for J.J. McCarthy. Tried to have another one of those excellent comebacks, but falls short. Speaking of comebacks, the Bucs trying to come back and hold off this Bills offense just a little bit longer. And let's get an update on the previous Bills drive from our guy, Pat Malacaro.
Yeah, Josh Allen has done it through the air today and on the ground for a 3rd time on the game, a 9-yard rushing touchdown just before the 2-minute warning. The Bills convert the extra point. They'll take a 44-32 lead for Josh Allen. Not only those 3 touchdowns on the ground, he's a leading rusher for the Bills today on 6 carries, has 40 yards total. James Cook, 13 for 39, does have a receiving touchdown as well. And for Allen, not only now 75 career rushing touchdowns, but over 300 yards passing, 19 of 30 through the air with 317, 3 touchdowns, did commit 2 turnovers in the opening half. The Bills actually committing 3 turnovers in the game, but the Buccaneers, a costly turnover in the second half and a Cole Bishop turnover, helping the Bills convert on a touchdown there. Baker Mayfield on the day, 15 of 24 for 154, a touchdown and an INT, and trying to drive down the field now with 2:35 to go in the 4th quarter. Tampa Bay with the ball, trailing the Bills 44-32 here in Orchard Park.
Thank you so much, Pat. On the sidelines, Josh Allen celebrating his teammates. They headbutt each other and their helmets got locked together. So pretty funny there. Let's go out. That Giants game just went final. Texans now at Tennessee 17. There's 2 seconds left. It's 3rd and 2 for them. The Texans call their final timeout, so they'll line up for a kick, trying to knock off the Titans. Let's go out to Minnesota as the Bears and the Vikings just went final. Wally Langfellow's got more for us.
Well, that Viking touchdown put Minnesota up 17-16 with 47 seconds to go, but it does not hold. The Devin Duvernay kickoff return of 56 yards, to the Vikings 40 sets up the game-winning field goal, and Cairo Santos does it from 48 yards, drills it, and the Chicago Bears win this one. The final score, 19-17, so they only got into the end zone once, but Santos with 4 field goals on the day. The difference in this one, the Chicago Bears win it by final score of 19-17. It looked like it was going to be a runaway for the Bears, with the Vikings with 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns. Actually, as I mentioned, retook the lead, but the Bears come back with 1 final field goal, and that Devin Duvernay kickoff return was a turning point here at the end. Without that, not sure if the Bears would have made it downfield quickly enough. In any case, Bears now go to 7-3. Vikings fall to 4-6.
Thank you so much, Wally. Let's jump around the league real quick. Some finals. Obviously, Jaguars 35, Chargers 6. Earlier in the day in Spain, Dolphins 16, Commanders 13. Packers won 27-20 over the Giants. That's officially final. Bears won, like we heard from Wally, on a last-second field goal. That's 19-17, Bears over Vikings. Currently, Bengals down 34-12 after a touchdown by Kenneth Gainwell and then a fumble recovery for a touchdown. Completely blew this one open. The Bucs have the ball. They're down 44-32 with 2:25 left. Panthers have the ball at Atlanta's 38. They're down 24-19. And in Tennessee, they lined up for the field goal. We will get an update in that one in a second and find out if that was good. But first, let's get a preview. We do have some 4 o'clock games coming up as well, and a big one, Rams-Seahawks, our marquee matchup of the 4 o'clock window. That late slate, Chuck Hayes has more for us.
Thanks so much, Anthony. We're underway here at SoFi Stadium, 14-34, as the Seahawks won the toss, but they are deferring, so the Rams got the football, and they just picked up a personal foul call against the Seattle defense, so now they're in Seahawk territory at the Seahawk 47-yard line, and Kyron Williams is just busting a run down. He's going to go out of bounds on about the Seattle 15-yard line. Let's set the tone today. 63 degrees in Inglewood, California, and it's been raining in Southern California. In the words of Albert Hammond, it never rains in Southern California, it pours. Well, here's the challenge for the Rams today. They made a move. Joshua Carty, their place kicker, has been put on inactive, and Harrison Nevis, 6 foot, 245-pound place kicker from Missouri, known as the thicker kicker, will be the guy taking it for the Rams today in their midnight rush uniforms. They're a little bit darker than the normal Ram navy blue. Seattle, led by USC alum Sam Darnold, comes into town at 7-2. They've got a situation today where Tony Horton and Jake Bobo, two receivers from their team, are not active. But, of course, the main storyline is Cooper Kupp's return to Los Angeles. So with 13-15 remaining in the first period, the Rams have the ball on the Seahawk 14-yard line, 0-0 here in Southern California.
Thank you so much, Chuck. In Tennessee, the Texans hit the field goal. They win 16-13. They get the 5-5. So a lot of excitement around the league. That's the third walk-off field goal of the day. And it looks like we may have a score here in the Panthers-Falcons game. Panthers were down 24-19. Rico Dowd rushing to the left side. He looks like he got in, but they may have stepped out of bounds. They're reviewing it right now. If it stands, it'll be 25-24 with 1:20 left before the extra point. So we'll find out what happened in that one. Obviously, like we heard, Rams, Seahawks underway at SoFi Stadium. 2nd and 6 for the Rams in the red zone. It's 3rd and 6 now after an incompletion to Kyron Williams from Matt Stafford. 7-0 Niners over the Cardinals. A Christian McCaffrey touchdown in that one puts them up 7-0 as that one's just underway in the game. Let's see how they ended up there. So the kickoff goes 98 yards and then a 1-yard rush as that game not even 20 seconds in, and there was a score in that one. And a great chase down by whoever number 13 is on the Cardinals. That is, if you're teaching, effort, that's the one that you teach right there. We got a roughing the passing call on Joey Bosa as the Bucs are trying to, tackle. Oh, he went low. Not on purpose, but did go low on Baker. Could have been rough for Baker. Minute 52 in that one. The Bucs are going to be on we'll get an update there. I don't know where that puts them. It puts them in the Bills' territory, but I'm not sure exactly. The 31-yard line. So they called Rico Dowd out of bounds. So it's now 1st and goal from the 10-yard line. 1:23 left. They have one timeout left, the Panthers. The Bucs have all 24 of their timeouts left. And Dowd will get stopped for a loss there. So a lot going on right now. We've got 3 games still going on. Bengals-Steelers is about to go final. It's 4th and 1 for the Bengals at Pittsburgh's 15, but they're down 22 points there. We may have had a turnover in the Bills-Bucs game. We'll wait for confirmation in that one. Panthers now at 2nd and goal as they are trying to come back. I'm going to get an update on what exactly happened in that Bills-Bucs game. So 2nd and goal now for the Panthers from the Atlanta 12-yard line, and they're set up in the shotgun, 3 wide right, 1 wide left, and Bryce Young to the end zone, overthrows Dowd, so they'll be 3rd and goal. They're still down 5 points, so we'll see what happens this one. 1:15 left. Falcons have 2 timeouts. Panthers have 1 timeout in that one. It looks like there was a fumble or a sack. I don't know what it was, but let's get a clearer picture from our guy down in Buffalo. Pat Malacaro's got more for us.
It was a fumble on a sack off of Baker Mayfield, who was looking down the field. The Bills create their 2nd turnover of the second half. Mayfield, an interception earlier in the half that resulted in points, allowing the Bills to get in front, and now a sack of Baker Mayfield turns the ball over. Tampa Bay with only 2 timeouts left take one right now. So the Bills have the ball up 44-32. It's 2nd and 8 with 1:39 to go in the fourth quarter. The Bills do need a first down, I believe, to finish this game out. Either way, Tampa Bay has one timeout left, and the Bills have the ball at their own 41-yard line, up by 12.
A big play just taking place in Atlanta. We'll wait for the actual confirmation here. But as Pat just said, Baker fumbling. They only have one more timeout left. It's 2nd and 7 at Buffalo's 42. So we'll see what happens in that one as they try to, mount a miraculous comeback now at this point. If they would have scored on that drive, they would have had a better chance, with the ensuing onside kick and the two timeouts. A 12-yard pass from Bryce Young to his left. Ted McMillan, 12 yards on the touchdown, makes it 25-24, and the two-point conversion is good. It's now 27-24. A minute 8 left. The Falcons have two timeouts. So I repeat, they have two timeouts. There's a minute 8 left, and they are taking over after the kickoff, down 3. So the Panthers coming back in full force here in the second half. This one is gearing up for an exciting finish, and it looks like on 3rd and 4 here, no more timeouts for the Bucs. If they get the stop here, they'll probably get the ball with about 50 seconds left, and they do get the stop. So they'll probably get the ball, with about 50 seconds left after they get the punt, and they'll still be down 12. So we'll see if any miracles come out of that one. If not, I think that the only close game left as Panthers-Falcons. Let's get an update of the complete scoreboard from earlier. Jaguars 35, Chargers 6. Dolphins in Madrid 16 over the Commanders 13. Steelers 34, Bengals 12, Packers 27, Giants 20, Bears 19, Vikings 17, Texans 16, Titans 13. 7-0 Niners over the Cardinals. Scoreless in the Seahawks-Rams game. 44-32 Bills over the Bucs. They take a timeout as the clock runs down. It's 49 seconds now, and they will punt. So I was wrong. I was off by 10 seconds. The Bucs will probably have the ball with about 40 seconds left after the punt. And let's go out to Atlanta and get a complete breakdown of the Panthers' comeback from our guy, Jeff Zell.
Well, this is amazing. The Panthers now lead this from 27-24.
We're going to put Jeff on hold as that roof is closed in Atlanta, so we know how that happens. If you listened before, Jeff's feed is always a little bit worse when that roof is closed. Lining up 1st and 10 from their own 45-yard lines. Kirk Cousins on the center because Michael Penix got hurt earlier. As the Falcons have two timeouts, they're trying to get to at least field goal range. The first play is a completion, and he's out of bounds, and it's now going to be in Panthers territory. We'll get the update and the finish of that one. We'll get the finish of Bills-Bucs, and we'll get all the 4 o'clock window. We'll get some post-game reaction from the players live from the locker room. Jody Mack joins me at 6. All right here. Don't want to go anywhere. Gridiron Game Day with Anthony Gallo. We'll be right back.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And let's get right to it. An exciting 1 o'clock window coming down to the wire. More from the Panthers-Falcons while we were in break. And our guy, Jeff Zell, has more for us.
Well, we're going to overtime in Atlanta, 27-27, with 1:08 remaining in regulation. Bryce Young, a 12-yard touchdown pass to Ted Aurora McMillan to give the Panthers a 1-point lead. They complete a 2-point conversion, take a 3-point lead. Then, just as you would expect, Kirk Cousins drives them 6 plays, 28 yards. And then Zane Gonzalez, the third kicker of the year, kicks a 45-yard field goal. And now we are going to overtime, tied at 27.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And that is an exciting one. Our second overtime game of the day. The Madrid game went to overtime, and then we are back here for another one. Let's get another update. Bills went final, by the way, 44-32 over the Bucks. And we've got some 4 o'clock games coming right now. First, let's get an update. Niners versus the Cardinals. Cardinals already down big at home. Adam Green's got more for us.
Yeah, it's 9:51 left to go in the first quarter, and it's 13-0 San Francisco. The Cardinals won the opening coin toss, elected to kick, and that was about the last good thing that happened for Arizona. The 49ers, Sky Moore, returned the opening kickoff 98 yards to the Arizona 1, and all it took with 49ers was one play, Christian McCaffrey, 1-yard touchdown to get on the board. Cardinals got a first down, but then punted, and that tried Brock Purdy, who is back for the 49ers, his first action since week 4. Found Greg Jennings for 25 yards to pick up a big first down, and then a couple plays later hit George Kittle for a 30-yard touchdown. He was wide open in the corner of the end zone. So Brock Purdy right now back for the 49ers. He's 3 of 4 for 68 yards with 1 touchdown. Christian McCaffrey just 2 carries, 3 yards, and that 1-yard touchdown. And for the Cardinals, another game with Jacoby Brissett as the starting quarterback. He is 2 of 4 for 10 yards. He had 1 ball to Michael Wilson and 1 ball to Trey McBride. So the score is 13-0 right now. The 49ers have the lead with 9:51 left to go in the first quarter.
Thank you, Adam. Our marquee matchup of the 4 o'clock window, the late slate, Rams, Seahawks. We got a score earlier in this one. Chuck Hayes has the recap for us.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 8:38 remaining first period is Rams 7, Seahawks 0. Kyron Williams, a 2-yard touchdown run. The veteran from Notre Dame, Harrison Nevis with the extra point. That drive, 4 plays, 3 yards, took 2:10 off the clock. And it was set up by Cameron Kitchens, the safety from Miami, a 31-yard interception return down inside the Seahawks 3-yard line. What happened was Sam Darnold was rushed. He was falling back, looked at Cooper Kupp, didn't see the safety in the zone, and he just stepped in front and took it back. A bad pick by Darnold, one that you would not expect him to throw, because of the fact that he was not in position to make that throw. And that was set up by the Seahawks defense being really stout. The Rams had driven down. Matthew Stafford had moved the football on the first drive, and Kyron Williams made a big run and did not get the first down. It was appealed. Sean McVay called timeout. They looked at it. They took the timeout away. They were inside the Seattle 8-yard line, and then on 4th down, Stafford flushed out to the left, had the Devontae Williams open in the end zone, passed on that one, and short-armed it to Tyler Higbee and went incomplete. So a lot of action, bang, bang in this first period. You have a situation where Kyron Williams has 3 carries for 36 yards, a long run of 31 touchdowns. Stafford was 2 of 5 for 13 yards. And when it comes to the Seahawks just getting on track, Kenneth Walker, 1 carry for 5 yards. Sam Darnold, 3 of 4 for 32, but he has that interception. Smith and Jigba, 3 receptions for 32 yards. Cooper Kupp had 1 look, but did not get the football because it was picked off. So with 7:26 remaining in the first period, the Seahawks have moved inside the Rams 37-yard line. It is the Rams 7 and the Seahawks 0.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Quick update, Adam Schefter reporting. Mike McCoy said Titans wide receiver Calvin Ridley broke his fibula and his season is over. Let's go out to Denver. Maybe the biggest regular season game the Broncos have played in 10 years, and the Chiefs and the Broncos are underway. Bruce Morton has more.
All right, thanks so much. We are just underway. No score, a very pivotal game for both teams. Under Andy Reid, KC is 14-1 after a bye. Meanwhile, the Broncos have won 10 straight home games, and to keep that streak alive, they're going to need to do it without some key components on both sides of the ball. Running back J.K. Dobbins is on injured reserve with a foot injury. Cornerback Pat Surtain with a pec injury, and linebacker Alex Singleton is recovering from testicular cancer surgery. For the Chiefs, Isaiah Pacheco is out with a strained MCL. The Broncos.
Bruce, we're going to have to put you on hold, and because we have a guest with us right now from one of our big matchups of the early window, and we will get an update from Bruce in a little bit. But, you know, things are very fluid here as we talk about it. Bears 19, Vikings 17. Bears won on a walk-off field goal. And joining us right now from the Bears, their leading receiver of the day, Cole Kmet, joins us after the big win. What's going on, Cole? How you doing?
I'm all right, man. That was quite the thriller. So another week,
another exciting victory for you guys. So.
Yeah, it was quite the thriller. So, but we're excited about the win and happy to get out of Minnesota with the W.
How much confidence does it give you guys being able to win differently? Whether you're putting up 30 points, whether you're coming from behind, whether you're losing a lead and being able to still come back and win the game. How much confidence is that building in the locker room?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge for us. It just keeps belief throughout the course of the game. Obviously, there's a lot of areas that we can clean up and play better and not make it so close like we have done the past few weeks. But nonetheless, we're finding ways to win. We're resilient. We're a resilient group, and I think that's been showing up, here over the past month or
so. And your quarterback, he takes a lot of heat from, the media, from, fans. But every week, especially in these close games, he always seems to do just enough to make sure you guys are in a position to win. What can you say for your signal caller?
Yeah, I mean, he's a resilient dude, man. And despite whatever goes on throughout the course of the game, he keeps coming back for more. And I think that we've really taken and embodied that as a team as well. Just that resilience that he has, it's definitely blended everyone else in the locker room. So credit to him. And, at the end of the day, all Caleb cares about is winning. And, that shows each and every week.
Cole, enjoy the victory. Thank you for our time.
Yeah, thanks.
Cole Kmet of the Bears, 5 catches, 45 yards, some big catches towards the end. I said thank you for our time. I said thank you for his time. But a big game for them as they win 19-17. They go to 7-3, potentially could end the day in first place in that division after they knock off the Vikings. The Lions play today at 6-3. The Packers come to 6-3-1. So a big day for them. We will get a lot more from that window. But first, let's get an update. Our guy, Pete McCarthy, has got us covered.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
And Anthony Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. injured his right knee and has not returned. Veteran Kirk Cousins is in for Atlanta, was able to drive the Falcons down the field for a field goal at the end of regulation to send this game to overtime. Panthers-Falcons all tied at 27. Falcons just punted after the opening possession. The Panthers taking over at the Falcons' 30-yard line, at their own 30-yard line, needing a field goal to win and improve to 6-5 on the season. Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers left the Steelers win over the Bengals with a left hand injury. Running back Jalen Warren exited with an ankle injury, and defensive back Jalen Ramsey was ejected for throwing a punch at Bengals receiver Jamar Chase. Despite all that, the Steelers still roll over the Bengals 34-12. J.J. McCarthy finally put together a big drive for the Vikings, giving them a late 1-point lead on the Bears, but Cairo Santos hit a game-winning field goal for Chicago. The Bears are 7-3 after a 1917 win in Minnesota. The Packers keep pace despite being tested by Jameis Winston and the Giants.
In the shotgun, Winston looks it over. Here's the snap. Winston sets, throws, left side of the end zone. Intercepted! Intercepted by the kid! Oh, Evan Williams delivers in the left corner of the end zone. And the Packers deliver the dagger.
Packers radio, Packers hold on for a 27-20 win. The Bills handle the Buccaneers 44-32. Josh Allen throwing for 3 touchdowns and rushing for 3 touchdowns. The Jaguars destroy the Chargers 35-6. Texans used a late field goal to beat the Titans 16-13. Titans receiver Calvin Ridley fractured his fibula. That's a season-ending injury. In Madrid, the Dolphins topped the Commanders in overtime 16-13. Tonight, it's the defending champion Eagles hosting the Lions at Lincoln Financial Field. All right, real quick scoreboard. Niners up on the Cardinals 13-7. 5 minutes to play in the first quarter. George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey have the touchdowns for San Francisco. The Rams are up on the Seahawks 7-3, getting late in the first quarter. Ravens, Browns, and Chiefs, Broncos still scoreless. Those games just underway. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
We finally got a final in the Panthers and the Falcons, and Jeff Zell's got us covered on the complete breakdown.
Well, it's the Falcons, so guess what? The Panthers won this one in overtime, 30-27, scoring the winning field goal with 5:10 left in the overtime, a 28-yard field goal by Ryan Fitzgerald. Carolina won the toss. They wanted Atlanta to have the ball. Falcons go 3-and-out, punt. On their second play from scrimmage, Bryce Young, a 54-yard completion to Tommy Tremble, the tight end, most of it running after the catch. 3 plays later, they kick the field goal. It's good. Carolina wins 30-27. Atlanta's fifth loss in a row. Remember, the last coach fired during the season for the Falcons was Dan Quinn after a 5-game losing streak. He lost the Panthers. Two of the last three coaches fired by the Falcons after losses to the Panthers. Once again, Carolina 30, Atlanta 27. Bryce Young 31-45, 448 yards, 3 touchdowns, and the Panthers win by 3 in overtime.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Let's go out to Denver. We had to cut him off last time because we had Cole Kmet with us, but our guy Bruce Morton's got us covered in the big Broncos-Chiefs matchup.
Number 4, Rashee Rice.
All right, we've got 7:25 to go in the first quarter. Denver is up 3-0. Without running back J.K. Dobbins, the Broncos are going to be throwing a lot today. On Denver's first possession, which chewed up 8 minutes and 24 seconds, Bo Nix was 6 of 7 for 59 yards, but he was sacked twice, which is why the Broncos had to settle for a 29-yard field goal from Will Lutz. As for the Chiefs, they have the ball for the first time. They're looking at 1st and 10 from their 39-yard line. 7 minutes to go first quarter. Broncos lead Chiefs 3-0.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Let's go out to our marquee matchup of the late window. Rams, Seahawks. The Rams are in the red zone, and Chuck Hayes has got us.
Anthony, stop me if you've heard this before. 106 remaining in the first quarter. The Rams are on the Seahawks' 1-yard line. They have had so many fourth down situations today in the first quarter. And Kyron Williams just busted one for 34 yards. Looked like he was going to score, but he got tripped up at the Seahawk 1-yard line. And that was set up again by Matthew Stafford trying to move the football. They had some great tight end play with Tyler Higbee, who has 1 reception for 23 yards. Stafford 5 of 10 for 53. Looks a little rusty on the medium game, but Nakua was there for a 10-yard completion. Xavier Smith 1 for 8. Kobe Parkinson 1 for 7. He got a holding call though that put him back. Devontae Adams are trying to get him worked in. He has not got a reception. So right now we have 106 remaining in the first period. It's 2nd and 1 from the Seahawks 1-yard line. Kyron Williams is a tight formation back. Stafford throws a pass, and he completes it on an in-cut to the receiver is Devontae Adams. And, again, the Rams score in the most unbelievable ways. They want to throw the ball inside the 1-yard line. There was a defensive offside call against the Seahawks will be declined, so the Rams will line up for the extra point. So, again, Stafford not exactly the most accurate today, but taking advantage of a Seahawks error that cost them when Sam Darnold was picked off by Cameron Kitchens to get down inside for the first call. So 104 remaining in the first period. The Rams will attempt the extra point now. Harrison Nevis, who has taken over for Josh Carty, will have that attempt. If he was able to convert this, and we're going to take a beat to make sure that he does get it. That kick is up and good. It is the Rams 14 and the Seahawks 3. The Seahawks got on the board at 6:31 with a 57-yard Jason Myers field goal. That drives 6 plays, 26 yards, 2:07 off the clock. So here we go. 104 remaining in the first quarter. It is the Rams up all over the Seahawks 14-3.
Thank you so much, Chuck. That catch by Devontae Adams also gets him to 1,000 catches, and he ties with Hines Ward for 16th all-time. We'll see if he can surpass him with one more catch in that one. Broncos get the stop on 3rd down and 10, and the ball was punted to Marvin Mims. We'll see if what the flag is on the play, because there is a flag on the play, and it looks like the Broncos are going to retain. It might have been after the kick, but we will see in a second. Some milestones to watch in the Ravens game as Mark Andrews already passes Derek Mason for the all-time record receiving yards. We'll see if he gets the catches as well. John Bazika's got more on Ravens-Browns.
It's 41 seconds.
Yeah, they end up settling the Ravens for a 25-yard field goal by Tyler Loop from the right hash. Great play to end the drive there as the Browns made a sack inside the 10, inside their own 10. Miles Garrett came off of the edge and had his league-leading 12th sack of the year. So good way to end the drive for the Browns defense after their offense went 3 and out on their first drive and had gone for it on 4th down, but then on the 4th down play, they aligned up in a legal formation. Despite getting it, they had to end up punting the ball. But the Ravens go to really the length of the field, 12 plays, 15 plays, I beg your pardon, 72 yards, 7 minutes and 41 seconds off of the clock, and Lamar Jackson made some very Lamar Jackson plays during that drive, and at one point literally was on the near sideline and thought about throwing to the far sideline. It would have been like the first time that I've ever seen a guy try to throw across the field, but he pumped doing that, then he just took off and ran in front of him. So every time you see Lamar, you see something new with him, and that was almost a new thing there that would have been just absolutely fascinating. They say you're not supposed to do that, but Lamar seems to ignore all of those rules. 4:55, though, in the first quarter. It's 3-0 Ravens after the 25-yard field goal by Tyler Loop. And again, the drive stalled by a great play by Myles Garrett for his 12th sack of the year.
Thank you so much, John. On that ensuing punt, the Broncos actually took it down to the 20 something, and then there was a penalty on the Chiefs that actually got them into the red zone. So it's about to be 3rd and 4 now for the Broncos as they're up 3-0. Let's go out to Adam Green in Arizona and get an update on the Niners and the Cardinals.
Yeah, we just finished the first quarter, so 15 minutes to go in the second. The score is 13-7 49 as we last spoke. Forgot to mention the 49ers had their second touchdown. The extra point was blocked, which left them at 13. And the Cardinals, their ensuing drive with help from a 34-yard pass from Brissett to Michael Wilson, who is the number 1 receiver without Marvin Harrison Jr. in the lineup today, set the Cardinals up for a Bam Knight 7-yard touchdown run to get Arizona on the board. Cardinals then forced a punt. Greg Dortch returned it 40 yards, got into 49ers territory, but the drive ended up stalling, and the Cardinals missed a long field goal, 58-yard field goal. Chad Rowland pushed it left to lead the score at 13-7. And then since then, the 49ers got a first down, a 14-yard Christian McCaffrey run. So the score is 13-7. 49ers have the lead on the ball at the Arizona 27 now. Brock Purdy, his first game since week 4, is 5 of 6 or 79 yards and 1 touchdown with George Kittle. Christian McCaffrey has 1 touchdown along with 17 yards on the ground. And for the Cardinals, Bam Knight, 4 carries, 20 yards and 1 touchdown, and Jacoby Brissett is 8 of 11 for 71 yards. So rough start for the Cardinals. They've battled their way back in this one, but right now the 49ers have the ball and the 13-7 lead.
Thank you so much, Adam. As that game, started off, it looked like it was going to get away from the Cardinals quick, but now we've got a little bit of a game. Broncos settling for another field goal. It's now 6-0. Will Lutz with 2 field goals in this one. 14-3 Rams over the Seahawks as it's second down for the Seahawks with about 50 seconds to go in the first quarter. So a little breakdown of the scores in this late window. Ravens 3 over the Browns, 3-0 over the Browns with 4:55 to go. In the second quarter, it's now 13-7, as I said, Niners over the Cardinals. Rams 14, Seahawks 3. They're about to be in the second quarter. Broncos 6, Chiefs nothing with 4:53 to go in the first quarter. Bo Nix 6 of 8, 59 yards. They had 2 red zone trips and came away with 2 field goals in both. So when you play the Chiefs, I know it's cliche at this point with this team, but you can't be trading touchdowns for field goals. So a big loss there, in my opinion, for that Denver team. Scoring margins this season, this is an interesting stat they're showing right now. Seahawks are plus 103 in the first half, but 0 in the second half. In the first half for the Rams, they just took it away. They were plus 45, and then they had a big number in that second half. I was curious to see what that is. A first down here as George Kittle gets the reception there for the Niners. Quinshon Judkins breaking off after cutting to the left. Looked like he was going to get stopped behind the line of scrimmage. Ended up cutting back around and was able to turn that into an 8-yard gain. So that's going to be second and short for the Browns. He has been impressive in his rookie campaign. It was just a traffic jam there, and he cut right back to the right side. First and 10 for the Niners. Ricky Pearsall playing, Brock Purdy playing, a handoff to Christian McCaffrey who had a touchdown earlier. It's going to be second and 5 after he gets 5 yards in that one. The Broncos are getting ready to kick off to the Chiefs as well. Now the Browns are first and 10 from Baltimore's 35 after the first down rush by Quinshon Judkins. And this Ravens defense started really poorly early on, has come back and been really good as of late. Their run defense specifically, and Judkins off to a fast start early, and he is angry right now. I don't know if he's angry that he felt he could have scored there, or that they took him out of the game, but he is angry right now. We'll get more on that, I'm sure, in a bit. It might be nothing. I'm just reacting to what I'm seeing as we talk about it. We'll get an update on the fantasy leaders from the early slate and the week prior to this. If you missed earlier, we had some excitement. First, the non-exciting games. Jags 35, Jags 35, Chargers 6. Steelers 34, Bengals 12. Packers 27, Giants 20. Bears 19, Vikings 17. That on a last-second field goal. Texans 16, Titans 13. That on a last-second field goal. Panthers 30, Falcons 27. That on an overtime last-second field goal or walk-off field goal. Dolphins also won 16-13 in overtime on a walk-off field goal. So a lot of walk-off field goals. Bills 44, Bucks 32. The score not indicative of how exciting that game was. And we get another touchdown here, I think, in the Niners game. We'll get confirmation on that in a sec. This year, Patrick Mahomes is 4-1 at home and 1-3 on the road. His numbers dropped severely so far this year, and they are down 6-0 early. They've only had one drive. It's very early, and it looks like he's going to get a first down on his first pass to, I can't see who that is, right, for the Chiefs. So they will have a first down after the pass. It was a 29-yard return. But first, we had a big game earlier in New Jersey. Packers 27, Giants 20. Giants took the lead late. Packers came back to score. And this guy joining us right now ended up sealing the game with an interception. Evan Williams joins us right now. What's going on, Evan?
What's happening? It's a pleasure to be on, man. Thank you for having me.
You had a big day. 9 tackles, a pass deflection, but the key interception. Walk us through that play as you sealed the victory for your team.
Yeah, really, they gave me a pretty similar route concept earlier in the game, so was able to kind of have a good feel of where the ball was going to go. Right when the ball was snapped, Jameis kind of, looked at my side, and I was in a half on that play. So Jameis looked at my side, and I knew I was hot, knew the ball was going to come out pretty quick. And, kind of got a good tell, saw one run a flat and had a feel in the corner I was coming. So feet really made the play before, I was able to realize that it did. So, broke on it. Ball in the air, that's my ball. So came down with it and ended up with the night celly too to end it off.
Which we all saw. You guys have had a lot of big defensive performances. You've lost a few of those, but today, even when maybe it wasn't perfect defensively, you guys were able to get the stops late. What do you credit for your defense's ability to get those stops when it means it most?
Yeah, it's just the resiliency of our team, resiliency of our culture. That's something we preach every day. We know that that adversity is guaranteed in this league. It's going to hit at one point or another. There's no, easy wins per se in this league. And so, we hang our hat on, getting stops when it matters and, when we need to the most. So there's some critical downs that, we're able to get stops when we needed them. And, that's the difference in the game at the end of the day.
Evan, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the win and good luck the rest of the season.
Yes, sir. I will. Appreciate you guys.
Evan Williams, big stop today, big pick at the end of the game that sealed it. Packers 27, Giants 20. A big victory for this Packers team who they've struggled at times. They're not having a bad season, but it just feels like they've left a lot to be desired. One thing they have is that defense outside of that Cowboys tie early in the year has really stepped up. It's probably been critical. That game probably is what changed their fortunes of them going forward. So a big victory for them in MetLife. Good teams win even when they don't have their best stuff. And today they were able to overcome injuries. They were able to overcome a slow start early to get the victory. Obviously, Jordan Love got hurt early, was able to come back. Malik Willis made a big pass in that game, which kept them, in a rhythm early until Jordan Love could come back. Josh Jacobs went out with an injury. We will get an update as soon as we have confirmation on what exactly is. I know we got x-rays, and that's what they took him into, but we haven't gotten any word on that yet. Emmanuel Wilson stepped in for him in that one. We also spoke to Cole Kmet, who won a really exciting one earlier with the Bears, 19-17 over the Vikings. And it looks like we've got a pass interference penalty in this Broncos-Chiefs game. Some of the scores before we go to break. Browns tied it up. It's now 3-3 Browns-Ravens with 15 to go in the half as they're about to start the second quarter. In the second quarter, Niners 19, Cardinals 7, 2 touchdowns for McCaffrey. 14-3 Rams over the Seahawks. That's got about 12 minutes left in the half, and this Broncos-Chiefs game is 6-0 Broncos with about 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. A lot to get to. Stay tuned. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day. We'll be right back.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, we are back. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday. If you're watching on BetMGM or the Infinity Sports YouTube, what is going on? We've had an awesome day of football yet again, and it's all going crazy. The 1 o'clock window was insane. We've had an exciting start to the late window. But first, let's go check in on our marquee matchup of the window. Rams, Seahawks, a battle of the NFC West. Chuck Hayes has more from SoFi Stadium.
Thanks so much, Anthony. The Seahawks have just got on board with a 30-yard Jason Myers field goal. This is at 9:04 in the remaining first half to cut the lead. 14-6 Rams. That drive, 13 plays, 53 yards, taking 7 minutes off the clock. Myers' second field goal of the day. He had one earlier from 57. The Rams got a 1-yard Matthew Stafford touchdown pass to Devontae Adams at 1:04 in the first period to go up 14-3. That was a 10-play, 74-yard drive, 5:27 off the clock. Led by Kyron Williams. On 4th and 1, he busted one for 34 yards down to the Seahawks 1-yard line. Kyron Williams in the first quarter, 6 carries for 76 yards, really doing a heck of a job. And he got on board with 8:38 remaining in the first period with a 2-yard touchdown run. Harrison Nevis, who's now in for Joshua Carty with the extra point. That drive was 4 plays, 3 yards, 2:10 off the clock. The only mistake that Sam Darnold has made today was at 10:48 in the first period, he was picked off by Cameron Kitchens, the safety from Miami, took it back 31 yards. Darnold was looking for Cooper Kupp. He was being rushed. He fell back. He just kind of threw it up and didn't have enough juice on it inside Ram territory, and that was brought back, which set up that opportunity. And when you watch the Seahawks and you see how big their offensive line is, and you see the running power of Zach Charbonnet along with Kenneth Walker III, you wonder why they're not doing more of that running inside on the Rams, as right now the rush game for the Seahawks is Smith and Jigba, 1 carry for 11 yards, Charbonnet 3 for 11, Walker 2 for 6, Shaheed 1 for 2. Sam Darnold is 7 of 12 for 50 yards with 1 interception. In Jigba, 3 receptions for 31 yards. Barner, the tight end, 3 for 13. Charbonnet, 1 for 6. Cooper Kupp has had 2 lifts. He had 1 bounce, and everyone thought that it might have been a touchdown, but it got called back. Matthew Stafford right now just threw the ball inside Ram territory, 35-yard line as they're looking at 65 yards to go. 8:52 remaining in the first half here in Inglewood. It is the Rams 14 and the Seahawks 6.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Also, if you're wondering why, because me and Nico were talking about this in break, how did the Rams already have no timeouts left in that first quarter? They challenged one. They then called a timeout at the goal line on 3rd and goal, or after 3rd and goal before the touchdown run by Kyron Williams. And then they called their 3rd and final one in a similar situation on 1st and goal. So they went through them very quickly. They made those timeouts count big time. in that one. Let's go out to Cleveland as the Ravens and Browns are battling it out. John Bazika's got more for us.
Yeah, injury happening right now. Cam Robinson, starting left tackle for the Browns, leaving the field, gingerly walking off. 11-12, by the way, left in the second quarter. It's tied at 3, and KT Leviston will be coming in his place now. So the Browns already kind of depleted at that position, as they have been now for quite some weeks. They've got Leviston, Batonio, Posick. They've got a right guard, Wyatt Teller, and then at right tackle, of course, Jack Conklin. But KT Leviston, the backup, coming in for the injured now, Cam Robinson. We'll keep an eye on that. But the Browns have a 3rd down and long coming up here, a 3rd and 18 after Dylan Gabriel was sacked. He hit a really nice pass on his first pass on this drive, scrambling left, throwing downfield almost 20 yards to a outstretched receiver in Cedric Tillman, and made a really, really nice play, one of his best throws that we've seen. But another tough 3rd down situation here after Kyle Van Noy got to him on the previous play. So 3rd and 18 coming up. They have it at their own 33-yard line. Again, the Browns and the Ravens tied at 3 here in the second quarter with 11-12 left in the quarter as we're in a timeout. Guys.
Thank you so much, John. Let's go out to Arizona. The Cardinals trying to, stay in this race as they are in the red zone. Cardinals, Niners, Adam Green from Arizona.
Yeah, it's definitely a game that's a little bit tighter than maybe the box score would indicate. The 49ers lead at 19-7 right now. The Cardinals, though, trying to score either a field goal or have to settle for that, or maybe a touchdown here. It looks like they might be having to settle for a field goal on a drive that was extended by a 49ers penalty. The Cardinals did not get in on a 3rd down, but Ronaldo Green was flagged for unnecessary roughness on the play, allowed this drive to continue. And then the Cardinals, especially with the pass to Trey McBride, got into the red zone here against the 49ers. But the score is 19-7. San Francisco got there with another Christian McCaffrey touchdown. This one a 9-yard catch from Brock Purdy. It extended Christian McCaffrey's NFL record streak of games with a touchdown run and a touchdown catch. He has 17 now for his career. That's an NFL record that he just keeps adding to. He does have 20 yards and a touchdown on the ground, and now also has 1 catch with 9 yards and a touchdown. The Cardinals, though, settling for a field goal here to try to make it 19-10. They do get it from Chatter Island, 26 yards out to keep it a little bit closer here. But, yeah, overall, 19-10 is the score. The 49ers have the lead. They're going to get the ball back here. There's 6:29 left to go in the second quarter. Of note, the Cardinals will get the ball to start the third quarter. So Arizona right now not playing their best, hanging in there. San Francisco missed a couple extra points on their touchdowns. They do have a 19-10.
Thank you so much, Adam. Let's go out to Denver as the Broncos and Chiefs are battling it out in a field goal contest. Bruce Morton's got more.
All right, we are just about to start the second quarter, and Denver leads 6-3. The Broncos have twice visited the red zone, but each time had to settle for Will Lutz field goals of 29 and 24 yards, respectively. The big play of the day, a high-voltage 70-yard punt return by Marvin Mims with the Broncos in front 3-0. That and a rare block-in-the-back penalty on the punting team gave Denver the ball on the KC-11, but again, Denver could not reach the end zone. A 40-yard pass interference penalty on Riley Moss gave KC the ball at the Denver 13, but a couple of Chiefs penalties limited them to a 31-yard Harrison Butker field goal. The Broncos had the ball as we began this report, but they're about to give it up. They're looking at 4th and 8 from their 42.
We will be right back with Bruce in a second, but first let's go out to Atlanta. The Panthers knocking off division rivals 30-27 on a game-winning field goal. And joining us right now, their number one wideout, Tet McMillan, 8 catches, 130 yards, 2 TDs. What's going on, my man? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Appreciate you having me.
So let's start off your big day. You could not be stopped, and you were a big part in the comeback. How does it feel to just contribute in that fashion? And also, how does it feel to just be that unstoppable on a day like today?
Oh, man, I mean, obviously I wouldn't be able to do it without my teammates and my coaches, just putting me in the right position, getting me the ball when I'm open. And, it was just a good day, good team win.
Your quarterback, it took a scare early. He came out of the game for a little bit, put up a big day, 448 yards, 3 touchdowns. A guy that a lot of people have written off. What can you say about Bryce Young and his ability to just, keep you guys in it and play every week at the standard he does?
I mean, man, I know he was getting a lot of hate just because, his passing yards and whatnot. But, I mean, today he showed that he has the capability of doing what he did today. Like you said, 448 yards. I mean, I think that was a franchise record or something like that. But I mean, everybody knows he has in his arsenal, and it was just bound to happen.
You guys are now 6-5. You're a half game out of the division lead. No one gave you a chance this year, and you guys have believed in yourself. What can you say to the confidence you have in that locker room with you and your teammates?
I mean, all it takes is us. At the end of the day, is everybody in this locker room versus the world. So, we got what we need right here in this locker room, and we're going to try to take it as far as we possibly can.
Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on the big win. Enjoy the rest of the season.
All right, brother. Take care.
Ted McMillan, 30-27. Panthers knock off the Falcons to go to 6-5 after the Bucs lost. They're in that division race. He had 8 catches, 130 yards, 2 touchdowns. A part of the big day from Bryce Young, 31 of 45, 448 yards, 3 touchdowns, averaged 10 yards of completion. A big day for the Panthers and that team as they are looking to shock some people in that division. Trying to shock some people, including myself, the Ravens trying to get back to 500 and stay in that division race. Ravens, Browns, John Bazika's got more from Cleveland.
Yeah, strange change of scenarios here. The Browns were going to punt it. They did punt it, but then it was muffed by the return man for the Ravens, and the Browns took over with a first and goal at the 6, but they've now got a third and goal coming up at the 6-yard line, and they're in the shotgun on the right hash, and we'll see if they can score here as Gabriel is back to throw, looking left, steps up with pressure coming, fires in the end zone. It's broken up, was intended middle of the end zone there for Jerry Jeudy and fell incomplete. So kind of broken up from behind there on nice play made by a defender, trying to get an idea of who that was on the replay here, guys. But really, really nice play made on the backside there by the Ravens defensive back who was in on the play. I'm checking the 2 deep here to see if he's on there. And he's not. Well, Keon Martin made the nice play at the corner. So Andre Schmidt going to be on to attempt the field goal. It'll be a 24-yarder. He's already hit a short field goal earlier in the game from around this range. So this is a chance to put the Browns up 6-3 with 8:44 on the clock in the first half. 24-yard field goal is good. So Browns do score after Grant Delpit recovers the muffed punt, but they don't get anything more than a field goal. So they're up 6-3, 8:44 in the second quarter. And again, Ravens set to take over. And as you said, Browns so far, Anthony, playing upset special here in Cleveland today.
Thank you so much, John. Upset. And it feels like this Browns team has been in that mode a lot this year. It feels like they've consistently, battled really hard against some teams. I forget if it was the Ravens early in the year where they lost on a missed field goal week 1. So they battled with some teams this year, and it just hasn't come to fruition yet. But the defense is one of I've chimed home about this. The Texans, the Broncos get a lot of love. This Browns defense is elite. They just haven't had the offense to go along with it. Let's jump around the league. A big third down here. Chiefs 0-2 on their first 2 third-down conversions. It's 3rd and 2 now from their own 30-yard line as they try to extend this drive a little bit. Mahomes drops back, and they will get it and some more as they'll get to the 42-yard line in their own territory, right with the catch there. In this Seahawks-Rams game, 3:55 left in the half. Rams 14, Seahawks 6. The Seahawks are 3rd and 6 from the Rams' 27-yard line. So we'll see what happens in that one. And now it's 1st and 10. They are in the red zone as well. The Browns are getting ready to kick off up 6-3 to the Ravens. In that one, 49ers, Cardinals 19-10. Cardinals kicked the field goal. It looked like it got blocked, but somehow got over the crossbar. So it is now 19-10 as they try to keep themselves in this game. Sam Darnold trying to bounce back after an interception early. Some notable stat lines. Kyron Williams, 6 carries, 76 yards, and a touchdown. Jacoby Brissett, 14 of 17 and 147 yards in that one. Bam Knight's got a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey's got 2 touchdowns in that one as well. Lamar Jackson, 4 of 8, 49 yards. Quinshawn Junkins, 9 carries, 34 yards. Mark Andrews has 2 catches for 22 yards. So he has taken over as the all-time leading receiving yards player in Ravens history. He's now 5 catches away from breaking Derek Mason's all-time franchise record for 471 catches. So he broke his record from all-time yards. Now he's trying to do it for catches, similar to last week where Keenan Allen became the all-time leader in yards, receiving yards for the Chargers. Some of the other stat lines, milestones that we were looking for in the early games, Aaron Rodgers needed 195 yards to get to 65,000. He got to 116. He left that game with a hand injury. We'll get an update on that when we have one. Patrick Mahomes needs 299 yards coming into the game for his 35,000 yard, and he currently is at 58. That's 2nd and 5 for the Chiefs at the 45-yard line as they are trying to tie this up or take the lead against the Broncos. About 10:23 left in that quarter, in the half, I should say. And it looks like the screen is going to get them a first down as they continue to march down the field. Devontae Adams got his one reception to get to 1,000 yards. He needs one more to pass Hines Ward for 16th all-time. So we'll continue to monitor all this. We got a lot of action to get to. We'll get to some player interviews if we have any more left. We've got Jody Mack joining us in under an hour at 6 o'clock to recap the 1 o'clock window, talk about the late window, preview the prime time, all right here. Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM Network. I'm Anthony Gallo, and this is Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
This portion of the show is brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. A big day of NFL action, and we aren't even done yet. We've got the whole second half of these games. Some of these games aren't even done with the first half. All of them. Ravens, Browns, and Broncos, Chiefs both have 6 minutes left in the half. The Niners, Cardinals just went to the 2-minute warning. Seahawks, 4th and goal at the 3, and we go out to Chuck Hayes, who's got an update from SoFi Stadium.
Yeah, thanks so much, Anthony. We're at the half now in SoFi in Inglewood, California. There's the Rams 14 and the Seahawks 9. The Seahawks settle for a 22-yard Jason Myers field goal, his third of the day, and it was set up on 3rd down and 3. Sam Darnold was looking for his receiver to the right-hand side. He got flushed out, and instead of forcing the football, threw it into the stands, and that settled it for the Seahawks in regards to that. He had hit Smith and Jigba for 4 yards, taking it down to the Rams 3-yard line, but just couldn't get it done. So let's look at the numbers on the half. Kenneth Walker showing some spark. 6 carries for 37 yards, a long run of 25. I mentioned that they were trying to get the running game going, and that was on that last drive. They really were powering the football running left. Zach Charbonnet, 7 carries for 22 yards. Smith and Jigba on a reverse, 1 carry for 11 yards. Halani, the fullback, 2 for 6. Sam Darnold, 10 for 16 for 92. Smith and Jigba, 5 for 63 along the 28. A.J. Barner, tight end, 4 for 23. A.J. on 4th and 1 came in and ran the push play. He is 6'6", 251, so they put him under center. Sam Darnold was back behind him about 6 yards, and Barner was able to push to get that key first down. Charbonnet, 1 reception for 6 yards. Here's the thing. This is why I think the Seahawks are not having more success offensively. Cooper Kupp has 2 looks, no receptions. Got to have him being in production mode. Rams on the other side. It is Kyron Williams, 6 carries for 76 yards. And when you look at him, with the first quarter, he had 6 for 76. So he went the entire second quarter without a carry and without picking up a yard. Blake Coleman, 5 for 9. Of course, Williams has 1 touchdown run and a long of 34, 12.7 yards per carry. Matthew Stafford, 7 of 13 for 50 yards, 1 touchdown. A little bit erratic today. And listen to the numbers as they're spreading it around. Tyler Higbee, 2 looks, 1 reception for 23 yards. Nakua, 1 target for 10 yards. Xavier Smith, 2 targets, 1 for 8-yard reception. Kobe Parkinson, 1 for 8. Kyron Williams, 1 for 5. Devontae Adams, they looked at him 4 times. He has 1 reception for 1 yard and 1 touchdown. Blake Corum, 1 for -5. So from a standpoint of looking at the Rams offensively, they are 1 of 5 on third down. The Seahawks 2 of 6. So a real good defensive battle. Penalty-wise, they're even. Seahawks 3 with 22 yards. The Rams 3 for 20. And when you look at time of possession, the Seahawks have had it for 18 minutes and 13 seconds. The Rams 11 minutes and 47 seconds. So here at halftime on an overcast, gray, Seattle kind of Southern California day with a lot of Seahawks fans in attendance, it is the Rams 14 and the Seahawks 9.
Thank you so much, Chuck. The Ravens are in the red zone, and let's go out to Cleveland for Ravens-Browns and an update from our guy, John Bozica.
Yeah, touchdown run by Derrick Henry, his 113th of his career. It's 5th most in NFL history. I just looked up at the TV and saw that. But short run by him, about 1.5 yards on it, and the extra point by Tyler Loop is up and good. And, gosh, we've had a lot happen here in a very short period of time, Anthony. It was 6-3 last we checked, and then the Browns scored on a really wacky play. It was a attempted screen being set up by Lamar Jackson, intended for Keaton Mitchell, their running back. It was tipped, intercepted by Devin Bush, the linebacker for the Browns. He returned it for a touchdown, made it 13-3 Cleveland, the 7:43 mark of the second quarter. Then the Ravens went right down the field. The big play of the drive was a 45-yard pass downfield to Zay Flowers from Lamar Jackson. Then, of course, it was capped off by what's officially being called a 1-yard touchdown run by Derrick Henry. So it was 6-3. It's now 13-10. The score, the Browns still lead 4-17 in the second quarter. Didn't really know what to make of today's game, but that 6-play, 63-yard drive that takes us to the 4-17 mark of this quarter makes things a lot more interesting. Ravens responded when they need to, and it's a 3-point game in Cleveland with 4 minutes left in the half, guys.
Thank you so much, John. As we go around the late window, let's go out to Arizona. The Niners, the Cardinals. The Niners trying to get some points on the board before the end of the half, and Adam Green has more.
Yeah, there's about 1:10 left to go here in the second quarter. The 49ers have a 19-10 lead over the Cardinals. They are looking to add to that, though. They are facing a 4th and 3 from the Arizona 30-yard line, trying to get a few more points here before the end of the half. For San Francisco, Brock Purdy is back for the first time since week 4, and he's played a pretty solid game, 8 of 13 for 105 yards and 2 touchdowns, one of them to Christian McCaffrey, the other to Kittle on a 30-yard pass. So he's looked pretty comfortable out there, not much rust on his part. Christian McCaffrey does have 39 yards and a touchdown on 6 carries. And for the Cardinals here, they're trying to stay in this game here. They've been struggling of late. Of course, the field goal actually just good now. Pinheiro with 48 yards to extend the game, or the lead to 22-10 now. The 49ers have 1-1 left to go in the second quarter. But for the Cardinals, they're battling. Jacoby Brissett already has 21 pass attempts in this first half. He's 18 of 21 for 159 yards. He spread the ball around. Michael Wilson has 4 catches. Trey McBride has 5 catches. Greg Dortch has 3. And on the running game, Van Knight, 4 carries, 20 yards, and 1 touchdown. So right now, San Francisco has the 22-10 lead. They are getting set to kick off of the Cardinals, and they will do so again to start the third quarter. But right now, if you're the San Francisco Browns, you're feeling pretty good about your 22-10.
Thank you so much, Adam, and we will check in on that as soon as they go to half. Broncos and Chiefs battling it out in Denver in a good old-fashioned field goal battle. Bruce Morton's got more for us.
All right, we've got 3:53 to go in the second quarter. The score is tied at 6. In the first quarter, stalled drives resulted in 2 short field goals by Will Lutz and 1 by Harrison Butker. After attempting a bunch of deep throws early, Patrick Mahomes has been feeding his receivers a diet of short and intermediate passes. He is 14 of 19 for 106 yards. But on the Kansas City most recent possession, again, they had to settle for a 31-yard field goal from Butker. The most telling statistic for Kansas City today, the Chiefs hurting themselves. 6 penalties for 44 yards. As for the here and now, the Broncos are looking at 3rd and 8 from their 46, 3:20 to go until halftime. It is 6-6.
Thank you so much, Bruce. So the Broncos try to get something going offensively. They've had 2 red zone appearances. What led to the first one, they were going, and it looked like the offense was gelling. The second one was due to a special teams big play and a penalty, and they will not convert the third down, so it looks like they will punt. As this Chiefs defense, which is underrated by a lot, is continuing to play really well against a struggling Broncos offense. If you haven't heard, obviously J.K. Dobbins out for the year. Some of the other injury updates, Calvin Ridley broke his fibula. He's out for the season, and Adam Schefter reported that earlier. Let's see if we get some other updates in this one as well. No update on Bashol Tutin and his ankle injury. Nothing on Rodgers just yet. Same thing with Jaylen Warren. We also don't know if any of these injuries were super serious or just timing. Nothing on Josh Jacobs yet as well when he left that game shortly after Jordan Love left, who did come back in the game. So we'll see what happens there as well in that one. Some big fantasy players are the first one. In this first line, our number one guy of the window so far today, of that early window, Josh Allen, 19 of 30, 2 interceptions, so not impressive right there. But then you read 317 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, 6 rushes, 40 yards, and 3 rushing touchdowns, 6 total TDs. Josh Allen went off. He had a day, beating the Bucs in an exciting game. The score did not justify how good that game actually was as well. And the Niners just kicked the field goal to go up 22-10, 32 seconds left in that one. Broncos punted, Chiefs take over at their own 10-yard line with 3 minutes to go in the half. And it's 13-10, Ravens losing to the Browns as the Browns have the ball 3rd and 5 from their own 35. Sean Tucker, our second biggest winner of the day in fantasy, 19 rushes, 106 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, 2 receptions, 34 yards, and a receiving touchdown. Ted McMillan, who we spoke to earlier on this show after the big victory, and you can always use the Odyssey app rewind function to hear it. 8 catches, 130 yards, 2 touchdowns, and the big come-from-behind victory for the Panthers. Bijan Robinson, 23 rushes, 104 yards, 2 touchdowns to go along with 4 catches for 39 yards. And then Kenneth Gainwell, a big day, not on the ground, but in the air, 9 rushes, 24 yards, 7 catches, 81 yards, and 2 receiving touchdowns. A big day for those guys. We'll get you the complete leaderboard a little later for the fantasy winners and, high scorers of the week. It may be 22-10 Cardinals down to the Niners, but Brissett 20 of 24 for 178 yards. So he might be off to a nice little fantasy window. Some garbage times tutties maybe. Earlier, I did my picks. We're currently 2 out of 3. We still have 2 more to go, so we'll see if we could get back in the win column a bit more in that one. We got a lot more to get to. Jody's coming up in a half hour to recap the early window, to watch along in this window, and to preview the primetime window. But first, we have an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
And after the Steelers beat the Bengals 34-12, but some bad vibes all around. Aaron Rodgers injured his left hand, did not play in the second half. Running back Jaylen Warren injured his ankle. He didn't have another carry. Defensive back Jalen Ramsey was ejected for throwing a punch at Bengals receiver Jamar Chase. Ramsey accused Chase of spitting on him. Chase denied that. Bryce Young with the best game of his career, and the Panthers with a positive finish in Atlanta.
It's a 28-yarder for the win. Jansen to snap. JJ the snap. Martin puts it down. Fitzgerald swings the leg. Yes. The kick is good, and the Panthers walk it off in overtime again in Atlanta.
Panthers radio. Young throwing for a franchise record 448 yards as well as 3 touchdowns. The Panthers are 6-5. As for the Falcons, injuries to both quarterback Michael Penix Jr. and receiver Drake London. Both knee issues there. Josh Allen totals 6 touchdowns, 3 passing, 3 rushing in the Bills' 44-32 win over the Buccaneers. The Panthers are now within a half game of the Bucs in the NFC South. Packers running back Josh Jacobs also suffered a knee injury. He did not return to Green Bay's win over the Giants. Titans receiver Calvin Ridley fractured his fibula. He'll miss the rest of the season. Cam Ward led the Titans down the field to a game-tying touchdown, but the Texans answered, kicking the game-winning field goal at the horn. A similar finish in Minnesota. J.J. McCarthy actually put the Vikings ahead with a late touchdown drive, but Cairo Santos hit the game-winning field goal for the Bears. Chicago is 7-3. The Jaguars blow out the Chargers 35-6. In Madrid, Dolphins over the Commanders 16-13 in overtime. Late window scores. The Rams have a 14-9 edge on the Seahawks at the half. It's the 49ers 22, Cardinals 10, just in front of halftime. Niners trying to add some late points. They have the ball at their own 45-yard line. The Browns 13, Ravens 10, 2 minutes to play in the first half in Cleveland. The Chiefs and Broncos tied at 6 at the 2-minute warning. Tonight, Lions, Eagles from Philadelphia. The Eagles are entering at 7-2. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. Five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, we are back in the mix. Gridiron Game Day. I'm Anthony Gallo. If you're watching on BetMGM Network or the Infinity Sports YouTube, what's going on? We got a lot to get to. Let's go out to Denver. The Broncos have the ball. They're trying to get some points before the end of the half. Bruce Morton's got an update for us.
All right, after a Kansas City punt, the Broncos have been given one more chance to score before intermission starting from their 27. They're now looking at a 2nd and 2 from their 35. Denver has two timeouts to go. And now it's 3rd and 2. As for the scoring, each team moved into the opponent's territory only to settle for short field goals, 2 from Will Lutz, 2 from Harrison Butker. The biggest individual stat so far, a 70-yard punt return from Marvin Mims. Guess what? It led to a field goal. Once again, 3rd and 2 for Denver from its 35. 1:18 to go remaining in the second quarter. It's Kansas City 6, Denver 6.
Thank you so much, Bruce. I know you guys heard those groans in the media office there at Empowered Field at Mile High. That definitely was because it could have been the Chiefs or the Broncos media members, as that was nearly picked. It looked like it was picked off and then dropped. So now 3rd and 2 for the Broncos as they line up in the shotgun. Bo Nix and crew trying to get something going, and it looks like he got the first down. We'll see. It was very close. Very close. We'll see where they mark him down. It's going to be very close to the line of scrimmage on that one. John Bazika's got an update from the Ravens and Browns as that one winds down in the first half.
Yeah, that's right. Anthony Brown's at another field goal, 46-yarder by Andre Schmidt. He's been busy in the first half as field goals of, I believe, 30 yards, 24 yards, and then 46 yards right there. That was an 8-play, 42-yard drive. Best play of the drive was a really nice pass to Cedric Tillman down the seam. They faked the screen running out left, and Gabriel threw a really, really nice ball down the middle of the field that got them into Baltimore territory to the 33, and then after a couple of plays, they had to settle for a field goal. But Browns, again, as we had talked about earlier, Anthony, with 58 seconds in the first half, up 16-10, still upset-minded, and they've been able to force Lamar Jackson into mistakes here in the first half, and that's the whole thing when playing him, is can you force him into enough mistakes to give your offense a chance to have a chance in the game, and Browns are doing just that. So they're up 16-10, 58 seconds left in the first half, and Ravens going to get one last shot with it here at the end of the first half.
Thank you so much, John. Bo Nix, it looked like he had it. I don't know if they're challenging it or not. It was very close, but it's now 37 seconds left. It's 4th and inches. I'm curious if the Broncos are going to go for it here or not. While we wait for that, let's go out to Arizona Niners, Cardinals. That one's at halftime, and our guy, Adam Green, has got us covered with a first-half recap.
Yeah, guys, it's 25-10 at halftime. When we last left, Eddie Pinheiro had made a 48-yard field goal to extend San Francisco's lead to 22-10. Cardinals had a little bit of time on the clock trying to respond, and Jacoby Brissett was picked off by Malik Mustafa. And, kind of near midfield, and the 49ers had a little bit of time left. They decided to try to get something out of their drive, and it looked like they were going to have to settle for a missed 61-yard field goal attempt for Pinheiro that got blocked. But it was a personal foul called on Calais Campbell on the play. It allowed for the 49ers to get one more chance, and Pinheiro was good from 47 yards out to extend the lead to 25-10. For the 49ers, this was a big game because Brock Purdy's back for the first time since week 4, and he had a very nice first half, 10 of 15 for 123 yards and 2 touchdowns. And, of course, Christian McCaffrey had 39 yards rushing in the score and also caught 1 pass for 9 yards and a touchdown to lead the 49ers. And for the Cardinals, they have their 10 points. Touchdown was a Bam Knight 7-yard touchdown run. And Jacoby Brissett, 20 of 25 for 178 yards with that 1 interception, which turned into some late half points for the 49ers. So Arizona has some work to do. They will get the ball to start the third quarter, but they will be trailing 25-10.
Thank you so much, Adam. And it looks like the Broncos punted it away. The Chiefs are taking over at their own 24-yard line. They have 2 timeouts in 27 seconds, so we'll see what they end up doing here. And it looks like it's going to be a completion inbounds for the Broncos on that one. That was Hollywood Brown on Riley Moss. So 21 seconds left after the timeout. Let's go out to SoFi as that game is already in the third quarter, about 13 minutes to go. Rams, Seahawks. Chuck Hayes has got us covered.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 12:40 remaining in the third period. Sam Darnold doing a great job scrambling right now. Has just got the Seahawks down inside Rams territory. And it's been a hectic start to the second half. The first half ended on a Jason Myers 22-yard field goal to cut the Ram lead to 14-9. And so when they came back to start the second half, it was 3rd and 9 for Sam Darnold. He was pressured by Byron Young, the Rams defender. He put the ball outside looking for Smith and Jigba. Kobe Durant picked it off, brought it down inside, deep inside Seahawk territory. And then Matthew Stafford had an incompletion. Then he came back, and then he hit Puka Nacua, who took it to the Seattle 28, a 7-yard gain. He then was forced fumble by Kobe Bryant, recovered by Thomas, the linebacker for Seattle, and took that return up 8 yards to the Seattle 34-yard line. So a little bit of this, a little bit of that, give and take. So now the Seahawks really back where they were from a drive standpoint, have the ball inside Ram territory at the 27-yard line. They have the ball 2nd and 8, and from a standpoint of settling down Sam Darnold, this is key because he's getting a lot of pressure. When they had that pressure in the first half, they were running more behind the big Seahawk offensive line, Kenneth Walker. In fact, Kenneth just took the ball down inside the Ram 20-yard line. So with 11 minutes in ticking, the Seahawks have 3rd and 3. They're on the Rams' 22-yard line. They trail the Rams 14-9.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And it looks like it's going to be 2nd and 15 with 12 seconds to go for the Chiefs. Jonathan Cooper gets lit up by Kareem Hunt. Was rushing the passer. It was a clean hit block, he went to go chip him, and he hit him right underneath the armpit. So a big, that could be a big blow to the Broncos. We'll get an update there. It could have been just wind getting knocked out of them. 6-6 now. Timeout by Denver, I believe. I'm not sure who called it. It was Denver. So 12 seconds left as the Chiefs continue to try and get some points on the board. So 2nd and 15 here. They do have a timeout in this one. If the Chiefs were win today, they would still be out of the playoff picture because the Jags are 6-4, and the Jags have the tiebreaker over them. But you got to stay pat with them. Houston right behind them at 5-5, and the Baltimore Ravens 4-5. Depending on what happens today, could be 5-5. That AFC playoff picture is very close in the wild card in a lot of the division races, and the NFC is even more crazier there. Another thing to note too with this Chiefs team is they have been decimated penalty-wise. 7 penalties for 49 yards is killing them right now. There's 7 seconds left in the half, 3rd and 15 for them. So we'll get an update as soon as the half goes final. Niners, Cardinals, like we said, Niners 25, Cardinals 10. 26 seconds left in the Ravens-Browns half, 16-10. Browns over the Ravens. It's 2nd and 8 from Cleveland's 13, and it looks like they're probably going to just run the clock down. 3rd and 15 here. It looks like the Chiefs are going to run a play here. I don't know if they're just going to try and get – no, they ran a play and it was a over-the-middle pass, and they're going to probably call a time. I don't know what they're going to do, call a timeout. They're probably going to let it run as it's now 4th down. 1 second, so it looks like they're going to try and run a Hail Mary play here. I'm not sure. Are they letting it? Oh, they did call the timeout. The player reaction was different. So it looks like they're going to run a Hail Mary here, and we'll see what happens as soon as that goes final. Interesting note, Jody's coming up, and we will talk about these two guys a lot. They are in the primetime window tonight. Lions, Eagles. In 2021, 7 head coaches got hired. Urban Meyer, Robert Saleh, Arthur Smith, Brandon Staley, and David Culley. Dan Campbell and Nick Sirianni also got hired, and they are the only 2 coaches that were not fired, and they are the 2 maybe top coaches. They're definitely 2 of the coaches of the 2 top teams, 2 teams at the top of the NFC, to go along with the Seahawks, the Rams, all these teams, the Bears, if you want to throw them up there, all these good teams in the NFC. Dan Campbell, Nick Sirianni, they face off tonight. So I thought that was interesting. Prior to today's action, I saw that. And the video came out of Jalen Ramsey punching Jamar Chase in the face, and it looks like he got spit on by Jamar Chase. It's a tough video. Not really sure if it's the case, but he punched him, and he was ejected from the game for that. So we'll see what the league office determines in that one. We had some milestones earlier to report on. Mark Andrews became the all-time leading receiver in yards for the Ravens after a catch earlier. He passed Derek Mason. He still needs about 3 more catches to pass him in the all-time receptions category. Also, Devontae Adams, his touchdown catch earlier put him at 1,000 for his career, which puts him in rare. He's now tied for 16th all-time. I want to double-check because if he got another one, he would be solely in 16th all-time by himself. No, just the 1 catch earlier in the game, as this is not updating for me. 1 second. But in that game, Rams are up 14-9. The Seahawks are in the red zone. It's 4th and 6 for them. I'm sure they're going to settle for the field goal here. Maybe not, but to put them down 2. Broncos, Chiefs, that one's going to go to halftime 6-6. And Devontae Adams has the 1 catch, so he has not gotten the second catch. DeAndre Hopkins has no catches, and he needs 4 to get to 1,000. Earlier today, we needed Travis Kelce needed 18. He's obviously not going to get that coming in today, but he only needs 31 yards to move into 24th all-time. As far as Keenan Allen, he broke the Chargers record for all-time receiving yards last week. He needed 6 receptions today to move into 13th all-time, and he only came up with 4, so he's 2 away. So next week he should move into that slot. The other games in the window are now in halftime. Ravens, Browns, 16-10. Browns over the Ravens at halftime. Broncos, Chiefs, 6-6 at halftime. Just starting the second half, the Niners will kick off to Arizona The Niners, they did kick off to Arizona. So Arizona will start at their own 31. It's 49ers 25, Arizona 10. Rams, Seahawks, it's now 14-12. Rams, Seahawks take the field goal. In this one, Sam Darnold is 14 of 23 and 2 picks. Matt Stafford, 8 of 15, 57 yards and a touchdown. Kyron Williams, 6 carries, 76 yards and a touchdown. Kenneth Walker has 11 carries for 55 yards. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 5 catches, 63 yards. A.J. Barner, 7 catches, 50 yards. For the Rams, everybody's getting involved. Higbee, Parkinson's, Xavier Smith, Kyron Williams, Devontae Adams, and Blake Corum all have a catch. Puka Nacua has 2 catches. He also has a fumble that he lost in this one as well. The interceptions coming by Kobe Durant and Cameron Kitchens as well. The updated scoring leaders in the NFL fantasy-wise are for the earlier window. Josh Allen, 42.6. Like we said, 3 passing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns for my man. Sean Tucker, 34 points. Ted McMillan, who we spoke to earlier, 33 points. Trevion Henderson from Thursday night at 32 points, 32.3. Bryce Young, 31.82. Bijan Robinson, 30.3. Kenneth Gainwell, 29.5. Nico Collins, 24.2. Devin Achane in Madrid had 21.5. And Deebo Samuel's 20.7. A big day of action, and we recap all of it. We finish up the 4 o'clock window and preview the prime time with the great, the one, the only, the legendary Jody McDonald. Jody Mack joins us next. Stay tuned. Gridiron Game Day. I'm Anthony Gallo.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right, Gridiron Game Day, and it is 6 o'clock on the East Coast, and you know what that means. The one, the only, Jody Mack joins us right now for an epic 4 o'clock slate, and to recap an exciting 1 o'clock slate. Jody, what is going on?
How do you know it will be an epic 4 o'clock slate?
Because you know why, Jody? Because last week was a disaster at that time. You were jumping in, and we had 3 games that were 20-point differentials. Right now, we got one possession games in everything but one game.
In comparison to last week, you are 100% accurate. It has to be better than it was last week. I hope we have as good a 4 o'clock window as the early window, because you had 2 games decided on the very last play and another one go to overtime, even though I don't know if I learned anything, and I mean anything, of teams. Well, I'll give you the one team that I think I learned some of it. But just overall, I don't know that it was really indicative of what's going to happen between now and the end of the season, getting teams into playoffs, teams that can win when they get to the playoffs. Didn't seem to have those type of games. But if you just enjoy watching exciting football, 2 games that get decided on last-second kicks and an overtime game, which went into overtime because of a last-second kick, excitement level was certainly high in the early window.
Yeah, and we had the Madrid game also came down to a last.
I forgot about that.
A walk-off. But you know what? It is funny you mentioned that. I think I learned a bit about a couple of teams. And one of those teams, and we actually spoke to one of the players, Ted McMillan was with us earlier. I think I learned a little bit about the Panthers, that I'm not going to sit here and crown them as some scary, contender, but I think they are this year's Broncos and Commanders, where they're kind of coming out of nowhere. And now they sit a half game back of the NFC South from a team in the Bucs that I think is a contender. Well, I did until the last 2 weeks, and Panthers come from behind and end up taking care of business in overtime. And maybe, just maybe, Bryce Young is a little better than people gave him credit for. Maybe they wrote him off a little too early, but I felt like I learned a little bit about the Panthers this morning.
All right, so you went positive, a team that kind of gave you hope because of the way they found a way to win. They did allow Atlanta, after with the backup quarterback in Cousins, who's a legit quarterback, but he's the backup, to move down the field and force the game into overtime. It was a good win. Yeah, I wouldn't call it eye-opening. If it was for you, so be it, not for me. You know who I was? I'm going the opposite way. I'm going glass half empty.
Okay.
The Los Angeles Chargers.
Jody, you're speaking my language right now.
I'm a Harbaugh guy. I think he's a great coach. And I think that the best thing that he did when he took the job was probably bring Minter, his defensive coach, with him. And I think he's an outstanding coach. But I just don't know if they've got the talent on defense. They don't have any, for my money, superior playmakers, and they got shredded today by an okay at best Jacksonville offense. And I've been waiting for Trevor Lawrence to become a superior quarterback since he got into the league, and now we're talking 5+ years, and he still hasn't done that for me. He looked at today against that L.A. defense, and that was a pretty disappointing win. I've been saying all along what a great 3-team race it is and is going to be going into December in the NFC West between Kansas City and Denver and the Chargers. The Chargers are a definitive third in my mind. it's Denver and Kansas City who are playing right now. We'll know who number one is by the end of this game here today. The field goal fest that has been the Broncos and the Chiefs.
Bo Nix in midseason form, Jody.
Very much let down by the Chargers today. Very disappointed. I thought they gave the biggest putrid effort of anyone in the first two windows of the day.
Well, I think one thing can be said. It's not Justin Herbert's fault that I feel this way. I do think he deserves criticism for his play today, but I get tomatoes thrown at me anytime I say something wrong about Justin Herbert, even when he throws 4 picks in a playoff game and they lose. But they don't have the weapons offensively. Their offensive line is decimated. Defensively, they looked very good early, but I think that was taking advantage of the early season malaise that we go through the first 3 or 4 weeks. And most of what they do is just Justin Herbert doing something magnificent, and they can't survive off of that. It's more sustainable to see a team survive off of good defense, good offensive line play, and average quarterback play for a little bit than it is to just have your quarterback get annihilated every play. But 81 yards, an interception, and they almost lose by 30, and somehow we're not allowed to criticize the quarterback. It's an issue I have with this team, and I agree with you. I also don't think that the Broncos are very good, and if they win today in a defensive struggle, it's not going to make me feel any better about this Broncos team, and I'm trying to be objective here as a fan of that team, because it's not like their offense has been consistent, even close to consistent. So I think today all it's going to show us is that maybe the Chiefs are still a little bit away, and maybe they have a lot more to prove, because then they'd be 2 games out of the playoffs if they lose today to the Broncos. But I'm not sure if I'm ready to just crown this Broncos team. The Chargers own the tiebreaker with them. Even with the loss today and a win by the Broncos, they could still win that division.
They can, but I just don't see it. Sorry. And I think you made some excellent points about got off to a quick start, getting the win abroad, kind of jump-started their entire season. If over the course of 17 games you are what you're supposed to be, I just think we're seeing what the Chargers are right now.
Jody,
Good
not
team.
to change the subject, some breaking news right now. Shador Sanders has entered the game for the Browns. Browns up 16-10. Let's go out to Cleveland and get an update from our guy, John Bozica.
Man, Anthony, do we have to? I was enjoying hearing Jody talk about all the things that he was talking about. Yeah, injury to Dylan Gabriel currently being evaluated right now, and Shador Sanders completed his first pass, and when I say that it was the loudest cheer I've ever heard for like a 5-yard completion, it was incredible, the cheer that he got for a 5-yard completion to Cedric Tillman. This place erupted the second he took the field, and by the way, that comes after Myles Garrett got his 4th sack. Yes, his 4th sack of Lamar Jackson on the previous drive. So a couple of crazy things happening here in Cleveland. Obviously, Myles Garrett just shredding through the sack numbers in the NFL right now, up at 15 on the year with the 4 today, after he had 5 just a couple weeks ago, if you guys remember, against the Patriots. And he's doing this against Lamar Jackson, who's like the hardest quarterback to track down in the NFL. And Shador Sanders into the game now due to Dylan Gabriel being evaluated for injury. And after a hold, the Browns have a 2nd and long, a 2nd and 15 at their own 20-yard line. We'll see what Sanders does on this pass here as he's back to throw and completes it for a minimal gain to David Njoku, but puts them into a 3rd and 8. I'll tell you what, guys, if he comes in and, they're already up 16-10, so credit to Dylan Gabriel for putting them in this position. But if things shape out a certain way in the second half and it ends up being Shador, man, what a crazy storyline this is going to turn out to be, guys. But Browns up 16-10. They have a 3rd and 7 coming up with Shador Sanders in the game at offense, guys.
Thank you so much, John. Real quick before we get back to the conversation, it looked like we had a pick 6 in this Broncos game. Let's go out to Bruce Morton and see what went wrong.
Well, that pick 6 was called back because of an illegal contact penalty, which is interesting because there have been a number of good plays for the Chiefs today that have been nullified by penalties. So this time a flag goes against the Broncos, and the Chiefs continue to move the ball. They won the toss. They deferred, and that gave them the ball to start the 3rd quarter. They're now looking at a 2nd and 6 from the Denver 39. The score here is 6-6, 2 field goals each from Will Lutz and Harrison Butker. Patrick Mahomes on the day, 18 of 24 for 145 yards. Denver hanging in there in this game despite a first-half net of 88 yards. By the way, talking about the Broncos looking ahead, they continue after this game with their Division III schedule. They've played 4 last-place teams thus far, and after this game they face the Commanders and the Raiders. So we've got 12:27 to go in the third quarter. The Chiefs have just picked up another first down. They have 1st and 10 at the Denver 27, but for right now the score is tied 6-6.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Let's go out to Arizona. We got another score by the Niners. Adam Green's got a breakdown.
Yeah, another score, another field goal from the 49ers. Eddie Pinheiro again from 47 yards out to extend the San Francisco lead to 28-10. The Cardinals got the ball to start the third quarter. It looked like they might have punched in the end zone. Bam Knight rushed for 60 yards on a fourth down play, but instead the Cardinals were flagged for holding on the play, and the Cardinals ended up punting away. And then the 49ers turned a lot to Christian McCaffrey on the next drive, with running and passing or catching the ball. He's good at both those things, as we all know. And they got in the Cardinals into territory, and then it looked like they were about to maybe get a touchdown, a little pass to McCaffrey. It looked like a little screen pass, but Cody Simon, Cardinals linebacker, just tripped him up, and McCaffrey, as he hit the ground, he was pounding the ground with his fist. It looked like he knew that had he got past that one linebacker, he was headed for the end zone. And then on third down, Josh Sweat sacked Brock Purdy, which set them up for that 47-yard field goal. So Pinheiro, that's his third straight field goal for the 49ers. He had a couple extra points, or missed a couple extra points earlier in this game, but he has kind of taken the lead for pushing the Niners lead to 20-10. Brock Purdy for the game so far, 14 of 19 for 166 yards and 2 touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey has 2 touchdowns, 1 running and 1 receiving. And the Cardinals, they have those 10 points. They got that touchdown in the first quarter, and have really struggled mostly since then. Jacoby Brissett, 22 of 28 for $192 and 1 interception. And Bam Knight almost had that 60-yard touchdown run, but instead is just 4 carries for 20 yards and 1 score. Other positive for the Cardinals, Michael Wilson, 6 catches for 71 yards, and Trey McBride, 5 catches for 49. But if you're Arizona, you're about to get the ball back here, and you're getting into that danger territory where you're down 28-10, and you've shown little ability to stop San Francisco, and it won't help that Garrett Williams, one of the best cornerbacks, is now questionable return with a shin injury. So there's 7:27 left to go in the third quarter. The 49ers have a 28-10 lead, and they're about to kick off to Arizona.
Thank you so much, Adam. Real quick, before we go out to L.A., Josh Jacobs' knee injury is not believed to be season-ending, but more testing will be done on Monday in Green Bay. Per Rob Demovisky, the floor was saying, I think anytime a player, especially of his magnitude, anytime a player doesn't finish game, you're always concerned about the welfare of them. Also, an NFL spokesman said the league will be reviewing the incident between Jalen Ramsey and Jamar Chase. So Ramsey ejected for punching Jamar Chase, and now accused of spitting on Ramsey is Jamar Chase. And there's a video that's a little damning, so we'll get a little bit more into that in a bit. But first, let's go out to L.A. The Rams and the Seahawks are battling it out, and Chuck Hayes has more.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 1:42 left in the third period. It is the Rams 14 and the 12th-man Seahawks 12, and there's a lot of 12th-man Seahawk people here today. Rams having a little bit of a struggle right now. They've had a delay game call negated because Sean McVay could run basically a 4.5 40 and get down the sideline to call timeout to save them. Then they had a procedure call, and then they just had another penalty to go against them. So 4th and 1 from their own 32-yard line, they're going to punt the football away to the Seahawks. And the only score in the third period so far with the 8:02 mark, it was Jason Myers, his 4th field goal of the day, 29 yards. That drive, 10 plays, 55 yards, took 5:54 off the clock. He has field goals of 57, 30, 22, and 29. And really what happened during that drive, Kenneth Walker busted a long run. He's had 11 carries for 55 yards today. Would have had a touchdown, but he got called back by a holding call by the tight end. And then Sam Darnold decided he was going to go down the sideline to Smith and Jigba, had the man beat. Sam just underthrew it a little bit, and Quentin Lake's replacement, Manuel Forbes, that corner from Mississippi State, made a great play to knock that away. Now, if you look at the numbers and inside the game here, Tyron Williams in the first quarter had 6 carries for 65-plus yards. So he was 6 carries for 76 yards. He did not carry the ball in the second quarter. He's carried it once in the third quarter. He has 7 carries for 80 yards. Matthew Stafford is struggling today. He is not the sharp quarterback that we've seen when they were tearing people up. He's 12 of 23 for 109, 1 touchdown. Williams, 7 for 80. Blake Corum, 6 carries for 6 yards. Receiving-wise, Nakua, 6 for 69. Higbee, the tight end, 1 for 23. Xavier Smith, 1 for 8. He's out now. Kobe Parkinson, the tight end, 1 for 8. Kyron Williams, 1 for 5. Devontae Adams, he's looked at him 6 times. He only has 1 catch for 1 yard for a touchdown and a long one. Blake Corum from Michigan, 1 for -5. Let's look at the Seahawks. Sam Darnold, 15 of 24 for 147. Here's the stat that jumps out at me. He's looked at Cooper Kupp 2 times. First time he looked at him, he was reeling back through a pick. Hasn't come back to him successfully again, and that's really hurting. Smith and Jigba, 5 for 63 along the 28. A.J. Barner, the tight end, who just on the previous series was at 3rd and 1 in the quarterback position and got stuffed, and they had to punt. So right now, with 1:22 left in the third period, it is the Rams 14 and the Seahawks 12, and the Seahawks have the football.
Thank you so much, Chuck. In the Broncos game, there was an interception thrown by Patrick Mahomes. There were some penalties on the play. We'll get a complete breakdown on all of that there, but I do think the Broncos are going to retain the ball on that one. A bad throw by Patrick Mahomes. We'll come back. Me and Jody will continue the conversation. We got a lot more to get to. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, right here, Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. I jumped the gun a little bit there. That's just because I'm excited to talk to my man, Jody Mack, as we've got a ton of action to get around to. Jody, before we get back to the updates, we had a big pick going into the break. Patrick Mahomes first had a pick six wiped off. And then that one, the NFL cannot find a way to get him the ball back. And the Broncos now have the ball teetering on the red zone. So maybe we have a little bit of life here with this Broncos offense.
But did you see the play that Mahomes made down the sidelines?
After getting blocked, yes. It was incredible.
He caught up. The Denver guy who made the interception had the entire defense behind him. He had nothing but green grass and high tides in front of him. And Mahomes ran him down from behind, strips peanut punched him. The ball came out. Now, luckily for Denver, it landed out of bounds, and they rightfully kept possession of the ball. But that was, and I always thought Mahomes was an underrated runner when he had the ball and took off in the pocket, but I thought it was just because he was smart and knew when to go and how to go, not because he had any speed. He showed the best speed I've ever seen in his career playing defense after he threw the pick against Denver.
Yeah, I think it's an underrated part of his game. He's clearly frustrated with himself, and that was one of those. I've heard Boomer Esiason say this before. Like, you throw the pick, and you're not really thinking. You're just mad, and you want to get the ball back. And he almost got the ball back there, and he got blocked. I don't know if obviously can't hear with the sound off. I don't know if they called it an illegal blindside block or a block in the back, but he was able to get all the way downfield after getting knocked down, after scrambling for a bit. So, a little athleticism for Patty Mahomes there.
He's not having a great day throwing the ball in a 6-6 game, but that was a heck of an athletic play.
And we just had another big play. So real quick before we jump back into the conversation, Rams, Seahawks, we've got a touchdown, and Chuck Hayes has got more for us.
Yeah, 14-15 remaining in this fourth period. And, man, again, you hate to put it on the quarterback, but Sam Darnold at the 104 mark of the period dropped back. It was 1st and 20. There had been a holding call. And he looked down to backup tight end Elijah Arroyo, who was in the slot, went down in the middle of the field, and he was in bracket coverage where there was a linebacker in front and DB Cam Kitchens behind him. And Darnold, for whatever reason, thought he could force it into double coverage. And Cam Kitchens said, "No, thank you, sir. I'm going to take that one again, just like I did in the first period when you tried to target Cooper Kupp." And he took it back down for the Rams, a 22-yard return. Just a bad throw by Sam Darnold. There's no other way to say it. A great play by Kitchens, and give credit to the defense for the bracket. So the Rams were able to convert. It was Matthew Stafford, a 6-yard touchdown pass to tight end Kobe Parkinson. And why is that important? Kobe Parkinson, the tight end, the reserve from Stanford, now in because Ram tight end Tyler Higbee, who's had ankle issues, is now questionable come back. The extra point was good, and that was Harrison Nevis. And so now with 14-15 remaining in this football game, the Rams have gone up on the Seahawks. And when you look at Darnold, he is 15 of 25, 3 interceptions. You have Smith and Jigba, his great receiver, 5 for 63. Barner, 8 for 57. Shaheed, 1 for 21. Kenneth Walker, 11 for 55. And the way things have been going, you got to think that he's got to be able to throw the football around. For the Rams, Stafford, 14 of 25 for 2 touchdowns, but most importantly, no interceptions. Nakua, 6 for 69. Higbee, 1 for 23. Parkinson, 2 for 14 with a touchdown long of 8 yards. That touchdown being credited to be an 8-yard touchdown pass. And as we roll deep into the fourth quarter now, still a lot of time on the clock. The Seahawks will get the ball back, but they are now down 21-12. And you got to think that Sam is going to be on the pass pattern focus to be able to get Seattle back in this football game. Still, they're only a score and a field goal away, so a lot of time left.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Let's go out to Denver as we've got a big score in that one. Bruce Morton's got more on Broncos Chiefs.
We've got 4:03 to go in the third quarter, and the Broncos have just charged in front, 13-6, an 89-yard drive capped by a 4-yard run from Jaleel McLaughlin. He was one of the running backs the Broncos were going to be counting on today with no J.K. Dobbins. Kansas City was in position to take a lead. They were driving deep into Denver territory, but Patrick Mahomes got picked off by cornerback Jaquan McMillan, and this interception stood after an earlier pick six for Denver was nullified by a penalty. It gave the ball to the Broncos on their 11. Big play on the drive. Bo Nix, a 35-yard pass to his college teammate Troy Franklin, taking the ball to Kansas City's 40-yard line. Nix on the day now 15 of 21 for 153 yards. So the Broncos are in front, and the pressure is now on Kansas City to respond. We have 4:03 to go, third quarter. Denver has won 10 consecutive home games. They're trying to make it 11. Broncos lead 13-6.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Dylan Gabriel has now been ruled out. Also, Myles Garrett already has 4 sacks today. Most consecutive seasons with 12-plus sacks in NFL history. Myles Garrett, 6. Lawrence Taylor, 5. So he is stacking up the sacks like John Buzika told us earlier and continues to be incredible, Jody.
There were rumors leading up to the trade deadline that Cleveland actually might put him on the market. I know that Philadelphia was abuzz with it because they thought Howie Roseman, the wheeler dealer, the closest thing to Monty Hall that we have in the National Football League, would do what it took to get a superstar like him. But the word was not 1, not 2, 3 number 1 picks. And I know we saw Sauce Gardner go for 2 number 1 picks. I still like the Jets' end of that deal, what they got in return for him. But the asking price was at least 3 number 1s for Garrett. Guess what? He's worth it. There aren't too many players in the National Football League, and certainly not many that aren't quarterbacks, that you would think about giving up 2, if not 3 number 1 picks. He is such a stud. If he doesn't win Defensive Player, and I know we got almost slightly less than half a season to go, but he is on an unbelievable run this year, and it's too bad because the Browns are a team that nobody watches and nobody cares about. Now, they may get a nice upset win today, but it's not going to change their overall season. But the season that Myles Garrett is having is off the charts.
It is. He's one of the greats, and he's already, if I'm correct, after today he's going to be in the top 25, and his career isn't even close to being done. when it comes to all-time sacks. When you look at the list, I mean, the number of guys, there's a lot of active guys still in it, but when you look at the list, and he is outpacing everyone on that list, except for maybe the top 2 or 3 people on that sack leaderboard, and he's been impressive. And it's part of the reason why this Cleveland defense is elite, and they're giving the Ravens fits today.
And here's the scary part about what you just said. I talked to a defensive coordinator who go nameless, who told me, years ago, in prepping for an upcoming game against a specific team, he said, the first thing I sit down is, with my players, I get in front of a chalkboard and I write down, we need to know where player X is on every single play. Then I write a 2, and I write again. We need to know where player X is on every single play. And I write it 5 times before I get to number 6 on the next thing we have to worry about as a defense. There are some players that just change a game and make coaches coach ways that they don't really want to, but they know they have to, because if they don't, he's going to wreck the game on them. There are a handful of them in the league at any given time, and Myles Garrett is the biggest one of them all. He is right now the biggest force defensively in the National Football League. And here's the scary part. He's never had a complimentary piece with him on that Cleveland defense. A lot of times you get great players, and they have someone on the other side that you at least have to keep your eye on, that you have to keep note on, even though you're always going to move and swing to a specific way to take their number one piece off the board. He's got no help, 0 help in Cleveland for the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and he still gets his 12, 15, 16 sacks every single year, all by his lonesome. That's how scary good he is.
Yeah, he is ridiculous at times. And a big pass here from Patrick Mahomes downfield to get them into the red zone while taking a hit. He's all when you name the guys, and guys who, like recently, Khalil Mack, J.J. Watt, Von Miller, they've all had complimentary pieces.
Yep.
Some of them had multiple guys or played around, very stacked defenses. So he's never had that piece. And they've had a very good defense, but it actually hasn't been that complimentary also. It's been a lot of good pieces, but not like he's had a ton of elite talent around him. But let's go out, as I was talking about this elite defense and Myles Garrett, Cleveland and the Ravens, another upset watch today. Browns have the ball up 6 on the Ravens, and let's get an update live from Cleveland from our guy, John Buzika.
No, I just can't believe Jody made a "let's make a deal" reference there with Monty Hall. That was really incredible.
Thank you.
No, Browns with the ball here. Shedeur Sanders did turn the ball over on his second drive through an interception. Just not a great pass. Not really sure where he was throwing it to on the right sideline. But then the ensuing play, there was a tipped pass, and I don't know if it's the ghost of, Paul Brown because of Art Modell moving the team to Baltimore, but it just seems like anytime Baltimore plays here, freaky things happen. And the pass was tipped. Carson Schlesinger picked it off, and now the Browns have their second third down of this drive that they're on right now. The last time Shedeur Sanders ran on the play and picked up the first down on his legs, and this one is a 3rd down and 6. Nearing their own 40, Sanders back to pass and going to be sacked. Ravens just teed off on that play and went after him in a big way and sacked him back inside his own 25. So far, mixed results in the Shedeur Sanders experiment of first couple plays here, and of course, this defense for the Ravens teeing off when they get the opportunities on the young quarterback. So 4th down again for the Browns, and as has been the case all day, guys, their defense, again, going to have to rise to the occasion. 1:20 clock runs in the third quarter. They're leading 16-10, and Myles Garrett comes to the field again looking for his 5th sack of the day.
Thank you so much, John. Let's go out to Arizona, get an update. Niners, Cardinals, Adam Green has more.
Yeah, you guys have been going over a lot of close games. This one is not one of them. The 49ers have a 35-10 lead as we just started the fourth quarter here. Following a Kittle touchdown catch from Brock Purdy. It was from 4 yards out, which followed an interception. Deommodore Lenoir picked up Jacoby Brissett, took it back to the Arizona 14-yard line, and then a few plays later, it was a Kittle who was the recipient of Brock Purdy's 3rd touchdown pass of the day to push the lead out to 35-10. The Cardinals have come back, and they put a drive together. They are in a goal-to-goal situation against the 49ers. Michael Wilson has been a big part of it. He has 154 yards on 11 catches in this game. But right now, the score is 35-10. It has been the 49ers show. Obviously, the scoreboard indicates that Brock Purdy 16 of 20 for about 176 yards and 3 scores. Christian McCaffrey has 49 yards rushing and a score, and 21 yards and a score on 3 catches. So San Francisco has a 35-10 lead. The Cardinals have a third and goal from the 49ers 8, but there's about 14 minutes left to go in this one, and it doesn't look like the home team is going to come out on top.
Adam, thank you so much. Me and Jody will continue the conversation. We'll continue reacting to this late window here as the Chiefs are about to tie it up on the ensuing extra point. A Kareem Hunt 1-yard touchdown after a 51-yard bomb from Patrick Mahomes under pressure. We'll get all that, but first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, and the Chiefs do connect on that extra point, so we're all tied up at 13 in Denver late in the third quarter. There is video of Bengals receiver Jamar Chase spitting on Steelers cornerback Jalen Ramsey. Ramsey responded by punching Chase and was ejected. Chase was not ejected. Chase had denied spitting on Ramsey postgame after Ramsey made the accusation. The Steelers enjoyed a 34-12 win over the Bengals, though both Aaron Rodgers and Jaylen Warren left the game with injuries. Rodgers hurt his left wrist. He'll be reevaluated tomorrow. Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. injured his knee. He did not return for the Falcons. Receiver Drake London also left, and the Falcons lose in overtime to the Panthers. A career day for Bryce Young, who threw for 448 yards. It's a Panthers franchise record. Panthers win in overtime in Atlanta, 30-27. The Panthers are 6-5. That's only half a game behind the Buccaneers in the NFC South. The Buccaneers losing to Josh Allen and the Bills 44-32. Allen running for 3 touchdowns, passing for 3 touchdowns as well.
Just finding a way to score down there, and had some quarterback runs up, which obviously helps. But again, guys make plays. Shaves made a heck of a play. Ty Johnson down the sideline just outrunning people. And then Jimbo making a heck of a catch for that touchdown there too. So it takes everybody.
J.J. McCarthy finally put together a big drive for the Vikings, giving them a late 1-point lead. But Cairo Santos hit a game-winning field goal for the Bears. They improved to 7-3 with a 19-17 win in Minnesota. The Packers forced 2 late Jameis Winston turnovers to beat the Giants 27-20. Jaguars destroyed the Chargers 35-6. Texans hit a late field goal to beat the Titans 16-13. Titans receiver Calvin Ridley fractured his fibula. That'll end his season. In Madrid, the Dolphins topped the Commanders in overtime 16-13. Tonight, it's the defending champion Eagles hosting the Lions at Lincoln Financial Field. NBA, the Celtics take care of the Clippers 121-118, the final in Boston. Jaylen Brown with 33 points. Spurs without Victor Wembanyama still defeat the Kings 123-110. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
That's right, Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, right here. Before we get back to the conversation with Jody Mack, let's go out to Baltimore as the Ravens are in the red zone. John Bazika's got more for us.
Thanks, Anthony. Ravens have to settle for a field goal. Again, the Browns' defense comes up stout on that possession. It has been incredible what they have done today against this explosive Ravens offense. They just continue coming up with play after play after play. And that one seems to be the best chance that Baltimore had really had. And it was set up by a 59-yard run by Derrick Henry. Seems like clockwork almost every week that, the King is going to find a way to make one big run a game that truly establishes different field position or makes some huge play, and give Denzel Ward all the credit in the world for chasing him down on that play and preventing it from being a touchdown. Because if it hadn't, then, you'd be looking at the Ravens ahead right now. But instead, it's a 16-13 Browns lead, 14:06 here in the fourth quarter as we've just started the fourth quarter. He comes down to this now, guys. The Browns offense has really been stagnant. Their touchdown today, the one touchdown that they have, came by way of the defense. It came from a 23-yard return on an interception by Devin Bush. The other scoring, all field goals. So the question becomes now, can Shedeur Sanders, now that Dylan Gabriel is out due to the concussion that he suffered, can Shedeur Sanders get comfortable in the offense quickly? First couple drives have not been great. He's 2 for 5 for 12 yards. He threw an interception, and he's taken 2 sacks for minus 27 yards. So big drive coming up for the Browns. They're down 16-13, 14:06 in the final quarter, or they're ahead 16-14, 14:06 in the final quarter, and we'll see what happens here in this final quarter, guys.
Thank you so much, John. Let's go out to Denver. The Broncos, the Chiefs, all tied up heading into the fourth quarter. Bruce Morton's got us covered.
All right, we are just starting the fourth quarter. Game tied at 13. Bo Nix, moments ago, threw 48 yards to Pat Bryant to bring the ball to the Kansas City 32. It is now on the 23, looking at 2nd and 1. Nix on the day, 17 of 23 for 211 yards. Bryant, the leading receiver for the Broncos, 4 catches for 77 yards. With 4:03 left in the third quarter, Jaleel McLaughlin bowled his way into the end zone from 4 yards out, dragging bodies with him, and that gave the Broncos a 13-6 lead on Kansas City's ensuing possession. Things were looking bleak as the Chiefs faced a 3rd and 7, but Patrick Mahomes connected on a 61-yard pass to Taquan Thornton, a guy who was not even listed on the 2-deep chart. That led to a game-tying 2-yard run by Kareem Hunt. So that's where we stand, 13-13, as we just begin the fourth quarter. After an incomplete pass, the Broncos are now looking at 3rd and 1, but even if they don't convert, they are well within field goal range for Will Lutz, who has 2 field goals on the day already. 14:52 to go. Fourth quarter, it is 13-13.
Thank you so much. Rams, Seahawks, they're battling out in a battle for the NFC West top of the division, and Chuck Hayes has more from SoFi Stadium.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 5 minutes and counting here in this one. It is the Rams 21, the Seahawks 12. Stop me if you heard this before. Sam Darnold with an interception. Well, he's thrown 4 on the day. At the 10:43 mark, Darius Williams with an 18-yard return made a big pick against Sam, trying to go to Elijah Arnold, and Cooper Kupp at 4:41 remaining in the fourth period has caught his first pass of the day. So Sam Darnold, just not a good day for him. Cam Kitchens has 2 picks, Kobe Durant has 1, and Williams has 1. And it's just been a situation where the Rams have done just enough. The last score of the game for the Rams was Kobe Parkinson, a 6-yard touchdown pass from Matthew Stafford, and that was at the 14-15 mark in the fourth period. Memphis with the extra point. And when you look at numbers-wise for the Seahawks, Sam, 21 of 33 for 216, 4 interceptions, no touchdowns. Kenneth Walker rushing 14 carries, 65 yards. Zach Charbonnet, 11 for 37. Darnold flushed out of the pocket right now, coming up the field and slides to the Ram 24-yard line. Smith and Jigba, 9 targets, 6 receptions for 72 yards. Barner, the tight end, 8 for 57. Kenny Walker, the third, 3 for 44. Rashid, 1 for 21. And Kupp, second reception of the day, 2 for 16. And that was a mistake on my part where he had already broken through. So from the Rams, Kyron Williams, 11 carries, 91 yards. Matthew Stafford, 15 of 27 for 130, but he's got 2 touchdowns. Blake Corum, 8 yards rushing, 8 attempts for 10 yards rushing. Nakua, 7 receptions, 75 yards. Higbee, 1 for 23. Parkinson, 2 for 14. And as I mentioned, Adams just cannot get on track. 7 targets. He only has 1 reception for 1 yard and 1 touchdown for the long of 1. So with 3:18 remaining in this one, the Seahawks, they don't really have the greatest sense of urgency right now. It's 21-12 and 3 minutes and counting. They've got a good run of timeouts left, but they got a couple scores to make up.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we'll continue to monitor that one. Jody, your boy, Sam Darnold, 4 interceptions. You know when the last time was he threw 4 interceptions?
Oh, I'm sure he was wearing green at the time at MetLife Stadium. Well, maybe not. He's been pretty bad other places too. But, yeah, I'm guessing when he was seeing ghosts.
Yes,
in,
you nailed it, Jody.
New Jersey.
That was exactly it. When he's seeing ghosts, the I Seen Ghosts game is the last time he threw 4 picks. I'm not excusing away a bad performance. I'm not going to sit here. If they lose this game, because they could still win this game very much, I'm not going to sit here and write off the Seahawks or Sam Darnold because of one poor performance. It's only how you respond, after this. And I think this is a very good Rams team that he's playing against. Maybe the Seahawks are just a step behind them if it finishes the way it's been going. But they're also well within reach of still being able to compete and win this game.
They are, but as our stringer just told us, they're not exactly showing much sense of urgency. You're down 2 scores. If you're down 8 and all you need is a touchdown, you got to get a 2-point conversion. Fine. They're down 9. They need 2 scores. So they really, for me, got to pick it up a little bit. We'll see if they can get a touchdown here. They've been their own worst enemy today. Darnold with his picks, and also they've taken inopportune double-digit penalties, 10 yards, 15 yards. They've shot themselves in the foot. They've been inside the red zone 3 times and had to settle for 3 Myers field goals. They've been inside the 25 4 times and had to settle for 4 Myers field goals. So this is on the Seahawks. If you want to give the Rams some credit, I do too. The Seahawks defense has played okay in that they've kept Stafford, who has moved up to the number 1 spot in the MVP race. They've pretty much kept him in check today. You hold Matthew Stafford in check, you got to find a way to put more than 4 field goals up on the boards. This is all about the lack of the Seattle offense today.
Well, Kenneth Walker just drove in for a touchdown, so it's now 21-18 before the extra point. So we'll see what that comes of. Before we jump back into that, let's go out to Arizona. We do have an update, a unique stat line here from Jacoby Brissett and, Wilson, who's filling in at wideout, and Adam Green's got more on the Niners and the Cardinals.
Yeah, there's 8:28 left to go in this game. It's 35-16. The 49ers still have the lead. The Cardinals punched it in. It was a Trey McBride 10-yard pass from Jacoby Brissett. Of course, the Cardinals almost punched it in their drive before that. Elijah Higgins had a ball. He caught it. Was trying to push towards the goal line. He got tackled. He got stripped of the ball, fumbled. 49ers didn't do anything with their next possession and gave the Cardinals a short field that led to the McBride touchdown pass from Brissett. You mentioned the stat line for Brissett. He is 40 of 49 for 387 yards, and that one touchdown has been picked twice. Michael Wilson, 13 catches, 170 yards. Jay McBride, 10 catches for 115 yards, and a touchdown for the Cardinals. Interesting note, on the Arizona side, they have 17 penalties for 130 yards. It's a franchise record for amount of penalties in a game. And, of course, this game is not yet over, but it's probably not a good thing when you have more penalties than points in and out. For the 49ers, they have the ball now after recovering an onside kick from the Cardinals after that last touchdown. They're firmly in control of this game. You talked about a lot of those other close games, how Seattle was within 2 scores. Well, the Cardinals are still down 3 scores in this one. Brock Purdy has been very good in his return to the field since week 4, 18 to 25, 185 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey's been his usual self on the ground and the air, a touchdown each way, and George Kittle has 2 touchdowns. So 35-16 is the score. The 49ers firmly in control of this game. They have the ball in Cardinals territory, just trying to run out the clock here.
Thank you so much, Adam. A huge, you got to win in all phases, and a huge special teams play just now from the Browns. A punt about to go over the goal line. The Browns player dives, saves it. It rolls on the side of the ball, and finally someone slides down on it. So the Ravens are going to have to, travel from their own 1-yard line to get back into this one as they are down 16-13 after a masterful punt. Niners also 35-16 is the score. If they were to win this game, even though they have the loss against the Seahawks in last week, I believe it was, or was it the Rams, they would also only be a game and a half back of the 1 in that division and a half game back of the 2 in that division. So this is a big game for the Rams and the Seahawks, not just obviously for what's ahead of them, but trying to fend off what's behind them as well.
I've been a Brock Purdy fan since he came into the league. When he came in as a rookie, last player drafted, Mr. Irrelevant, and hit the field and took the 49ers into the playoffs, I said, wow, this kid can play. And then the next year he has a phenomenal year, and people are still second-guessing him because he was Mr. Irrelevant. And it was kind of a fluke, and it was all about the system, and he was a system quarterback. And then he comes back the next year and takes the 49ers to the Super Bowl. And they're still second-guessing Purdy. At least some of the haters and doubters diminished, but they were still out there. And the last year he was injured and not near as good, and this year he's missed more games than he's played. I had no idea what Brock Purdy was going to show up today. Apparently, he's been pretty damn good. I've only seen the highlights of the game, but he's completed a very high percentage of his passes, which he's always done. If Purdy can get back to top Purdy levels, yeah, the 49ers have still got just as good a chance as either the Rams or the Seahawks to win that division.
Jody, we'll continue the conversation. We'll get into all that. Some exciting finishes. 3 one-possession games left out of the 4. We got a lot more to get to. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack. Jody's got you till 10 o'clock. I'm with you with Jody till 8. Gridiron Game Day. We'll be right back.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back, and we've got a lot to get to. Jody Mack, Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday. If you are on the Infinity Sports Network, BetMGM YouTube, what is going on? And welcome. We got another hour left. Me and Jody right here on Gridiron Gameday, and the great Jody Mack takes us all the way till 10 o'clock. You guys all the way till 10 o'clock. But first, let's go out to Chuck Hayes in L.A. as he's got an update as this Rams-Seahawks game comes down to the wire.
Yeah, Anthony, the chess match between Sean McVay and Seattle Seahawks defensive genius head football coach Mike Macdonald has worked for the Seahawks as Macdonald stuffed Matthew Stafford's last play. The Rams punting the ball away now, 146 and counting. The ball will go out at looks like the 1 yard line here. We're going to see where the spot is. It's looking pretty good for the Rams. Man, Seahawks are going to have to go, it looks like 99 yards here to be able to get into field goal range. 99 to score a touchdown. It's 21-19 Rams. And what happened was after Sam's interception, the fourth one of the day, it was a no harm, no foul. Basically, they just lost 2 minutes and 53 seconds off the clock and a bunch of field position. They got the ball up the field. Kenneth Walker converted on a 1 yard touchdown run. He was 16 of 67, a long run of 25. Jason Myers with the extra point. That drive took 11 plays, 84 yards, took 3:37 off the clock. So the Seahawks start the ball on their own 1 yard line. They have one timeout. Jason Myers' range, I would say, probably is 62 yards. So we'll see how that works out. Darnold comes out of the box and gets a 4 yard gain. They're going to keep the clock winding. It looks like he got out of bounds. They're marking at the 5 yard line at 1:30 and counting. So with 1:25 and counting, it is the Rams 21, the Seahawks 19.
I think we lost Chuck there, so we will come back. But as he was saying, at 21-19, Rams, Seahawks, and a big play here on the punt brings it to, it looks like the 1 yard line. That landed right on the one out of bounds. Maybe the goal line right on the one. Jody, that's going to be a tough scenario for your guys in Seattle. They are officially your guys to me as we watch this game come down to the wire.
Like I said earlier, if the Seahawks lose this game, it's going to be the Seahawks' own fault. They shot themselves in the foot way too many times. That was a hell of a punt by the Ram punter. Knocked it out. They put it to one. It could have been the 1 inch line. The back of the football could have absolutely been in the end zone because it went out inside the 1 foot line for me. They got 4 yards on first down. So the game's not over. Seattle's down to their final timeout, and they're just over a minute to play. Sam Darnold's going to have to do what he hasn't been able to do all game, which is put together a string of good passes. He gets his second down pass batted down in the end zone. So,
not great.
He's up against it now, back against the wall. They're sitting on a 3rd and 6 with a little over a minute to play. So Darnold has to either get hot, or the Rams are going to be able to hold on and win this game by 21-19.
Well, they get the first down. They get to about the 15. While we were in break, though, the Broncos gave up the lead. So let's go out to Denver and get an update as they're trying to tie this one up or take the lead. Bruce Morton's got more.
All right, Anthony, we have 9:05 to go in the fourth quarter, and the Chiefs have their first lead of the day, 19-16. KC went in front with 9:57 left on a 21-yard pass from Patrick Mahomes to Travis Kelce. Kelce caught the toss at the 15, broke a tackle, and galloped to the house. However, on a day in which a lot of teams have been botching extra points, the ensuing PA attempt was blocked, meaning Denver can tie the game with a field goal from Will Lutz. He has 3 on the day. Another statistic, in one-possession games this year, Kansas City is 0-4. After a holding penalty, the Broncos are now looking at 3rd and 17 from their 21. They've got to convert. 9:05 to go. Fourth quarter. Chiefs lead Broncos 19-16.
Let's go out to Cleveland as the Ravens set up to, tie it with a field goal. Let's see what happened on that drive from our guy, John Bozica.
Yeah, field goal was good by Tyler Loop. They were able to tie it. He's 3 for 3 today. Andre Schmidt is 3 for 3 today. Loop just hit a 44-yarder to tie the game at 16 with 4:59 left in the game, and the Browns take over. There was a hold on the return by the Browns, so what was going to be decent starting field position up around their 30. They'll now start with it at their own 20-yard line, it would appear, on the field. So Browns and Ravens tied at 16. So far, Shedeur Sanders, 6 passes he has thrown. He's completed 2 of them, and he has an interception. Quinshon Judkins had a decent game for the Browns, 17 carries, 59 yards, but Derrick Henry really quiet, 100 yards today, 16 carries, 105 yards, and a touchdown, including a 59-yard run. But story of the day has really been Lamar Jackson against the Browns defense, 13 of 24, 182 yards and 2 interceptions. Not very often that you see him struggle against somebody like that, and truly today the Browns defense has done miraculous things against him to hold him in check. So Browns with the ball here. They have a second down coming up now after a first down of an incompleted pass to Judkins on a screen. So 2nd and 10, 4:41 left in the game. Tied at 16. They have it at their own 20. We'll see if they can pull off the upset here.
Thank you so much, John, and we will monitor that one. It was 4th and 2 for the Broncos. They were going for it. I don't think they're going to go for it now after the false start makes it 4 and 7 as they are in their own territory. 9 penalties for 136 yards. Jody, one of those coming on Riley Moss, who's the king of the defensive pass interference, on what was an underthrown ball. And in the NFL, if you can underthrow a ball and get the cornerback in the way, they will give you the penalty every time. And if I was a quarterback, especially somebody with an arm like a Patrick Mahomes, I would just do that every time I didn't have a play.
Yeah, but most times you're right. But then when you underthrow a ball and the defensive back makes a phenomenal play, guess what? It's going to get picked. So to just bank on a defensive pass interference, to me, would be a sign of weakness.
Well, it's rewarding a bad throw is my issue, and it happens in every game. But it's not the reason why this game is the way. It's just they both have 9 penalties. The Broncos only exacerbated it with the penalties they've taken. The Chiefs have shot themselves in the foot a million times today as well. And Sam Darnold's rolling outside the pocket, and that one's incomplete. So they'll have 10 seconds. About 2nd and 10, they are on the 38-yard line. So it will be tough it's a lot of ground to make up in a short period of time. Let's go out, though, and get this last play live from our guy, Chuck Hayes.
Well, 5 seconds left in this one, and it was incomplete as Darnold was looking for Njigba Smith. And what happened? Pass the interference call against the Rams. Automatic first down. So we got 5 seconds left to go. Let's see where they're going to spot this. The longest field goal of the career for the Seattle kicker, Jason Myers, is 61 yards, and that happened in 2020 against the Rams. So here's this situation. They have the ball on their own 49-yard line, the Seahawks. It's 1st and 10, 5 seconds to go in this one. So obviously they have one timeout. They're going to try to do something very quick just to move it up to get a chance to have a field goal. Back to Darnold. He holds it a tad too long, incomplete. It's going to be 1 second on the clock on the Ram 44-yard line. So Seattle timeout. This is going to take a second. Speak among yourselves while I wait here along with 72,000 people.
If it's the 40, if it's at the 44, you're telling me they're going to line up for a 62-yarder.
That's about his range, Jody.
Yeah,
again,
got a
61
shot.
is his career long, and they're going to mark it 51, 52. It's going to be 62-yard field goal from the angle that I have right now. And again, that they were bailed out on that PI call, and for all the luck that Sam Darnold had today, this is something. It's right on the logo, and it looks like it's going to be 61. The way I'm looking at the holder. So I just want to hold with you. The Rams just took time out, Sean McVay, to settle things down. So, again, we can speak however you want in regards to this. I'll lay out if you want me to, but I'm here. Everybody here, and I'll tell you the 12th man is here. Every Seahawks fan is on his feet, and you can see their blue jerseys everywhere.
Well, Chuck, we'll come back to you in a second, so just stay with us as they line up for this one. 61 yards. It's funny. If they don't take that PI call there, it's a tough catch to begin with. Even if he catches it, they moved him closer by taking the penalty. So it almost benefited them to just let him catch it there and have them waste their remaining time out. So a tough play right there. I can't blame him, though. When you're covering somebody as good as Jackson Smith and Jigba, you have to,
Right.
What can you do in that situation?
You got to play football, and he played football on the play, and they threw the flag. And I thought it was a decent call. I thought it was an actual pass interference.
Yeah.
And then Darnold throws a 3-yard pass and uses the timeout to pick up 3 yards to make it a 61-yarder instead of a 64-yarder. If the Seahawks pull this out, it's good because Jason Myers had 62-yard length. I did not think that Darnold ran a very good 1-minute drill. He needed to be aided by a penalty. We'll see what Myers does.
Yeah, and it's, you know what? He held that ball one more second. The game is over because he held it way too long in that one. And let's go out to L.A. and get Chuck's reaction to the kick here.
61 yards, Anthony, 61 yards. He did not get it the way he wanted. The hold was great. He drove it as far as he could. It went wide right and short, and the Rams are victorious. They go to 8-2, 21-19 over the Seahawks. The Seahawks dropped to 7-3 here live at SoFi, Inglewood, California, in front of 72,000 plus. 21-19 Rams.
Thank you so much, Chuck. So a tough loss for the Seahawks today. And, if they would have won this one, you would have taken it. Obviously, you always take the W if you're the Seahawks fan. But it would not have made you felt great, especially with that penalty. And I think that's fair when you're evaluating a team, but you always take the W. 4th and 1 for the Ravens here, Jody, is they're trying to get the yardage here. 16-16, and they run a awesome play, and I think this is going to end up being a touchdown. 4th and 1, they line up Mark Andrews under the snap. He fakes going up the middle, wraps around, and just scored a touchdown. And that's an incredible play call right there. And I don't know when the last time was you played Madden or NCAA football, Jody, but that's like you're selling out for the run, and they get you. They caught you on dive and run middle, and you went onto the outside, and they just burnt them big time there.
And he's their tush-push guy. They're not going to put Lamar under center, specifically now with the injuries he's been dealing with. So they just lined him up for a quote-unquote tush-push play. And, yes, perfect fake, spun out, got enough push from the offensive line to let him just turn the corner, and there was no one back there defensively for him. So even a guy like Mark Andrews, who runs okay for a tight end, but he's not the kind of guy you would have put his hands on the ball from 40 yards out to take it to the house. And that's exactly what he did.
Well, now we're going to get to see if Shedeur can lead them on a game-winning drive here. So we'll see what happens. It would be, honestly, for our industry, it would be great to get a Shedeur Sanders game winner there. But we do have an update. Obviously, not the most interesting game, but Jacoby Brissett breaks a record today for the most completions, and more on that. Our guy Adam Green has got us covered in Arizona.
Yeah, final score 41-22. The 49ers won this one, and it was pretty much over after the second quarter. It seemed like the Cardinals' offense struggled to put points on the board, but they did not struggle to put up the yardage. If you look at the box score in this one, the Cardinals outgained San Francisco 488 yards to 281. Cardinals had the same amount of first downs. The Cardinals did have 3 turnovers, though, including one that was a fumble heading towards the goal line. But, of course, the box score doesn't tell the entire story. For San Francisco, Brock Purdy's return was a very good one, 19 of 26, 200 yards and 3 touchdowns, 2 to George Kittle, 1 to Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey, in the very end of the game, he got 1 more touchdown to get his 3rd touchdown of the day, which is then followed by Greg Dortch catching a 17-yard touchdown pass from Jacoby Brissett. Brissett, you mentioned, set that record 47 of 57 for 452 yards and 2 touchdowns with 2 interceptions. You might say they're empty calories, but of course that is a big number from Jacoby Brissett, who is right now the starting quarterback for Arizona with Kyler Murray on IR, and there's been a lot of rumors about how that's going to go if Murray's going to come back this season. Some of his main targets today were Michael Wilson, who had 15 catches for 185 yards, 1 catch short of tying the Cardinals franchise record for receptions in a game. And, of course, Trey McBride caught 10 of 11 targets for 115 yards and 1 touchdown. But, yes, this game was controlled by the 49ers from the beginning. They never really let up. They finished with a 41-22 victory. And in a really loaded NFC West, of course, you guys are talking about that Seattle-Los Angeles game that came down to the wire. Those are probably the 2 best teams, but San Francisco, especially as they start to get healthy with Purdy and Kittle and Ricky Pearsall back on the field, looks like they're going to be a very dangerous out as well. So San Francisco 41-22. They moved to 7-4. The Cardinals fall to 3-7, and that is a final here from Glendale, Arizona.
Thank you so much, Adam. Let's go out to Cleveland. As we said, the crazy play at the end of the game, but it's not over yet. There's still over 2 minutes left, and the Browns have the ball. John Bozica's got us covered.
Yeah, I just can't believe there, too, Anthony, just the absolute play call by Todd Monken.
Incredible.
To go with the idea of, like, because everyone's expecting the tush-push, right? So it's like that's become like the most run play, it seems, in the NFL on short yardage downs like that. And just the fact to have Mark Andrews fake that going up the middle and then cut around the right end and beat his man to the end zone. I mean, the only guy that was giving chase to him was Carson Schlesinger. So, like, he had a one-on-one race, and even though Mark Andrews is a tight end that's getting up there in years, he still has the legs to get there at that point. So 35 yards, incredible way to take the lead there. But the first play, Shedeur Sanders serves a 25-yard pass down the middle of the field to Harold Fannin, the, of course, rookie tight end out of Bowling Green. That's the local Canton kid here from the Ohio area. And, just like that, the Browns have it down at the Ravens' 40-yard line because they, of course, had a touchback on the kickoff. So Shedeur Sanders got him in position here and could send this crowd into a frenzy and send the game into overtime and, of course, very quickly endear himself to the Cleveland community. They've already wanted him to be great, but this is a huge chance for him being a rookie to come in here and just, shock everyone and lead them on a touchdown drive late. And obviously you don't want to give Lamar too much time because there's really no such thing as too little time with Lamar. It seems like he can make plays. Him and Patrick Mahomes are kind of like that. So we'll see. 2-minute warning here. Browns have a 1st and 10 at the Ravens 40, and we'll see what happens, guys.
Thank you so much, John. We got a lot to get to. Me and Jody will continue to watch these 2 exciting games coming down to the wire. We'll recap the rest of the day. We have to get a lot to get to. We'll preview the primetime games coming up. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
That's right, Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack. Before we get back to it, we got a big 4th and 5 for the Browns, and let's go out to Cleveland as John Buzika's got more for us.
Yeah, 4th and 5 for the Browns here at the Ravens, 26-yard line. Shador Sanders in the shotgun. They're on the right hash. Njoku in tight right, 3 wide receivers left. Bond in motion out wide left now, and before the play, Coach John Harbaugh takes a timeout. So Baltimore sees what they were in from a defensive standpoint, and of course we'll stick with it here to get this key play and see what happens. But cluing you in, I guess, on what happened previous to this on this drive, situation of the Browns getting some nice plays. As we said earlier, long pass complete over the middle to Harold Finn, and then Jerry Jeudy made a great play to pick up a first down on a 3rd and 10 in the drive. And moments ago, Larvadan almost caught a touchdown in the corner of the end zone for the Browns, but came up incomplete. So going to be that 4th down coming up now, though, about fourth and it's like 5.5. It's at the 25.5-yard line on the right hash. They've got Judy and Ford wide right. They've got Njoku, Bond, and Tillman wide left. So empty in the backfield is Shador on this play, and we'll see what he's able to do here as Ravens appear to be bringing blitz. Shador back to throw. He has to step away, throws downfield, broken up right side of the field at the first down marker at the 20, intended there for Njoku, and great play made by the Ravens from the defense. Roquan Smith, the inside linebacker, made an unbelievable play batting that away, and Browns comeback chance at the end going to come up short. Some extra pushing and shoving and jawing happening away from the play, but Browns going to lose this one 23-16, 57 seconds left. Just not enough at the end, despite an unbelievable defensive effort. Going to come up short.
Thank you so much, John. And it wouldn't be an AFC North battle if there wasn't a little bit of a fracas after most plays, as there is. Let's go out to Denver. The Broncos forcing the punt from the Chiefs, and let's get an update from Bruce Morton.
All right, we have 2:23 to go in the fourth quarter. The score is tied at 19. Broncos looking at 2nd and 5 from their 31-yard line. All they need is a field goal to win this game. A 21-yard TD pass from Patrick Mahomes to Travis Kelce with 9:57 left in the fourth gave KC a 19-16 lead. But the Broncos blocked the extra point attempt, opening the door for a game-tying field goal, which Will Lutz converted moments ago from 54 yards out, his fourth on the day. As Anthony mentioned, the Broncos forced a 3-and-out from Kansas City, and the Broncos now have the ball on their 21 after a holding penalty, and they're looking at 2nd and 15. The Broncos are tied for the league lead with 4 comeback wins. They're trying to make it 5. We have 2:12 to go in this one. Broncos looking at 2nd and 15 from their 21. The score is tied at 19.
Thank you so much, Bruce. Jody, it wouldn't be a Sunday with us hanging out if the Broncos didn't have to bring this down to the wire. As they do, it feels like every week they're in this window.
You got to sweat the 7 o'clock hour each and every single week.
I just can't
Sorry,
relax.
pal, but that's just the fact, Jack. By the way, in that Baltimore-Cleveland game, our stringer told us that Shador Sanders completed his first pass. There was a major ovation from the crowd. Shador is just one of those guys who causes people to get crazy.
Yes.
Both positively and negatively. Goes both ways with Shador. I thought he was well underdrafted, but then he became this guy that you almost had to get behind because he had been treated badly by the NFL. No, they evaluated him. I said we'll find out over time. Doesn't look like it was a bad evaluation yet because he hadn't done anything in the pros. He's only a rookie, and there's a lot of time yet to judge. But the swing of the pendulum with him was amazing, going from should be a top 10 pick to going day 3 to being screwed by the National Football League by saying some stuff that got himself in trouble. He can't beat out the quarterback who was drafted before him as a rookie when they cleared the decks for the young players, and he gets a chance to go into the game today, and he goes 4 of 16. That's not good, Anthony.
That's not good.
That's those who think that Shador Sanders got stiffed and there's some kind of rising up against him. He didn't help his own chances today. He had a chance in a game that was hanging in the balance in front of his home crowd that were backing him, as we were told by our reporter. They were very effusive with their cheers when he came into the game. 4 of 16, not going to get the job done.
No, and I am as pro a Shador Sanders guy as I can be. I'm probably going to be wrong on this. I thought he was going to be the best player coming out of last year's draft before the draft process. I also don't think he was treated poorly. I think that quarterbacks get overslotted every year. I actually think we just had a draft that may have not had a guy overslotted because I thought Jackson Dart was going to be that guy, and he's been really good. Obviously injured right now. Tyler Shuck was the only other guy I thought got overdrafted. The rest of them all dropped. They all, guys with a lot of college success dropped. Will Howard, Dylan Gabriel. I will say this, and I was saying this to our guy KP in break. I cannot evaluate a Browns quarterback until they leave the Browns because after what I saw with Baker Mayfield, and even the improvement, not that he's been amazing, but even the improvement from Joe Flacco after leaving Cleveland, I know he had a tough one today, but I can't do it. I can't evaluate any of these guys. Dylan Gabriel might be the next really good quarterback, but he plays on the Browns, and they can't block for him. The wide receivers aren't good, and it just feels like they're cursed at that position at least.
And I was thinking about that. Did Manning do a spot like that on one of his shows? A caller was telling me last night here that they were talking about the curse in Cleveland. Do you buy into curses? No. I think there's something to be said about sports gods, but I'm not sure about curses. I just think it's been pretty poor management by the Cleveland Brown organization for the better part of a couple decades.
Jody, I'm Italian. I'm very superstitious. No, I don't believe in that. I just think it is, being a Knicks fan. Well, I'll tell you this much, not to bring it to that. You know what I mean by this? I never thought the Knicks would be competent, and right now they're one of the more competent franchises in the NBA. So it just takes one. Look at the Bills. Or all those years, I didn't grow up in the 90s with the Bills being a perennial Super Bowl team. So I grew up with the Bills being dysfunctional. And all it takes is one turnaround. The Jaguars are not, they're teetering, but the Jaguars are more competent than most franchises in the NFL now. And all it took was one, decent window for them to be in that position. So, and look at the Broncos. They used to be really competent. It took them 8 years where they looked really incompetent. Jet level, not to take a shot at your team, but Jet level of incompetency, Brown level of incompetency, and now it feels like they figured it out. So I think I agree with you. It's just poor management. I don't believe in curses. The Red Sox and Cubs have won a World Series in the last 15 years. So no, I don't believe in curses anymore. I do think eventually they'll figure it out, and hopefully it's soon for Browns fans' sakes. Hopefully it's one of these guys that's on the roster right now.
Oh, those who believe in curses certainly believe that they can be overcome. You just have to figure out how to overcome. Well, why didn't you just figure out who's going to be a winning quarterback and take him in the draft or sign him as a free agent or do something to get that type of player on your game, on your team? I'm not buying the Browns curse. Shoot, some people think Buffalo is cursed, that they can't get a Super Bowl. Like you said, as competent an organization as we've had in the league for the last decade plus, but they can't get over the hump, and some people will believe they are cursed until they actually get that Super Bowl parade.
You know what the curse is? Patrick Mahomes. That's the curse. He curses my franchise.
Yeah, he does.
Curses every AFC franchises. That's
it. Except the Eagles.
Except the Eagles.
Did a number on him last year.
Now, I do think, and this is not to take a shot at the Giants or anything, I do think this Eagles team is a bit better than those Giant teams that beat the Patriots. But this is, Jalen Hurts is Eli Manning to Tom Brady for Patrick Mahomes. That's what he is right now. I do think this team might be a dynasty in the making. They go out and win one this year. I think you could call them a dynasty with the amount they've been in the Super Bowl or around the Super Bowl in this sport. So we'll see. A close one here. It looks like the Broncos are an inch short of the first down marker. You never know how accurate the first down markers are on TV with about a minute left here. Otherwise, it'll be 4th and short at about midfield. So we'll see. Or they're over midfield. So we'll see where they spot it. It does look like he's short, though. He did take a step back. If he would have just turned and reached out, he would have had the first down. So a tough one there. It looks like he's well past the first down marker from this replay here. But you don't know until you know. But
they're measuring. You got a shot here. You got to wait and see what the measurement says. Oh, wait. They don't measure anymore. They go upstairs to some sky cam, don't they?
Yes, and I don't understand how. I think Andy Reid is pointing to the sky cam or he's signaling to the league office, help us out here. It looks like he's got the first down. I mean, what are we doing here? Can we hurry up? I'm stressed out now, Jody. I'm stressed.
If you go by the line that they have on the field, he definitely got past it. They should spot the ball past the line. Now, that line isn't always to the inch accurate, so we'll see if they get it. They are going to measure it, but I'm with you. At least as per what we're seeing on the TV, it looked like he was a solid half yard. Oh, here's an even better shot.
And also, here's a quick number.
It's right on the number, and he's past it, but he's just past it.
It's close. It's very close.
This is a legit, we need to measure, we need to stop the clock, we need to look at all angles to make sure we get this right.
Yeah, and I don't know what this virtual measure. It's tough without the sound here, but it says that they're saying first down. I'll take it, Jody. 56. The game's not over yet, but on the day so far, 56 touchdowns. Which feels like a lot, but we've had 70 touchdowns in a week this year. So a big week offensively. But going back to the curse thing, I think for every franchise, there's always hope. I do think that the luck plays into it, and it's a random chance situation. The Bengals with Joe Burrow, they feels like they have a team that can compete every year, and then Joe Burrow gets plantar fasciitis. He did practice this week, so that's a good sign for Bengals fans. But it's just, it feels like you could be cursed. The Mariners in baseball have never made a World Series, and I'm sure their fans feel cursed.
56 touchdowns today. Did half of them come in the Bucks-Bills game? Because it seemed
felt
like it.
No one was getting a stop in that game, and the other half came from the Jaguars offense. We will come back and wrap this show up, talk a little bit. We'll get the end of this Broncos game as well. But first, we got to get an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony Shador, Sanders' time has come. Dillon Gabriel exited with a concussion suffered in the third quarter. It didn't go well for Sanders. Sanders just 4 of 16 passing for 47 yards, an interception. He was sacked twice and picked up a 15-yard penalty for intentional grounding. The Ravens using Sanders' struggles to come from behind and beat the Browns. The final score in Cleveland, 23-16. That's 4 straight wins for Baltimore. The Ravens are now 5-5. That leaves them 1 game behind the Steelers in the AFC North. The Steelers with a 34-12 win over the Bengals, but a lot to sort out there. Aaron Rodgers injured his left wrist, did not play in the second half. Head coach Mike Tomlin said that Rodgers will be evaluated tomorrow. Steelers running back Jaylen Warren injured his ankle. He did not have another carry after exiting the game. Defensive back Jalen Ramsey was ejected from the win over the Bengals for throwing a punch at Bengals receiver Jamar Chase. Ramsey accused Chase of spitting on him post-game, and video did show that there was spit from Chase. The Jaguars blow out the Chargers 35-6. Elsewhere in the later games, the Seahawks' Jason Myers tried a 61-yard field goal for the win. It came up short. The Rams survived 21-19 to improve to 8-2. They are 1 game up on the Seahawks in the NFC West. The 49ers are also 1 back of the Rams after blowing out the Cardinals 41-22. Josh Allen, 3 passing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns. Bills defeat the Buccaneers 44-32. The Panthers now only half a game back of the Bucs in the NFC South. Panthers winning in overtime of the Falcons 30-27. Bryce Young throwing for a franchise record 448 yards and 3 touchdowns. The Chiefs and Broncos still tied at 19. Broncos down at the Chiefs' 15-yard line. They're in the final minute. Sunday Night Football features the Lions and Eagles. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Jody, I've never doubted him a day in my life, and let's go out to Denver and get the update from our guy, Bruce Morton. What's up, Bruce?
All right, Anthony. Will Lutz's fifth field goal of the day, this one from 35 yards as time expired, gave the Broncos a clutch 22-19 win over the Chiefs. Denver's winning drive was kept alive when faced with 3rd and 15. Bo Nix connected with a diving Cortland Sutton for 16 yards. Nix again came through when he threw to Troy Franklin, his college teammate at the University of Oregon, for 32 yards down to the 15. With their fifth fourth-quarter comeback win of a magical year, the Broncos are 9-2. Kansas City, it sounds hard to believe to say this, but the Chiefs are 5-5. Final again from Denver, Broncos 22, Chiefs 19.
Bruce, my guy. Thank you, Bruce. How about that? Always bringing the good news. Never doubted him. Had a blast. I totally was not, peeing my pants that entire drive.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you weren't. Please, Billy Jock, clean that up before my show starts. The thing that he said that, for me, has got to make you the absolute happiest there, Gallo, is they never die. They hang tough. They come from behind. They face adversity and find a way to win. They're not a perfect team. They surely are not. But if you've got that clutch gene in you, that can cover up for some of your deficiencies. And, man, the Broncos been showing that all year long.
I will say this, and, before we get to that real quick, This portion of the show is brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. There was a moment where they lined up in the huddle, and you saw the confidence on, it was mostly just the offensive linemen and the wideouts, but you saw the confidence on that group of guys. Like, we've been in this. This is what we do every week. And they're not perfect. Their offense is probably more towards the bottom half of the league than the top half of the league. But in the fourth quarter, late and close, they don't falter. And with that defense, they're going to be in every game as it goes.
And, oh, by the way, with the Charger loss combined with the Broncos beating the give them a pass to the Super Bowl by some people, Kansas City Chiefs, you now have a lead and you got a significant leg up in that division. That's a really good position to be in if you're a Bronco fan. As of right now, understood, not a perfect team, offense still at times. Today they had to settle for way too many field goals. It cost the stupid Seahawks because they couldn't score touchdowns when they were in the end of the field. The Broncos were good enough because they were better defensively to keep the Chiefs off the board and let a late field goal win it for them, and that's exactly what happened.
Right, and they're going to have to fix the offense come playoff time if they want to be legitimate contenders. It's the one thing that, we have this conversation about frauds in the AFC, and I still think the Bills are legit. And until the Chiefs are dead, they're not dead to me. But when it comes to the Patriots, the Colts, and the Broncos, the three teams at the top of the conference that everyone seems to think is fraudulent, the one thing that scares me out of the Broncos compared to the Colts and the Patriots is they are not a complete team. The Colts have a complete offense. They have a good defense. The Patriots have a very good defense and a complete offense. It may not be the sexiest offense, but it's efficient. The Broncos' offense at times disappears. Today they played well. They can't just settle for those field goals early on like they did, but they did play better than previous weeks. It's still not good enough.
Do you know how long Dobbins is going to be out?
The whole year. They said the only way he'd be able to come back is a late playoff run. Somebody said the Super Bowl, so obviously that they're just giving you the longest.
All right, so yeah, not weeks, months. He's going to be out. That's a pretty big loss. And I thought it was a nice addition when they took him in this year to be their number one guy and an above-average yard per carry guy. I did not see that coming. So they're going to have to figure out some way to replace what he was giving them. It shouldn't be impossible, but it might be difficult.
Right, and with this team, R.J. Harvey and Jaleel McLaughlin, who are the guys, and Batty, who are the guys that are in that, they're all kind of similar backs, undersized, more gadget type, versatile guys. J.K. Dobbins was more of a bell cow, run it up the middle kind of back. And not that R.J. Harvey is strictly a finesse type of guy, but they are going to lack that. And they already lack other positions. Their tight ends, like Evan Ingram today, he did have 4 catches. He disappears at times. I really only trust Cortland Sutton, although Pat Bryant looked really good today. They're the rookie out of Illinois. So we'll see. And for the Chiefs, I keep saying the Patriots. For the Chiefs, I mean, it's getting the crunch time now. They're not even the first team out now in the playoff picture. The second team out, so they still have to jump someone to get into that one. Okay, we actually are joined by someone in a big game today. Ravens beat the Browns, knocked them off 23-16, and joining us right now, Keaton Mitchell of the Ravens. Mitchell, how are you doing today, bud?
I'm doing good. What you got to do? So I'm feeling good. Good vibes in the locker room. That's all I could ask for.
So right now the question is, you guys started the season, on the wrong foot, and everyone kind of counted you out. What were you guys telling yourselves in the locker room with all the injuries, everything going on, the bad results that get you back to this moment? You're a half game out of the division lead, and you're back to 500.
Yeah, we never let it get to our head. We knew the season wasn't over, and it still ain't over, and that we still had a chance, and that's all we need is another chance.
I got a question for you. How often in practice, since you guys first showed up back in July or August when camp started, how many times have you practiced the Andrews fake tush push around right end, taking that house from 40 yards out?
We actually ain't practiced it a lot. We probably a couple times. It hasn't been in all year, but we put it in at the right time, and it won us the game.
So a lot of people got to touch the ball today in the offense. You had 6 carries to go along with 2 catches, but it felt like everyone got involved. What are you guys preaching in the locker room as everyone? It feels like next man up. You're always ready, and that got proved obviously with the injuries earlier in the season too.
Yeah, just staying ready in practice. You don't know when your name gonna be called, so everybody was just staying in tune in practice. And when their number got called in the game, everybody was ready, and we wouldn't miss a beat, whoever in the game.
Now, I got a question for you. How many plays when you were on the field did you have pass pro where you needed to pick up somebody coming off the edge? Did you know you were going to potentially have to block Myles Garrett at some point? And did any of his 5 sacks today come because you didn't quite get to your responsibility?
Nah, I ain't really had too many pass pros, but the 5 sacks, it's all good. We still got the dub, and that's all that matters.
True. Very true.
Keaton Mitchell, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for the time. Good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Big win for the Ravens. It's not easy. And it's funny because, Jody, we had on Hunter Henry a few weeks ago, and I asked him the same thing. I was like, listen, we saw the stat line, like how and he even said, you can't contain the guy. Like, you almost pray he's not lining up on your side of the field.
I'll tell you a quick story. I know we got to wrap this up. I did Birds 365 YouTube Eagles show for 3 years, and my partner John McMullen covers the team every single day, goes to all their practices. They had a preseason practice before the scrimmage, the game during the weekend, and the Eagles put a lot of emphasis on those team practices. And Myles Garrett just owned the Eagles' defensive line for 2 straight days. And my buddy John McMullen was there, standing right on the sideline, said it was the first time he had ever seen the Eagles' offensive line coach, Jeff Stoutland, who might be the best offensive line coach in the National Football League, actually take a swipe at an Eagle player. And it was Jordan Mailata, who's 6'8", 375 pounds. And he almost took a punch at him because Myles Garrett was owning him so badly. He is the best pass rusher in the National Football League, bar none.
Well, I had, I was not a very good football player. And when I played in high school, we played a kid who had D1 prospects, Big Ten prospects. And when he lined up across me, he dominated me the whole time. I was playing guard. And my coach came and yelled at me, and I was like, Coach, I'm about to be going to college to study liberal arts. This guy's got a chance to play in the NFL. I don't know what you want me to do against him.
Don't blame me on that one, big guy.
Exactly. Jody, you are the man. We had a jam-packed show this week. We didn't even get to cover anything that I wanted to cover. I will miss you next week, but I will be back the week after that.
Where are you going next week?
A little birthday trip to celebrate the girlfriend's birthday.
Very
nice. It was in the books before, this became about. Otherwise, I'd be with you. So I'll be here the week after Thanksgiving for an exciting end of the season. Hopefully, we're talking more about the Broncos, and I'm sure the Broncos are going to be on bye next week. So, of course, when I'm off, they're off. They can't stress me out.
Well, since I won't get a chance to wish a happy Thanksgiving, have a great one with the fam, my friend.
You too, Jody. I will talk to you in 2 weeks.
You got it.
The great Jody Mack. Like I said, jam-packed all day, week 11. You missed any of it, you want to talk to the interviews. We talked to Ted McMillan. We talked to Keaton Mitchell. A lot of guys today. There was a few others. You can always use the Odyssey app, the rewind function. Don't go anywhere, though. Jody Mack's got you from 8 to 10 solo. He's got you. He's got some guests coming on. He'll recap everything we couldn't get to today. A jam-packed day in the NFL sphere. Shout out to Billy, KP, and Nico for holding it down on the other side. Pete McCarthy and Tony Pierno on the updates. All the guys in the back cutting up tape. We had a huge day. I will be out next week. And then I will be back in 2 weeks for the stretch run, the NFL run. We got a lot to cover, a lot of fun. Stay tuned, though. Next week, there will be someone here for Gridiron Game Day, 12 to 8, all the action, all the Week 12 action. And I'll be back in 2 weeks. If you want to follow me on X, Pico Day _Gallo, or on IG, Pico de Gallo 24. You can check out my YouTube page if anything. If not, I will be back in 2 weeks, like I said. Stay tuned for the great Jody Mack on, if you're on BetMGM Network. Thank you for watching, but I'll be back in 2 weeks. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday. Until next time.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining.